Thank you. Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 38(3.3) of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, a case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Tabling of documents, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Convention Concerning the Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, adopted at Geneva on June 21st, 2019, and amendments to the Convention on the International Maritime Organization, adopted in London on December 8th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Very good. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Marine Cargo Container Spills. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I would like to thank all members of the committee for their work on this study, and as well the clerk, the analyst, and the translation team that make our meetings go so well, and our individual staff as well for making us look good each and every day. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is, it's a pleasure. This is my first petition presenting in this Parliament and as a member for Simcoe North. This petition from members in my community are concerned about the ancient water deposits of the Simcoe uplands of Ontario's tiny Springwater and Oro-Madone townships. This is water that sits underneath what is now the territory of Beausoleil First Island. There is some proposed development of a gravel pit. Petitioners are asking the government to validate claims of this being some of the most purest and pristine waters in the world. The petitioners also encouraging the government, calling on the government to work with the powers they have under the Canada Water Act to implement some studies to confirm the validation of the claims of this water being pristine so that it may be preserved for many generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. And even so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on high food prices in the name of Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that given that, one, big grocery stores have made massive profits in the past year, not long after several were investigated for bread price fixing. Two, workers' wages and prices paid to producers in the agriculture sector are not keeping up with those corporate profits or with inflation. Three, Canadian families are struggling with the rising cost of essential purchases. La Chambre demande au gouvernement.
The House call on the government to recognize that corporate greed is a significant driver of inflation and to take further action to support families during this cost of living crisis, including A,
big corporations to pay what they owe by closing the loopholes that have allowed them to avoid $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone, resulting in a corporate tax rate that is effectively lower now than when the government was elected. B,
launching an affordable and fair food strategy which tackles corporate greed in the grocery sector, including by asking the Competition Bureau to launch an investigation of grocery chain profits, increasing penalties for price fixing, and strengthening competition laws to prohibit companies from abusing their dominant positions in a market to exploit purchasers or agricultural producers. And C,
the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in investigating high food prices and the role of greedflation, including inviting grocery CEOs before the committee. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to notify you that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie.
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, today is a good day in the House of Commons because we, as New Democrats, are forcing parliamentarians to deal with the issues that are concerning Canadians. The motion that we as a party are bringing forward for debate today is specifically calling out the massive corporate profits that are occurring in so many sectors, often at the expense of what ordinary Canadians are able to afford. Canadians see this week in, week out. They see it when they go and fill up their vehicles with fuel. They see it when they are at the grocery stores. And it is reaching a breaking point for many families. It is forcing too many families to make difficult decisions. Decisions that no family in a country as wealthy as Canada is should have to make. Decisions on whether their family budgets can afford to pay the rent or the mortgage. Decisions on whether you can get as much fresh produce for your young children as you used to get. Decisions on whether I should only fill the car up with half a tank this week because we need to save money for next week. This is the reality for too many families, not only in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, but across British Columbia and across Canada from coast to coast to coast. And for far too long, those Canadians have been looking at the profits that have been made, especially over this year. Oil and gas companies, some which are making more than 100% compared to what they were making just a few years ago. So I hear a lot of talk in this place about taxes, but not enough talk is happening about revenue. The revenue that we are losing, the revenue that would be there to support Canadians who are in dire need of it. Mr. Speaker, it's important that Canadians see that their members of Parliament are addressing their concerns. It's important that they see people that they have sent to this place debating this issue with sincerity, but also with policies that are going to address it. And that is why I'm such a proud member of this New Democratic Caucus, because we have been the only party in this place to call out those massive corporate profits and to champion an excess profits tax. And we will continue to champion that until policymakers see the light in this place and respond with effective policy.
Here, here.
I want to segue to a remarkable success that Canadians enjoyed yesterday at the Standing Committee in Agriculture, and I want to thank my colleagues from that committee who agreed to my motion to study the excess profits in the grocery sector in particular. And I want to center particularly on food, because food is the great equalizer in our society. No one can live without food. Everybody needs to eat. But some in our society are able to eat without worry. Others have to make those difficult choices. And when it comes to our nation's children, we know that a healthy and balanced diet is so incredibly important, not only for their growth, but for their ability to achieve a good education. And in a country as wealthy as Canada, far too many children are suffering. If you juxtapose that reality, Madam Speaker, with the fact that the 3 largest grocery chains in Canada have been raking in the money. If you look at Empire's net profits, up by 27.8% in 2 years. Loblaw's profits, up by 17.2% just compared to last year.
Shame.
And Metro, up by 7.8%. And we know the CEOs of those companies. I know the CEO of Sobeys has recently been in the news complaining about us taking an examination of their profits and shining a spotlight on this issue. But if I'm in the bad books of a corporate CEO, I think I'm doing my job properly in this place. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, those profits are publicly available, but I also want to identify the fact that the calls are coming from in the House. Last week, my office received an email from an employee, and I'm going to keep him anonymous, and I'm not going to mention who he works for because he is afraid of reprisals. But I will quote him, Madam Speaker. He said, quote, "I have noticed a worrying trend over the last year of large quantities of retail price increases being sent down on a weekly basis. Cost increases on these items don't match the increases of retail prices that are sent down. I have noticed a trend where retail prices consumers must pay for products will increase and cost increases will come down months after the fact, if at all. Based on what I know of our systems at the store level, this means that the profit margins on saleable goods will increase for the company until a related cost increase brings it back down. Thus, prices consumers must pay are overinflated until costs align with retail change.
Shame.
That is why I believe that a federal probe into grocery store price increases should be supported in our Parliament. Well, Madam Speaker, let me say to that employee, New Democrats have heard your call. We are taking action, and we are leading the initiative in this Parliament, not only committee, but in this House of Commons to address your concerns and address the concerns that Canadian consumers have.
Hear, hear.
And we're not going to stop there, Madam Speaker. We are also going to go after oil and gas. It is one thing to talk about the carbon price, a price on pollution. But if you are going to completely ignore the massive profits that oil and gas companies are making off the backs of working Canadians, I think you need to do some reflection on where your policies stand. We are at a point where the CEO of Shell is being more progressive than the Liberals and calling out something that the Conservatives won't even touch. Now, I don't know what kind of a topsy-turvy world we live in when we have to depend on a CEO to be more progressive than our own government. But it is shameful. In British Columbia, my constituents know the price of gas. They see it all the time. But they can also match that up with what large oil and gas companies are raking in right now. And we need to follow the lead of other countries like the UK. We need to implement an excess profits tax. We need to make sure that that natural resource, which, by the way, is owned by Canadians, private companies get the privilege of bringing it out of the ground and selling it back to us. But that is a resource that is owned by Canadians, and it's high time we put into place policies to make sure that we are getting the full value out of it. And we also heard earlier this week, Madam Speaker, that last year alone, we didn't collect $30 billion in corporate taxes. That's the difference between what corporations actually paid and what they should have paid. So we're having this talk about the structural deficits that we see in our housing, the structural deficits in supporting Canadians who are going through hard times. And you look at what $30 billion in 1 year alone, what that could have paid for. How many doctors could we have hired? How many school food programs could we have implemented? How many workers could we have retrained with that money to prepare them for the 21st century economy? That is the fundamental question before us. It's a question of what we want to be as a country. Do we really want to pursue programs, well-funded programs that help lift everybody up, not just those at the top? I know where I stand on this matter, Madam Speaker, and I hope colleagues in other parties will do some genuine reflection on where they stand as well. Now, we're in a place, too, where there has been extreme inaction from both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And, if you were to follow Conservative tax policy, the Margaret Thatcher cosplay that they are so often engaging in, you need only look to the United Kingdom as to what Conservative policy would result in. The Conservative Prime Minister there has single-handedly caused the UK economy to go into an absolute economic freefall through tax policies that rightly belong in the 1980s and have no place in a 21st century economy, especially when we are trying to address massive inequality. So, Madam Speaker, I know I am in my last minute of this speech, but I want to assure my constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I want to assure people in British Columbia and people right across this great country that for as long as I have the privilege of standing in this place, I will never, ever let you down. I will continue to aggressively pursue these progressive policies. I will do it until we actually see the fundamental change that we need to see. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Bravo!
Questions and comments? The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today. And as he mentioned, yes, yesterday the Agriculture Committee, with amendments from the Liberals, the Conservatives and the Bloc, did pass his motion, and I certainly think it reflects the working spirit of our committee. I don't disagree with the proposition of what the member is putting forward, but when I look at the text of the motion, it seems to almost have the conclusion before the investigation has even happened. And when he talks about high corporate profits and high food prices, I guess my question to the honourable member would be, is he asserting then that there is absolute price gouging happening in this country, or does he think that there are plausible reasons as to why corporate profits could be higher and food prices are also higher? For example, where many Canadians would have actually been buying groceries as opposed to going to restaurants, that could have drove profits higher at the same time that we are facing inflationary pressures. So my question is, does he think that there is legitimate price gouging happening in this country, or is there plausible reasons as to why those two things could be existing at the same time?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member for King's Hands and all colleagues there on the Agriculture Committee for supporting my motion yesterday. I think it's going to be a very important inquiry in getting the answers that Canadians deserve. Look, I'm trying to approach this issue from the perspective of one of my constituents. Two things are true. Prices on food items that people need to survive are going up faster than the general rate of inflation. That's the first truth. The second truth is that large corporations which have cornered the grocery market are making profits. These two things exist at the same time, and it's about time that parliamentarians took this issue seriously, started an inquiry, got answers, and met the challenge with effective policy that is going to tackle inequality in this country.
Bravo!
Questions and comments? The honourable for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened to the honourable member's speech, and I have to say, only the NDP could think that raising taxes on Canadians will make life more affordable. It's talk about topsy-turvy, Madam Speaker. Raising taxes will make life more affordable. What a fantasy world. But anyway, the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that if the NDP was really serious about making life more affordable, they and their Liberal coalition partners wouldn't be tripling the carbon tax. They've allowed housing prices to spiral out of control, gas prices to spiral out of control. They're increasing the paycheck tax. Madam Speaker, how can we take this member seriously when their logic is just so backwards?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am so glad to see Conservatives yet again going to bat for their corporate friends. And if he thinks that this is an NDP policy, he should look across the Atlantic Ocean to Conservatives in the United Kingdom who are proposing the exact same policy, have implemented what we are pursuing. So I think it's time actually for Conservatives to wake up, to listen to their constituents, stop moaning about taxes and going after their CPP and their EI. Join us and go after the corporate fat cats who are profiting on an economy that so many Canadians are suffering under.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A quick colleague. I thank my colleague for his speech. I work with the colleague on the Agriculture Committee. It's a pleasure to work with him. But I would first like to very kindly, gently correct him because he says that he's the only party calling on the government to tax companies who have made windfall profits. They're not the only party because the Bloc has also talked about taxing companies which had made over $1 billion in profits. But that's just a quick correction. Now, here's my question for my colleague. Can the colleague talk to me about the importance of the work that is ongoing now in setting up a code of conduct on the markets for grocery stores to forbid them from unfair practices for the big players? Thank you.
It's about 49 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for an exact time on that. First of all, I would like to compliment my colleague. He indeed is a pleasure to work with at committee, and we have always had very constructive talks on this. As to the Grocery Code of Conduct, absolutely. It has come up repeatedly at our committee. And what we have heard, especially from producers and processors, is that when they are trying to market their items in large grocery chains, there are all of these hidden fees. They can get charged for not supplying enough product, supplying too much, late delivery. And so that's why this Grocery Code of Conduct is being put in place, because of the business practices of large grocery chains, which have put an unfair advantage on our producers and our processors. So again, it's part of the trend of why we're here today, to tackle this issue and meet it with effective policy.
Right on the zero. Perfect. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Take this opportunity to triple congratulate my NDP colleague for his work. It's incredible. Incredible. This is exactly what a member of parliament should do. Trois victoires, Madame la Présidente.
Triple congratulations, Madam Speaker, for my absolutely extraordinary NDP colleague. This opposition motion today would help Canadians. It would bring about practical solutions to actually make groceries more affordable for workers and for families who are struggling. This would also lead to an investigation into what is being done by major grocery chains. That's the second congratulations. And the third congratulations for the speech and the great ideas. The member is working to support and defend his constituents who are struggling right now. We should all take inspiration from my colleague's excellent work. There is a real problem right now, Madam Speaker. The cost of living is on the rise everywhere, be it gas, be it housing, be it grocery costs. Some are profiting, stuffing all the money into their pockets, which is extremely unfair in the ongoing situation when there are so many families struggling to pay bills and struggling to make ends meet. It is indecent that multinational corporations, CEOs, big corporations are profiting on the backs of those who are suffering, who are taking advantage of the situation to get even richer. For parties on the left of this political spectrum, we find this unacceptable. We want to live in a socially just world where all can lead their lives in dignity. But currently that's not the case because some people, the fat cats, are literally eating others. I'd like to mention that according to Statistics Canada, grocery costs have risen. The inflation of grocery costs was 11% in August, but general inflation is at 7%. General inflation for raw materials, gas, transportation is 7%, but groceries, it's at 11%. Something's not right there. Someone has to be profiting from this. And that's 11%. That's an average. For fruits, it's 13%. For pasta, 32%. Who is profiting now? Empire Company, they own Sobeys, Safeway, and IGA. Their net profits increased 27% in 2022. 27%. And Loblaws, their profits increased 17% in 2021-2022. 17%. That's not nothing. And Loblaws is also associated with Weston, one of the wealthiest groups in Canada. We remember that the Liberal Party gave a nice gift to the Weston family. They bought them new fridges. The Liberal Party gave the Westons new fridges for Loblaws. The NDP isn't the only party, the only group calling out those who are stuffing their pockets. I'd like to quote Bruno Larue. He is a professor in consumer studies at Laval University. He says that in context of high inflation like right now, there are companies which take advantage of the situation to hike up their prices. All grocery chains have augmented their prices in a totally inappropriate manner. He goes on to say that it's obvious that all along the chain there are people profiting from this. This is very clear. It's obvious that some are profiting unduly from the situation. I'd like to talk to you about the Sobeys CEO. In 2021-2022, he, as an individual, netted $8.6 million. That's shameful. He's not the only one. $5 million for Metro's CEO, $5.4 million for Loblaws' CEO. Meanwhile, we have constituents calling up our constituency offices saying, I can't pay my rent. I can't pay for groceries. Who can help me? Who can I go to? We have seen a steady increase of Canadians who are really, really struggling to buy food. And this is a reality in all of our ridings, I believe. Meanwhile, there are millionaires, billionaires, ultra-wealthy profiting while others are suffering. I think it's disgusting. I'm proud that today we are debating the NDP motion, and in this debate, we are able to talk about what the government can really do tangibly to help Canadians to solve the problem. We need to stop greedflation. We need to talk about how to stop it. Now, Madam Speaker, for a while, we were wondering how to translate greedflation in French. What is greedflation? Greed is to want everything for oneself. It's gluttony. We were wondering how to translate it in French. I think that we should call it in French Séraphin-flation. Séraphin-flation. Séraphin is a character from a story, a very greedy character. And we feel that Séraphin, this character, reminds us of CEOs of big grocery chains. That's the translation that I like. Séraphin-flation, Séraphin-flation, for greedflation. It's a Quebec reference too. Now, what can we do to fight against this greed, this greedflation? The NDP has put forward tangible solutions. For example, further taxing windfall profits, also giving increased powers to the Competition Bureau. We need to get this extra money where that money is, and right now that money is with big companies who are profiting at the expense of those who are struggling in order for them to get richer. Just yesterday, in fact, the top dog at Shell, the big oil company, called on the government to tax them more, because even the CEO of Shell realized that they should be paying more taxes. Shell knows that Canadians are struggling. Antonio Guterres, also Secretary General of the United Nations, has said recently that it's time to tax windfall profits of oil and gas companies. And Antonio Guterres' suggestion, well, how did the Environment Minister react? How did the Liberal Environment Minister react? He actually just rejected Antonio Guterres' suggestion that we further tax windfall profits of oil and gas companies. The Environment Minister said, no, we're not going to do that. Then, a week later, the Shell's CEO said, no, in fact, we would be open to that. That's a good idea. which contradicted what the minister had said. The Liberal government for years has refused to crack down on tax loopholes, tax avoidance, tax evasion. The government is thus depriving itself of revenues that it could use to help people. We feel that over the past few years, Liberal inaction has led to a loss of $30 billion in revenues. The Liberals refuse to crack down on legal crookery. That's how we refer to these loopholes. This revenue could be in our coffers. It could increase public good. It could be spent on improving programs which help Canadians. We need further transfers for education. We need more student loans. Students are in debt, university students. We also need affordable housing, cooperative housing, student housing, social housing. The needs on the ground are dire. The government says, well, we would like to help, so maybe we'll set a tax on a boat here and a jet there. It's smoke and mirrors. It's not real action. This is being done at the expense of real Canadians who need help. People deserve easier access to dentists. People need easier access to medication, to health care. Canadians deserve to live in dignity, dignified lives. That's what I think about every day here in Parliament, Madam Speaker. I think about how to take action in order to have a society where everyone lives fairly, equally, and in dignity. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Prime Minister, and President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague from Montreal for his speech. I commend him on the speech, and I thank him and his party for this debate. The fact that we are having this debate, this discussion, in and of itself will have a positive effect for Canadian families. Canadian families which are struggling with the rising costs of groceries on our shelves at the stores. This debate will also send the message to companies that we are watching them, that Parliament is watching, that Parliament is listening to constituents. Does my colleague agree with me that this debate in and of itself is important in order to ensure that everyone knows that Parliament is watching? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, of course, it's an important debate. It's an important discussion. Of course. The NDP, in fact, is the one who tabled this motion. This is our initiative. Yes, the debate is important. Yes, it sends a message. It sends the message to companies that, yes, we're watching them. Fine, that's the first step. But the second step is to take action. So we're watching, we're assessing, but then we need to take action. We want the Agriculture Committee to study this. We want the Competition Bureau to look into this. We also want there to be regulatory, legislative, and fiscal action so that this situation cannot reoccur. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague has talked about seraphinflation or greedflation. There is a lot of inflation, Madam Speaker. Canadians are suffering from inflation. Now, the NDP is in a very expensive coalition with the Liberals, and I wonder why my colleague's party voted against an opposition motion which called upon the government to cease increasing taxes on Canadians. Canadians currently need more money in their pockets. So, Madam Speaker, why does the NDP support hiking taxes? Why does the NDP support the government's decision to triple the carbon tax? That's the question I have for my colleague, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to set the record straight. The Conservative Party feels that premiums are a tax. EI premiums are a job. EI premiums are a tax, according to the Conservative Party. But EI premiums are actually an investment in our future. For example, when we're retired, when we're seniors, we will need that money. So we need to set the record straight about that. The NDP is taking action to help Canadians. The NDP forced Liberals to pay for dental care. for children under 12 years old, $1,300 a year per child. Also, we have forced the government to double the GST, HST tax credit. People will get between $200 and $500 a year. This year, Canadians are going to get those checks. These are real measures which will tangibly help Canadians, and the NDP forced the Liberals to implement these measures. Question comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague in his speech talked about tax havens. I'd like us to talk more about them. My colleague may actually, in fact, the Chrétien government allowed people to repatriate money to Canada, which was from Barbados, and that is what led to Barbados becoming a tax haven of choice for Canadian companies. And what's worse, in 2009, the Harper government felt that Barbados wasn't enough, so the Harper government made another regulatory change. They said that it would be possible to bring profits back home without paying, so that created 18 new tax havens. The Conservatives and Liberals did nothing about tax havens. Not only did they do nothing, but they in fact participated in creating tax havens. Now, the NDP and the Bloc Québécois have been fighting against tax havens for years, but we are not going to be the government. So the only way to really combat tax havens, wouldn't my colleague agree, would be for Quebec to be independent. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie, a brief reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague that it's very important to crack down on tax havens, but I would like to correct him on something. They will never form government, but we might. Anyways, it's more likely that we would form government than that they would. Anyhow, yes, this problem has existed for years under Liberal and Conservative governments. Both of these parties have been inactive on tax havens. There's the Barbados, there's also the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, there are more registered businesses in the Cayman Islands than there are inhabitants of the Cayman Islands, so clearly something's not working here. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister for Tourism and Deputy Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Kings Hunts. I'm pleased to rise in this House and address this important topic today. The motion in front of us today rightfully focuses on the impacts of inflation on Canadians and the challenge it's causing, particularly with food prices. And as my colleagues in all sides of the House know, there are many drivers of this global inflation challenge, Madam Speaker, including the war in Ukraine and the supply chain disruptions in the aftermath of the acute phase of COVID-19. But the laser focus of our government remains on supporting Canadians through this difficult time and making sure that our supports are targeted on those who need the support the most when they need the support the most. And we're also working to ensure that corporations pay their fair share of tax. And today's motion calls for many actions that the government has already done or is actively doing, such as closing tax loopholes, directing the Competition Bureau to act if there's evidence of unlawful or anti-competitive behavior in the marketplace, as the Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science did many months ago. Yet our government welcomes the opportunity to highlight the work that we are doing to make life more affordable for Canadians and how we intend to continue supporting Canadians through a time of global economic uncertainty. Madame la Présidente, nous aidons les familles de tout le pays.
Madam Speaker, we are helping families throughout the country take on inflation with a suite of measures that total $12.1 billion in new support this year. All that to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. That's more money.
All of this aims to make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. We are helping Canadians when they need help the most without
help to ensure that many of the supports in our affordability plan are in place right now to help Canadians. First, and perhaps most importantly, the key benefits that Canadians rely on, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Workers Benefit, the pension plan, old age security, and the guaranteed income supplement, are all indexed to inflation. This allows them to keep pace with the cost of living. Then in Budget 21, our government enhanced the Canada Workers Benefit, cut taxes and put up to $2,400 into the pockets of lower-income working families starting this year. In fact, many recipients have already received this increased support through their 2021 tax return. This enhancement of the Canada Workers Benefit is extending support to about 1 million more Canadians and helping to lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty. Now, nous avons aussi mis en place.
We have also put in place a 10% increase in old age security for those over age 75, which began in July of this year. It's the first permanent increase in old age security since 1973. I was 3 at the time, aside from adjustments due to inflation. This will strengthen the financial security of 3.3 million seniors by automatically sending them over $800 the first year.
Continues to work with provinces and territories to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Thanks to an historic investment of up to $27 billion over 5 years, regulated childcare fees will be cut by an average of 50% by the end of this year. In my own home province of Alberta, Madam Speaker, this agreement is already saving families hundreds and in some cases thousands of dollars each month. And these measures are providing real and much needed supports to Canadians right now. But we know there's more to do. And that's why we have been working so hard on C30 and C31. Now, Madam Speaker, through new legislation that our government has introduced, we're proposing to provide $3.1 billion in additional supports in 2022 to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. One, doubling the GST credit for 6 months, which would provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted supports this year to the roughly 11 million individuals and families who already receive the tax credit.
Two, offer a $500 payment this year to 1.8 million low-income renters who are having a hard time with the cost of housing through a one-time complement to the Canadian Housing Benefit. This more than doubles our Budget 2022 commitment and reaches twice as many Canadians as initially promised and complements the Canadian Housing Benefit that is currently co-funded and paid by the provinces and territories.
Dental care for Canadians without dental insurance, earning less than $90,000, starting with hundreds of thousands of children under 12 this very year. Direct payments totaling up to $1,300 per child over the next 2 years for dental services. And this is only the first step, Madam Speaker, outlined in the Supply and Confidence Agreement to develop a national dental care program. These are not just empty stats, Madam Speaker. These programs would provide real support for real individuals. Let me give you some examples. A couple in Thunder Bay with an income of $45,000 and a child in daycare could receive about an additional $7,800 above existing benefits this fiscal year. A single recent graduate in my own home city of Edmonton with an entry-level job and an income of $24,000 could receive about an additional $1,300 in new and enhanced benefits.
A senior who has a disability in Trois-Rivières could benefit from $2,700 more this year than last year.
Our plan is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians who need it the most at the time when they need it the most.
Regarding protecting consumers, a few months ago, the Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science instructed officials of our department to use all available tools to review price changes and to closely monitor any potentially harmful actions. Exploiting a crisis to raise prices for consumers is completely unacceptable. We expect that the Competition Bureau will not hesitate to act if there is evidence of illegal or anti-competitive behavior in the marketplace. If there is evidence of anti-competitive activity, the Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science will ask the Competition Bureau to investigate promptly and take appropriate action. We will continue to use every tool at our disposal to make life more affordable for Canadians. Madam Speaker, when it comes to ensuring that businesses pay what they owe, we take the fight against tax evasion very seriously. The Minister of National Revenue and the Canada Revenue Agency continue to fight tax evasion in Canada and abroad. Thanks to a strong network of tax treaties and continued government investment, it is more difficult than ever to hide money offshore. The CRA is well positioned to find tax evaders wherever they hide. Measures passed in the 2021 budget include numerous investments and legislative changes to combat tax evasion. such as closing loopholes used to avoid paying taxes, an additional investment of over $304 million to modernize and improve the CRA's ability to combat tax evasion, and modernizing and improving Canada's general anti-avoidance rules. These measures will ensure that the CRA has all the tools it needs to continue moving forward on this important issue.
Madam Speaker, over the last 5 years, the number of criminal investigations started has gone up by 60%. Over the last 5 years, the number of cases with at least $1 million in tax potential has gone up 189%. Over the last 5 years, the average fine by conviction have gone up 14%. Madam Speaker, every time our government invests in the Canada Revenue Agency to go and get tax cheats and people putting money overseas, we get multiple dollars back. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement.
Madam Speaker, our government is fully aware that Canadians are feeling the effects of high inflation, especially when they go to the grocery store and at the pump. Canadians can be assured that they have access to support when they need it most. Since 2015, our government has made real improvements to make Canadians' lives more affordable.
And builds on these successes and is providing more money to the most vulnerable Canadians this year to help make life more affordable. We remain committed to continuing to build an economy that works for all Canadians and that leaves no one behind. Thank you, Madam President.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of South Okanagan West Kootenay.
The member from Edmonton for his speech, and it was good to hear him go on and on about all the good programs the government is bringing out that the NDP forced them to do. But they have studiously avoided doing the one thing that has huge support within Canadians and that would make one of the biggest differences, and that is to put a windfall tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas companies, of big grocery store chains. And now we have the CEO of Shell saying, please tax us. We've made too much money and Canadians are hurting. And yet the Liberals, and certainly not the Conservatives, just don't want to do this. Most Canadians want us to tax these companies that have made windfall profits. Why don't they do that? It would take a huge burden off Canadians who are suffering right now.
Bravo. Before I go to the response, I do want to remind members, if they want to have conversations, maybe they should take their conversations outside instead of having it across the House of Commons here, because it does interfere in people being, in parliamentarians being able to hear what the question or the answers, depending on when they're having those conversations. Or they can just go and sit beside the other member and have a quiet conversation. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Things in response to my colleague from the New Democratic Party. First, let's put in context the oil and gas sector, 10% of our gross domestic product. It is a critical industry for us, and the workers in that industry and those companies are going to be working with the government to get our country to net zero. They're a critical investor. They're going to be making huge investments into CCUS, so we need to make sure that that takes place. And let's also take a look at the fact, Madam Speaker, that in Budget 21, we made sure that we had an increased tax on the banks and essentially a windfall tax, an extraordinary tax for banks and insurance companies. And we understand that Canadians are experiencing inflation at the grocery store and at the pumps, and that's why our affordability measures are meant and targeted to focus on those Canadians who need it the most, when they need it the most. It will not stoke inflation. It is 1/1000th the size of our economy. This is smart leadership, responsible leadership for Canadians when they need it the most.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for King Vaughan Hen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question. You know, my honourable colleague across the way spoke about the CRA. Can he please explain to this House how he is ensuring that the terrorists in this country are not funneling money to support other countries? What's the CRA doing about that?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Canadian Revenue Agency has robust measures in place to make sure that terrorist financing does not take place in our country. We constantly survey these issues to make sure that no lacunes happen in that system. But Madam Speaker, if we're talking about the issue on the floor of the House today, which is making sure that we don't have tax evasion, just take a look at the Canadian Revenue Agency's tax record. In just the investments that we've put in to the CRA since we formed a government, billions of dollars have come back from individuals and companies that have put their money into tax havens. The CRA is doing its job. It's got a great track record on that issue. And not only do we not stand for any financing of terrorist organizations from Canada, we're going to make sure that tax sheets pay their fair share.
Questions et commentaires. Une brève question.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to hear from our colleague, yes or no, on the spirit of the bill put forward by the NDP, because the fundamental issue is, as a state, as a government, are we ready to go further to get the funds necessary where there are big business that are profiting off of us? And I find that the colleague is saying a great deal and is saying what Canada does about tax havens. The Canadian government is rather lax. They're always sending more money to help the CRA deal with problems, but nothing is done. There are no results. On the contrary, just a few million that are found. So are they really ready to deal with the spirit of this, to have true tax fairness? A brief answer from the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We strongly believe in the fact that companies and Canadians must pay their fair share on their taxes. That's a basic principle. And we can look at the principle of the CRA, their experience with the investments that our government has done. After 10 years of Conservative government, we invested in the CRA. We've found not just a few million, but billions of dollars in taxes. And if you look at Budget 2022, we asked banks and insurance companies to pay more. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's a privilege to rise here in the House to speak to the motion from the opposition, from the NDP. Today, the motion is put forward by the honourable colleague from Couch and Malahat Langford, and he knows that I have a lot of respect for his work. But at the same time, I must raise my concerns with the text of the motion. I think it's very important for Canadians who are watching deliberations here in the House. This opposition day doesn't constrain the government, it simply reflects the House of Commons. I'm not sure that the opposition motion today was necessary, because the key elements of the motion have always been adopted with Liberal amendments and from the Conservatives and the Bloc yesterday at the Agriculture Committee, because we know that the matter of affordability and inflation is very important for Canadians right now. So I don't disagree with the sentiment and with the idea of asking questions about the price of food in the country, but I feel that the text of the motion puts the proverbial cart before the horse.
Madame la Présidente,
in my opinion, it alleges that price fixing happens without a committee investigation, without waiting for results.
Speaker, as I stand here before you today, as I mentioned, I don't have a whole lot of necessarily contention, but again, the text of the motion is really almost suggesting that this is a fait accompli, that this is absolutely real. And I think that there are important questions that need to be asked, but I do take some concerns about the fact that it's almost saying that this is absolutely happening before we've even had the inquiry at the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee. And I know that that was expressed by some of my colleagues that sit on that committee yesterday. I also want to take a moment just to examine specific provisions of the motion. So under, I guess I'll call it paragraph B, there is a mention of affordable and fair food strategy, and I'll say in brackets that tackles corporate greed. And it goes on to suggest that perhaps there's something that should be done absolutely to control the prices. And although I didn't have the opportunity to ask this question specifically to my honourable colleague from Malahat, Cowichan, Langford, I want to know whether or not that is suggesting that the government has a role to play in setting prices. This isn't something we've seen since, I believe, around World War II, where the government did intervene in those circumstances to actually set maximum price caps. The text of the motion doesn't come right out and say it, but by virtue of an affordable and fair food strategy that could include, I presume, regulatory measures, that would be a question I would have for my honourable colleague, and perhaps if he has the opportunity today in the House, he can address that, or some of his NDP colleagues that might know can raise that point of whether or not they see that as a specific measure. Yes, it's been done before, Madam Speaker, but I would be very cautious that the government should absolutely be necessarily completely intervening on price fixing and setting prices, I should say, in a market until such time that we had real evidence that indeed the allegations that are being put forward in the text of the motion today are absolutely true. C, it talks about greedflation, and I just want to go on record, Madam Speaker, this is not what the committee agreed to yesterday. Yes, the key elements of the honourable member's motion was adopted, but there was a desire, particularly from the member from Berthigny, Mascongier. Désolé, parce que c'est très difficile.
I'm sorry, it's very difficult for an MP from Nova Scotia to pronounce the name Berthier Masquinanger.
He rightfully pointed out, before we get to the point that's saying that this is greed inflation, let's actually call the witnesses, let's bring forward evidence, and let's hear that before we just simply say that that's indeed the case. So the committee has agreed to look at inflation in food prices in the entire food retail sector, not just the grocery sector, but the food retail sector completely. And to be able to see and ask what questions can be put forward in cooperation with the food retail sector to help support and to avoid large increases in food prices. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the provision on the Competition Bureau because I think this agency is very important and they have the tools currently to study the matter.
I do have concerns about the capacity of our Agriculture Committee to be able to get to the bottom of exactly what might be happening. Yes, we can come in and ask questions. I don't know if there's any forensic accountants that might sit on the Agriculture Committee. We'll ask those questions, but it's ultimately the Competition Bureau that has the tools and the expertise to be able to examine whether or not some of the allegations that are being made are indeed happening. And it does call into question whether there is anti-competitive behavior happening or price fixing, because the Competition Bureau, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, Madam Speaker, has not intervened to date. And I do think that that is an important question that all members of this House should reflect on. I want to just say, Madam Speaker, I do think the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford missed an opportunity to raise and mention the importance of the National Food and School Program. I think we all know affordability is a top issue right now for many Canadians. That is a program that could make sure we have healthy food in school, making sure that children that might not be living in families that don't have a whole lot of economic means can be supported. It was announced in Budget 2021. I would have liked to seen the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I apologize, it's tough to remember. I would have liked to see him actually raise that and encourage the government to expedite that allocation of money and work with the provinces and territories to roll it out. Nor does the motion call on ways in which the grocery sector itself might be able to help mitigate food prices by implementing a price freeze. I understand that has happened elsewhere, that there have been some retail grocers in other jurisdictions around the world that have by their own will, actually implemented a price freeze. There might be differing opinions on whether or not that is best public policy, but he failed to mention that in the text of his motion today. But let me go on record, Madam Speaker, and I would appreciate if I have a sense of how much time. Is it about 2 or 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, left in my remarks? 2.5. Let me go on record that I have some concern in the way in which the NDP is bringing forward and villainizing corporate leadership. Now, before my friends from the NDP start screaming that I'm a friend of big business in Canada and standing up for my corporate friends, it's not that. It's that we want to have a level of decorum in our public policy and in our politics in this country that just doesn't simply make vast statements. And I had the opportunity, I read into the record the other day, a Facebook post from the leader of the NDP party that said CEOs in this country are rigging the system, that they're stealing your wealth. Boy, what an allegation, Madam Speaker. And to be able to make that, you're villainizing an entire group of individuals that serve in corporate leadership in this country. And I hope the position of the NDP is not simply that every corporate leader in this country is corrupt, because that does nothing to actually unify the country. That creates further divide.
Here, I just want to remind members that are coming into the chamber right now to please keep their voices down. There's quite a bit of a hum coming across, and so I would just ask members to keep their voices down. The honourable member has 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can see why the House is filling up, because, of course, I've had the opportunity to have the floor, and people are very interested in what I have to say. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to engage with so many of my colleagues, and I look forward to their questions momentarily. But I do really think that if the NDP wants to put forward more constructive debates in this House, they need to stop villainizing corporate leadership and start putting forward policies. Yes, if they want to tax more of Canadian high-income earners, fine. That's their ideological position. If they want to put forward other pieces, but stop villainizing individuals who lead corporate entities in this country. It's not helpful, and it's not really going to help us get to a better system and better policies for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
People are clearly frustrated that they are paying more for food, but the CEOs of big food chains are making big profits on the backs of people, and we are not villainizing these people. For 7 years, the Liberals have been in power. This government has protected the profits of the wealthiest by refusing to toughen the Competition Act to punish the CEOs of the big companies who are overcharging consumers and agricultural producers. Why do the Liberals refuse to ban the price gouging strategies of wealthy CEOs at the expense of the people?
Honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, whether or not it's the Grocery Code of Conduct that the Minister of Agriculture is working with industry to be able to move forward, whether or not it is actually putting excess taxes that we have on the banking sector, there is a number of ways in which this government has been able to move to try to make sure that there is equity in how we tax Canadians and asking those Canadians that have more means to be able to give a little bit more to help support public programs that matter for all Canadians. So I know that my ideological viewpoint may not completely align with the member opposite. As I've said in my remarks, I'd like us to actually have an investigation before we just simply put forward an assertion that there is complete corporate greed in this country. Let's actually examine the facts. Let's go before the committee before we just simply make those allegations here in the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's some irony today in the NDP signing a deal to support 3 years of Liberal budgets, sight unseen, and then putting forward a motion to call for additional measures that weren't contained in their coalition agreement. But to the Liberal member who just spoke, isn't the best way to address affordability simply to allow people to keep more of their own money? Would the member acknowledge that cancelling the scheduled tax increases for next year, the tripling of the carbon tax, the increase in payroll tax, letting people, rather than the government taking more of their money to spend for them, why not let people keep more of their own money to choose how they're going to spend it themselves?
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
That's exactly what this government did since day one, when we actually lowered taxes and allowed Canadians of lower income and middle income to keep more of the money that they earn and actually increase taxes on those who have the most money to actually give into the system. That member voted against that particular motion. When he speaks about carbon pricing in this country, it is going to be tripling till 2030, not overnight, and the money actually goes back to Canadians and to businesses. So it's a false narrative that the Conservatives are putting forward. But best of all, Madam Speaker, they don't have a plan on climate. They don't put forward any meaningful policies to reduce emissions, and it's a false narrative, and it's actually extremely problematic. I look forward to the day that the Conservatives actually look forward to a pricing system that actually is market-based and they can actually move forward. That's what the Leader of the Official Opposition did in the last election. I'll look forward to what the Leader of the Official Opposition does next election.
I just want to remind members that they shouldn't be heckling or trying to answer or making comments while someone else has the floor. It's not very respectful. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's motion follows a report from Canadians for Tax Fairness that showed that some of the wealthiest corporations in the country quietly avoided $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone. Yet, meanwhile, the CRA continues to chase low-income Canadians in my riding, as well as the member for Kings Hands as well, I'm sure, for a couple of thousand of CERB repayments, for example. What can he do to help refocus where the CRA should be, which is on this $30 billion in tax loopholes?
Honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. I haven't had the actual opportunity to read the report that he's referencing, but what I will say is this government has invested in CRA resources to be able to tackle offshore accounts and tax evasion. I think it brought in nearly $4 billion of additional revenue. I take notice that there's more work that the government can do in that domain, but these are important elements that we have done concretely. Is there more work to be done? Sure. But we also have to balance that against global competitiveness as well at the same time. Sometimes the policies of the NDP or the Greens, I think, would just lead to actually more offshoring of taxes because individuals, I'll just reference the Laffer curve in terms of the fact that if you have too high of income taxes or corporate taxes, companies will choose to do business or to leave their money elsewhere. That has to be a mindful element when we're devising public policy in this House.
There's still quite a bit of chatting going on by the members of the official opposition. Now, I'm about to call up one of their members, and I would hope that they're going to be respectful and they're not going to be chatting while that's being done, and for others who are going to be speaking in the House as well. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Official Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House of Commons to speak to the issue of food inflation, the highest level in 40 years. I will read off some of the prices. Fish went up by 10.4%, pork 16.9%, eggs 10.9%, pasta 32%, coffee 14.2%. Those are just some examples of the jump in food prices that Canadians are paying for. This is hitting the poorest Canadians the hardest. So it is completely appropriate to be discussing this issue. What is causing the problem, though? Well, it's the government is increasing the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationist deficit is increasing the cost of the things that we buy and the interest we pay. Inflationary taxes increase production costs for our companies and for our farmers, which then leads to an increase in prices as well. The more the government spends, the more expensive things become, and that is the product of a costly coalition that includes the NDP and the Liberals at the same time. What is the solution to turn the problems that the Liberals have caused on their heads? First, limit government spending by creating legislation that will force politicians to find $1 of savings for each new dollar spent. So this is legislation that worked in the United States to eliminate their deficit and to pay back $100 billion of debt, and by creating jobs in the 90s. And once that legislation was no longer in force, the deficits came running back. And that shows that politicians need limits that are legislated limits when it comes to spending, because otherwise they will not be disciplined enough and the cost will be passed along to all consumers. 2, inflationary taxes must be eliminated. So this government, the NDP and the Bloc want to triple the carbon tax that our farmers, our companies, our truckers pay. And this will obviously increase the cost of food, because food doesn't just come from the store. It comes from farms, from farmers. It has to be transported by truckers. And each time they get hit by a tax increase, it costs more to consumers. And, in fact, it means that farmers can no longer pay their production costs, so we have to import foodstuffs from elsewhere, from other countries, where that food is produced in a far less green way. And that's food that we could produce here, except for the fact that the taxes that are imposed on farmers makes it impossible for them to grow the food here. So those taxes have to be eliminated in order to encourage the production of food here in Canada. We have the best farmers in the world, and we should be able to feed ourselves. And finally, we have to do away with the bureaucratic barriers that prevent essential goods and food from being produced. Paperwork, red tape, delays that prevent houses from being built, that prevent energy production from happening and food production from happening. This, instead of printing money, which this government and its Bank of Canada are doing, what we should be doing is creating what money can buy: more food, more housing, and more energy here in Canada, by taking down barriers and making it easier to obtain a building permit, for example, and by making it possible for people who work hard to reach their goals. So, let us create more of what we need rather than just creating money. That's the kind of policy that will make life more affordable and make our country more self-sufficient, and that is the plan that the Conservatives will follow.
I'll be splitting my time with the member for Foothills. Now, the NDP has this motion. They point out that corporations should pay what they owe. Well, we agree with that. We think they say there should be increased penalties for price fixing. Well, we agree with that too. They think that the Agriculture Committee should study high food prices and whether there is something called greedflation, including by inviting grocery store CEOs to the committee. We agree with that too. That's all very reasonable. Unfortunately, in some ways it doesn't go far enough, because they have a very limited view of greed. They think that it only exists in the private sector. They ignore, in this motion, government greed. Right? Government greed. They have this fantastical view of human nature. It's actually not, I wouldn't say that it's optimistic or pessimistic. It's both at the same time. They think that a human being is an angel when they work for the state, but a demon when they work in the private sector, as though greed is a part of human nature only in the free market. But when that's the same person who works for a company then transmits over and works for a bureaucracy or as a politician, all of a sudden they are purified of all greed and transformed into an entirely different being. The reality is that human nature is what it is, for warts and all, good and bad. And the reality is that there is greed, and the greed exists in government as well. When the government expands itself vastly faster than the economy, increasing costs by $500 billion in the last 2 years alone, $200 billion of which had nothing to do whatsoever with COVID. when the government, against the warnings of the Conservatives, gave corporations wage subsidies even though they could afford to pay out dividends to their shareholders and bonuses to their executives, the government was engaging in feeding that greed. When the government printed $400 billion, causing inflation to spiral out of control to the benefit of the super rich who saw their assets inflate, but to the disadvantage of the poor, who then lost purchasing power and watched house prices go out of reach so that they could never get out of their parents' basements or out of that 400-square-foot apartment. That was government greed that had caused that transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts. So I just wish once in a while this party, the NDP, which believes in the endless expansion of the state, would for just once acknowledge the role that government greed has played in plaguing this country with the highest inflation in 40 years. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion in new inflationary spending has bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. The inflationary taxes have bid up the cost for businesses and farmers to produce those goods. The more Liberals and New Democrats spend, the more things cost. That's how we got into this mess in the first place. But the Liberals and the NDP, the costly coalition, want to double down on the problem by further increasing the costs on the backs of Canadians, by tripling the carbon tax, which will inevitably be passed on to consumers. You cannot tax farmers, truckers, and grocers without having those costs passed on to the people at the end of the grocery aisle. We know that they will pay those higher prices. We know they already have. Conservatives say enough. The time has come to cap government spending and cut government waste so that we can phase out the inflationary deficits and taxes, cancel the plan to triple the carbon tax, and instead deploy technology to make green alternative energy more affordable. Let's bring down the cost of energy rather than bringing it up. And speaking of which, let's remove the government gatekeepers that make this the 64th ranked country in the world when it comes to getting a building permit. 63 other countries give them faster. What does that mean? It means that farmers can put up their barns faster. It means that mines that would produce lithium, cobalt, copper, and other minerals for green electricity must wait longer and therefore cost more money. It means that producing clean, green, Canadian nuclear, etc., could be coming onto the market faster. Let's get these gatekeepers out of the way, speed up the production, unleash the mighty force of our free enterprise system so that instead of creating cash, we create more of what cash buys, that we unleash the production of a cleaner, more affordable economy for all of our hardworking people. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Order. I'm sure if you want more that the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona will be able to initiate more. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry about that. I couldn't hear you. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his comments, and he did say that he felt that this motion didn't go far enough. So I assume that means he's supporting it, because I can't imagine that he is against having CEOs pay the money that they owe. He made it very clear that he is not against having a fair and affordable food strategy, and obviously his members have already said that they would be supporting the study in agriculture. So I'm wondering if he feels that asking CEOs is to pay their fair share is reasonable, or whether he thinks that all men should be told that they can go their own way. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, leader of the official opposition.
I do believe that CEOs should pay their fair share and pay what they owe, as this motion says. We believe in tax enforcement, and we believe this government has done a terrible job cracking down on those who hide their money in offshore accounts and refuse to pay what they owe. So Conservatives do support that, to clearly answer the member's question. What we don't support is forcing working class people to pay higher taxes. We don't support higher energy costs. We don't believe that consumers in Vancouver should pay more than $2.40 a litre We don't support the plan to triple the carbon tax on home heating oil for Newfoundlanders and to further drive the people of Eastern Canada, 40% of whom are in energy poverty, into more poverty still. We believe that life should be affordable for all of them, and that's why we believe this has not gone far enough. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning there was some very disturbing news that's been reported, in particular that misogynistic tags were being used on the Leader of the Opposition's YouTube channel to generate certain individuals to his channel, in particular those that would sympathize with these misogynistic terms. I'm wondering if the Leader of the Opposition would like to explain to the House and to Canadians his position on this and perhaps what he's doing to ensure that that doesn't continue.
I'll allow the official opposition leader to respond. However, I do want to remind members that to stay relevant to the motion that's before the House. The Honourable Leader of the official opposition.
Well, of course, we on this side reject all misogyny and all acts of extremism, and that is how we will always conduct ourselves over here. But, you know, I'll give you an example, Madam Chair, of why this subject of affordability, food affordability, is so important, because the people who are least advantaged in our society end up paying the most. Those with the least means, with the least resources, end up spending a larger share of their income on food. The very wealthy can spend a smaller share of their income on food, and that's why they are not as affected by inflation. And that is why I warned 2 years ago that we would have an inflation crisis if the government continued with its inflationary taxes and deficits, and that is exactly where we are today. And we as Conservatives will reverse the policies that got us here to make the dollar go further for everybody.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague for his speech. I'd like us to start being serious here in this House, Madam Speaker. I would like us to be the mature adults that we are supposed to be, rather than spending the day saying silly things, nonsense, and catchy slogans. Now, the carbon tax. Is the member aware that in the Agriculture Committee we are working intelligently to make exceptions and exemptions where it's necessary, but in fact carbon tax is necessary because we need to put a price on pollution. The colleague mentioned the rising price of coffee in his speech as if it were horrible. Analysts have told us that coffee prices will stay high and will become the luxury good like they were in the past, like chocolate. And it's not because of the mean, nasty NDP or Liberals. It's in fact because of climate change. Is he aware of the impact of climate change on crops and harvests? Can we be serious in addressing climate change, Madam Speaker? A brief reply from the Leader of the Official Opposition. Fine, but neither the Bloc nor the Liberals nor the NDP have a plan to address climate change. Their only plan is to address taxes, to increase taxes. We have never reached our emissions reduction targets, so their plans have never worked. The member said that there will be exemptions. Well, when? We tabled a bill for exemptions. It never happened. We cannot trust the government or the very expensive Liberal NDP coalition to do what's necessary.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and obviously a little bit difficult task to follow the Leader of the Official Opposition, but I will do my best to carry on with our message with this NDP Opposition Day motion, which I also agree doesn't go far enough. It doesn't put a lot of the blame of the inflationary crisis that we are facing where most of it belongs, which is on government spending. You cannot say that CEOs and corporate Canada or global companies are the ones that are driving inflation when you have a federal government that has put in $500 billion in government spending, which is having a significant impact on prices that Canadians are facing all across the board. And I find it a little bit interesting that we have our NDP colleagues a little bit of schizophrenia, where every opportunity they have to support increased spending and tripling the carbon tax, they're voting with the government. And yet this motion today is trying to say that we are trying to make life more affordable for Canadians. And I thought it was interesting that the leader of the NDP yesterday in question period was having concerns about the rising gas prices, especially in his province of BC, where we see that fuel has hit $2.40 a litre. Well, that's kind of exactly what Liberal and NDP policy wants to achieve. They want you to have higher fuel prices. They want you to be forced to drive your car less. And I'm sure that works in many of the urban communities that my colleagues come from, where, on some days you can park your car, you can take public transit, you can ride your bike. Well, my riding is almost 30,000 square kilometers. Public transit doesn't exist. It literally does not exist in my riding. My constituents must drive their car. They must drive long distances to work. They must heat their homes, heat their barns in minus 40 degree weather in January. These are facts of life. These are necessities of life. These are not extravagant choices. This is what we have to do. But in response to that, our Liberal colleagues, and supported by the NDP, want to triple the carbon tax. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the agriculture sector and the impact that is having on our rural economies and rural Canadians. I would argue that rural Canadians especially our farmers and producers and ranchers, they pay the carbon tax over and over and over again. It was interesting, my Liberal colleague was saying that, well, farmers are price takers. The carbon tax does not have an impact on the price of food. That is true. They are price takers. However, when you triple the carbon tax, you're tripling the price of fuel. We've seen the price of fertilizer go up 100% last year. That does not include the 35% tariff on fertilizer from Russia and Belarus. That impacts hauling their grain, hauling their cattle, transportation to the terminal. All of those times, every single time, they're paying that carbon tax over and over and over again. And when the company hauling your grain or the rail company, they pass that carbon tax on to the consumer. Every time those prices go up to those transportation services or those commodity services, that is impacting the price of food. And that is why we have seen the cost of groceries go up more than 10%, the highest rate of inflation in more than 40 years. So I understand my NDP colleagues when they say that the CEOs in Canada should pay their fair share. I agree with that. Every Canadian should pay their fair share. And if there are loopholes, this government's been in power for 7 years, they should be holding taxpayers accountable for paying their fair share. And obviously they haven't done that. But to shift the blame from where it lies to other parts of the economy is disingenuous. And there was this interesting stat that came up yesterday during Agriculture Committee that I want to make sure that we highlight. And we've kind of heard it from my Bloc colleague, who I have a lot of respect for as well, that there is, climate change is real, but to put the price of fighting climate change on the backs of Canadian farmers isn't fair. Let's be real here, as my colleague was saying. Let's have an honest conversation about this. GHG intensity in agriculture is about 28% globally. Do you know what it is in Canada, Madam Speaker? 8%. Wow. 8%. We are tenfold better than any other country in the world when it comes to GHG emissions and GHG intensity in the agriculture sector in Canada. On the fertilizer issue, the Liberal government wants to have a 30% reduction in fertilizer use. As I said, grocery prices have gone up 10%. If the Liberals follow through with this policy, all I can say to Canadian consumers, you ain't seen nothing yet. When farmers have to see their yields go down between 30 and 50%, depending on what the commodity is, that means significantly lower yields and significantly higher grocery prices. That has nothing to do with the CEO of Loblaws. That has exactly to do with government policy put forward by the Liberals. Yep. But again, what makes that so frustrating is they are saying to Canadian farmers that you're not part of the solution, you're the problem. Again, Canadian farmers are 50 to 70% more efficient in our fertilizer use than any other country on planet Earth. And instead of being congratulated for that, instead of going around the world and say, hey, we are the gold standard, here's where everybody else in the world should go, we are apologizing. We are dragging our farmers down to where everybody else is. That is the wrong philosophy and certainly the wrong policy. And all you are doing is making our farmers worse off. It's more harmful to the environment, and food prices are going to go up. It's the triple whammy. So instead of doing the right thing and being a champion and advocate for Canadian farmers, you're going the exact opposite direction. But there are other policies that the Liberals have put forward that have made the cost of groceries and the cost of food go up. And I really want to focus on this part. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit to the carbon tax again. And my colleague from the Bloc brought that up. In the Agriculture Committee, we were talking about Bill C-234, a private member's bill brought forward by the Conservatives to exempt natural gas and propane from the carbon tax on farms. This is a critical piece of legislation that will ensure our farmers are able to remain competitive on the global stage. But the Liberals are arguing that we don't need C-234 because farmers get a rebate through C-8. But we now know from Finance Canada, their officials, that the average farmer will get about $800 back a year through that rebate.
Shame.
We know that farmers pay close to $50,000 a year on average in a carbon tax. When I asked the representative from Finance Canada, I said, how do you argue that the carbon tax is revenue neutral when you were admitting to me that the average farmer is getting about $800, $860 back? His answer, well, if we made it revenue neutral, that means that urban Canadians would have to subsidize that. Okay. So you're telling me right now that rural Canadians are subsidizing the carbon tax and wealth redistribution for urban Canadians.
Exactly.
Is what you're telling me.
Shame.
That is not what the Liberal policy on the carbon tax was. They said it was going to be revenue neutral. 8 out of 10 families were going to get more back than they paid for. Baloney. Rural Canadians are suffering and certainly paying significantly more in that carbon tax than other Canadians. And that's not what the Liberals are selling. So again, it's Liberal policy that is driving inflation and driving up the price of food. But it's going to get worse, Madam Speaker. Although we had a bit of a win this spring when we got the Liberals to back down on front-of-pack labeling on ground beef and pork, they're still going ahead with front-of-pack labeling on most other products. The cost of that is going to be $1.8 billion to the industry.
Who pays for that?
Who do you think pays for that? I can guarantee you Galen Weston at Loblaws is not covering that cost. I can guarantee you French's Ketchup is not covering that cost. They are passing that right on to the consumer.
Exactly.
Again, Liberal policy that no one asked for, that serves very little purpose, is going to be passing on $2 billion in costs to the Canadian consumer for no reason.
Shame.
Not to mention the United States has already identified this policy as a trade irritant. So not only are we upsetting Canadian consumers, we're also upsetting our number one trading partner, which is looking for every excuse possible to fight back against Canadian trade. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I appreciate what my NDP colleague is trying to achieve with this motion. And certainly there are many portions of it that we agree with. Certainly CEOs should pay their fair share. Certainly affordable food should be available for every Canadian. But the facts are the facts. And inflation is being driven by ideological activist policy by this Liberal government. And that should be the focus of this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and I share with him a lot of his concerns about what farmers are dealing with in this day and age, as well as all the inflation that is putting pressures on all Canadians. But one thing we're asking for in this motion today is to put a tax on the excess profits of big companies. We have the big companies like Loblaws, like Sobeys, have made windfall profits while Canadians are suffering. Big oil and gas companies, they talk forever about the carbon tax on the Conservative side, and they never mention the huge profits that oil and gas companies are making that are 10 times. They cause 10 times the increase in gas prices than the carbon tax. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on the comment that the CEO of Shell made yesterday, that he's saying, please tax us. We've made too much money. We want to help Canadians. And when will the Conservatives...
I'll get the honourable member to respond. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much to my colleague for his question. And as I said, we agree with portions of the motion about CEOs paying their fair share. And certainly, as we said, every Canadian should pay their fair share. But his colleague in his opening speech, the member from Cowshan, Malahat Langford, said, look, why are the Conservatives moaning about taxes all the time? Well, that's what our constituents are telling us every single day, that the tax increases by this Liberal government are punishing. Now, to answer my colleague's question, to increase a tax on Loblaws and Sobeys, how is that going to reduce food prices?
Exactly.
Just, do you think that increasing that tax on Galen Weston, he's going to turn around and reduce food prices?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Foothills for his intervention. I know the member opposite, we've met, and I know his riding very well. It's the riding in which my Alberta family lives. But I've since made my career in Hamilton for more than 20 years, and I have heard from the residents of Hamilton Mountain that they are concerned with the cost of living. It's tough to go to the grocery stores today, and I'm wondering if the member opposite would agree that it's good that we have this debate today, that it's good that the NDP have put forward this motion, because it's a complicated issue, and here we are, and this is important in this House to have this time to debate these issues.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Well, I appreciate the question, but I would argue that the Conservatives, especially under the leader of the official opposition, have been talking about affordability every day in this House for the last 2 weeks. So I do appreciate the motion brought forward by the NDP, but I think it's the Conservative Party that has addressed and highlighted Liberal policy, Liberal tax hikes, and planned new tax hikes are making life unaffordable for Canadians. Grocery prices are up 10%. I didn't even talk about interest rates that have gone up several points and have put thousands of family farms on the brink of possible foreclosure. And I can't imagine what that's doing to many Canadians. I've had certainly constituents in my riding who have said the interest rates have seen their mortgage go up $500 a month. Not many Canadians have the resources to cover that new cost.
Questions and comments? A quick question. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Foothills for his speech. It's sometimes ironic to hear the Conservatives defend Canadians, defend people, and the burden people are shouldering with rising prices everywhere. However, when we suggest that big companies and corporations like web giants pay their fair share, well, then the Conservatives are the first to stand up and oppose that. I'm also thinking about tax havens, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government is being criticized for encouraging or even creating tax havens. This is fair. But the Harper government legalized 18 tax havens by adopting regulation that allowed people to not pay taxes on profits in tax havens when the profits are brought back to Canada. So the Conservatives say that they want to give people money. This was a full minute. There was only time for 1 minute. A point of order. The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Point of order now.
I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that we did not go over our talking time for questions and comments. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, we should consider making it such that all parties respect their talking time. The Honourable Member can have that conversation with his party whip. I said that there was only time for a quick question. There was only 1 minute left. The member spoke for over 1 minute. There is no time left, but I will give the member for Foothills time to reply.
Brief answer, we are not the government. The Liberals are. If he has an issue with tax havens, he should take it up with the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, I'll indicate that I'm sharing my time with my highly esteemed colleague from Joliette, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Cochin, Malahat Langford, for having brought forward this very important topic in the House. It's of concern to many of our fellow citizens, the price of groceries. Inflation in the price of food is higher than inflation in general. Of course, there are nuances. And on that aspect, I will echo my colleague from King Hants, who spoke earlier. And this has to do with the question I asked of the Leader of the Opposition earlier. It'd be good, Madam Speaker, to be rigorous in our work. We shouldn't engage in populism in one direction or the other. Of course, the motion is important. We're going to be in favor of it. It's an issue we need to deal with. And that is why, over the course of discussions yesterday, we approved the motion. So I'm letting the Parliament know that this will be studied at the Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food in detail. It will be studied. And I'll confess that the changes that I wanted to make through amendments yesterday to the proposal weren't amendments to block the motion. They were amendments to not jump ahead to conclusions before conducting the study. And I find myself faced with the same issue today. It's the new trend to play word games with inflation in the House. There's one we're not allowed to say because it's the first name of the Prime Minister. There's different terms like greedflation. Coming up with terms doesn't solve the problem. If you say the same thing 45 times a day, that doesn't solve anything in this Parliament. It can just lower the intellectual level of debate in the House. However, studying this matter, looking at the significant profits that are being made currently by major agri-food distributors, that is the issue. So I think this is an important issue. That's why the Bloc Québécois will support this motion. However, it must be done in an intelligent fashion. This morning, you'll say, well, I think it's my colleague who put forward the motion who said that if they're attracting attention, it's because it's a real problem. The Canadian Retail Council, when they write to us and they say, be careful about how you do this, yes, we want to study the issue, but let's do it appropriately. And I think that's what we're being asked to do, and it's what we're supposed to do as elected officials. My bias is for citizens, people who are having a hard time affording their groceries right now. So I'll try to stay calm, but we're in a Parliament where there's lots of people who say all sorts of things and we're not doing anything. How is it that pensions aren't being increased as of age 65? The 338 members of this Parliament are very aware of the high costs of groceries. We have the privilege of having good salaries and it doesn't bother us too much. But when I go grocery shopping, I think of ordinary people, everyday people who pay their taxes. I think of the audits we're always doing on everyday people. These audits into people who might be in a retirement home. They're asked for their receipts and they're told it's not enough. They want a doctor's report to prove that the person has to be in a nursing home. The word that occurs to me is not parliamentary. I'm a caregiver and nothing is being done about tax havens. billions and billions of dollars for years that's been condoned. How is it that we don't rise up and do something about that? Let's go find half or a quarter of that money, and then we could redistribute it to the people who are most in need. Let's do it in an intelligent fashion once again. When I see us adopt programs like dental care, where there's a $100 bill and $650 are received, is that really intelligent? I like giving money to families, but will there really be an improvement in dental care? That's what I invite us to do. We need to be rigorous. We need to be diligent. We need to be intelligent. We need to be aware that inflation is widespread. It has a number of causes. COVID-19 wreaked havoc on supply chains. There's a labor shortage, a major one. And let's talk about food. Food is expensive, but the government is preventing our agricultural producers from working because they're not approving visas for foreign workers. They're doing the work that Quebec has already done. It takes 8, 10, 12 months, and crops stay on the field. Fields full of asparagus go to waste because workers haven't come. It's not because they don't want to or because there are no workers or because agricultural producers aren't prepared. It's because the government is incompetent when it comes to approving. And then food is more expensive. Well, yes. It's not just the big bad grocery stores. Not just that. But that is a factor as well. 80% of retail is controlled by 5 businesses. There's a real issue there. A number of groups have talked about that for a number of years. So work is being done to create a best practices code for retail in the area of food to prevent abusive practices. A major distributor that would require a small distributor to give X amount and say, otherwise I won't buy from you. The amount is given and then it's not sold. And then they're asked to be reimbursed for the amount that's not sold and they're supposed to go get what wasn't sold. Is that fair? I don't think so. But are all big business leaders bad? I don't think so. We need to be moderate. So that's why the committee study is important. And I commit to doing it diligently with the goal of protecting people against runaway inflation, to ensure that these people don't have to choose between groceries and food or medicine and gas. And when I spoke to the leader of the official opposition earlier, well, I said we need to catch on to something because some people aren't catching on. If you need help catching on, I can help you. Climate change. What have we had? Droughts, floods, major wind. In the spring, wind was so strong in Quebec. It's not something that was talked about on the news for a long time, but there are 100-year-old maple trees that have been destroyed. How long will it take to get them back? 100 years. So at a certain point, there will be a lack of products. And fruit and vegetable producers are dealing with pests. There's warm air currents that have been coming in because of climate change, brought in these pests that's affecting crops. There are fruits and vegetables that will stay in the field once again, Madam Speaker. Bees, I spoke about them in the spring. A record mortality rate for bees. Why? Climate change, parasites that kill colonies. Those parasites have longer times to reproduce. So we need to take action on climate change as a government. let's stop talking about all these taxes. I have 25 seconds left, so I will say once again, I mentioned to my Conservative colleague earlier, we can be intelligent and put in exemptions for grain drying because there are no alternatives. We can be smart about this. I call on us to be so. But when there's something that needs to be addressed, let's address it. And let's study this on the price of groceries. And if there's abuses, we'll have to take action. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. Canadians deserve answers. We deserve to learn why corporate greed is protected while Canadians pay more for food. This motion is a way to try and get some of those answers. Does the member agree that the Agricultural Committee should call the CEOs of the major grocery chains to come and explain their excessive profits?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut for the question. Of course, we agree that we should study this in detail, and we agree to invite these people. And I'd like to add something, to take this opportunity to say publicly that I love hearing her language. I invite her to speak it more often. What I wanted to say, Madam Speaker, is that we agree, but when they say we need to condemn greedflation, well, let's study it before we say that there's been greed. In the capitalism, there always is greed, but we need to see if there was abuse. And I think quite likely there is, but I don't want to say it today before studying it. Thank you. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé for his intervention. I'm looking forward to seeing how the Agriculture Committee goes about its study. It was good to sub in the committee when they were talking about air dryers this week and complexities around that. Most of the retail profit growth from Loblaws came from its pharmaceutical company, or its pharmacies, like Shoppers Drug Mart and Pharmaprix. So profit growth and the study of profit growth, where are the profits happening, could be part.
With interpretation, est-ce que c'est le problème avec
Is there a problem with interpretation?
Is it working now? Is it working now? Yes. So je vais demander.
I'll ask the member to start over.
The member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the translators for helping us through my lack of French knowledge. And thank you to the member from Berthier-Masquinongé for his work here this morning, but also his work on the Agriculture Committee. The study that the Agriculture Committee will be looking at, I'm hoping will look into the source of profits. And Loblaws has drugstore chains like Shoppers Drug Mart and Pharmaprix that actually have been the highest part of their profit growth through this, with the sale of medications, drugs that the drugstore provides, but also the transfer of food from restaurant sales to sales through the retail sector. So there has been a shift in demand, so that will also impact prices. And then, as he mentioned, with the climate change in California not supplying fruits and vegetables to Canada at the degree that they used to because of climate change impacts, are these the types of things that they'll be able to look at during their study? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Yes, that's the goal. That's why we need to do a serious study, to have a number of meetings that we can extend if necessary. But I think we have a duty to do things intelligently and look at the sources of this inflation. And we have a duty, I said it in my speech, but I'll repeat it. We have a duty to help the people who are most in need right now with money to deal with the shock, because the time it takes to analyze and take action, well, that could be quite some time, and people need to do groceries in the meantime, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I agree with my colleague on 2 points when we talked about government incompetence in fighting inflation and in dealing with the cost of living for everyone. And I also agree with my colleague when he talks about acting intelligently to provide quick answers. And I would say that would have meant voting for our motion to prevent the government from going ahead with its plan to increase taxes, which will increase the cost of everything for Canadians over the coming months. That would have been acting intelligently, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé has 1 minute to respond. Thank you. Acting intelligently in Parliament would be not repeating the same stupid thing 3 times in each intervention. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Madam Speaker, I think my colleague should apologize. I'm not a stupid person. I'm not someone who repeats things, who uses words like that. It's totally unacceptable. It's twice today that this colleague has used that type of discourse, and I think he should withdraw and apologize. I don't think the member said it was the member for Mégantic-L'Érable who repeated that. He didn't mention any names, so I'll allow his comment. But I would ask the members to choose their words very carefully. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I apologize if he felt personally targeted. I meant repeating the same thing over days and days and days. I don't think that advances debate. That was my intention. It wasn't to personally attack him. I hope that's clear. Now, acting intelligently, Madam Speaker, that might mean stop engaging in populism and saying, let's stop all taxes. And I'd like us to just hear an answer when a question is asked. I think that was okay. Madam Speaker, you can let me know if I followed the rules of the House. But acting intelligently means having full debates and listening to what others say. And it's also about keeping state revenue to help those most in need. There's a balance in all of that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The current motion calls for, and I quote, forcing CEOs of big companies to pay their fair share by ensuring that by closing the loopholes that have allowed them to avoid a $30 billion tax bill in 2021 alone, so that the corporate tax rate is actually lower now than when this government came to power. Madam Speaker, the $30 billion in corporate tax avoidance across all sectors referred to in the motion is, in fact, the difference between the statutory corporate income tax rate, so about 25%, and the rate that those companies actually pay, which is about 15%. But it's important to be careful with those kinds of statements because the gap between the statutory tax rate and the effective rate is not necessarily due to abuse. Parliament regularly adopts tax relief measures and tax credits to encourage good behavior, such as, for example, tax credits for research and development, tax credits for production technologies that increase productivity and help limit the effects of labor shortages, tax credits for clean technology, and the deductibility of contributions to workers' pension funds or group insurance. All of these credits lower the effective tax rate but do not constitute abuse or fraud. More importantly, to suggest that inflation is largely due to corporate greed and the fact that corporations are not paying their fair share of taxes is simply wrong and is demagoguery. I would also like to ask for a bit of decorum. I know that when we speak French in this House, they may not listen to us, but could they please at least be quiet so that we can speak? Thank you. Madam Speaker. So now the French speakers are adding to the noise. I would just like to remind members in the House that they must ensure that if they want to have discussions outside of the time for question and answers, well, they should have those discussions in the lobby. Now I will let the Honourable Member for Joliette continue his speech. So we need a fair and equitable tax system. It has to be progressive so that the wealthiest contribute to the funding of public services. And of course, this must also apply to corporate profits. Madam Speaker, we want a fair and equitable tax system, but I urge us to do much more to combat tax evasion and tax avoidance. The use of tax havens continues to grow because of lax tax legislation. Companies open subsidiaries in other countries, in tax havens, and they're empty shells with no real activity, and they're created only to avoid taxes. And then they record their income in these empty shells, and profitable companies are reduced to nothing the profits that they declare in countries with a normal tax system. So this is a reprehensible scheme, but they are often unscrupulous but perfectly legal. These legal schemes are known as tax avoidance, and we need to change the legislation and regulations urgently. As for wealthy individuals, they generally prefer more opaque tax havens to hide their wealth and income and thus evade taxes. And this kind of fraud is known as tax evasion. And we must not forget the use of tax havens by organized crime and terrorist groups. According to the World Bank, in 2016, there was more than 36,000 billion US dollars, so that's $36 trillion in tax havens. And the situation is likely worse today. According to Gabriel Zuckman, an economist, in 2017, as much as 40% of international financial transactions are estimated to have passed through tax havens in one way or another. The IMF estimates that the use of tax havens results in $600 billion in lost revenue for governments each year in corporate income tax and $200 billion in personal income tax. So that's $800 billion in all. As Anna Deneau, the specialist, reminds us, this shortfall is borne by all other citizens, either through higher taxes or by undergoing or having to suffer from austerity policies. Given their importance to the finances and activities of governments, tax havens are not just an esoteric financial issue. They are a major political issue. The public has an interest in their disappearance, and profiteers want them to continue. But as the IMF concluded, the richer the individual and the larger the multinational corporation, the more embedded they are in the offshore system and the more fiercely they defend it, and that has to change. Here, Statistics Canada reports that Canadian companies invested $381 billion in the top 12 tax havens in 2019. That's nearly a third of all Canadian investments abroad. In a 2019 report, the Parliamentary Budget Officer found that, and I quote, financial flows between Canada and certain countries are disproportionately large relative to their GDP, confirming that these sums are not actual investments, but rather accounting transactions aimed at avoiding taxes. Also in 2019, the CRA estimated that the use of tax havens by Canadian companies could deprive the tax authorities of revenues reaching $11.4 billion, more than 75% of which comes from large companies. This is 4 times more than what the agency estimated was lost for the use of tax havens by individuals in a report published the previous year. And this amount is probably largely underestimated. In fact, the agency only considered fraudulent or questionable schemes and did not count perfectly legal ones. I quote, the report does not measure the difference between legal tax avoidance from profit shifting, which is far more significant. The federal government is lax on fraud and abuse in the use of tax havens. Parliament votes more and more money to help the CRA deal with the problem, but it doesn't work. And the government is not content to be lax in its pursuit of tax evaders. In essence, the government has legalized the use of tax havens. So, unlike the NDP motion, which simply denounces the greed of evil corporations and blames them for inflation, the Bloc Québécois prefers a more constructive approach. An approach that specifically targets the problem of offshore tax avoidance through tax havens, and we propose 6 solutions. 1, amend the income tax and the income tax regulations, the Income Tax Act and the regulations, so that income repatriated by Canadian corporations from their subsidiaries in tax havens is no longer exempt from tax in Canada. 2, review the permanent establishment concept so that income booked in empty shell companies that Canadian taxpayers have set up abroad for tax purposes is taxed in Canada. 3, force banks and other federally regulated financial institutions to disclose in their annual reports a list of their foreign subsidiaries and the amount of tax they would have been subject to if their income had been recorded in Canada. 4, review the tax regime applicable to digital multinationals whose business is not dependent on a physical presence, to tax them based on where they conduct business rather than where they reside. 5, work to establish a global registry. Inaudible to the interpreter. And finally, take advantage of the global fiscal crisis created by the pandemic to launch a vigorous offensive against tax havens at the OECD with the objective of eradicating tax havens once and for all. That was my speech. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd really like to thank my colleague for his speech. I really hope that the Bloc Québécois bring all those points forward for their next Opposition Day motion. It would be a bit much if we included all that in ours today, but I think we totally agree with the member. I just want to bring up one example that I'd like to talk about here in this House because it shows how egregious these offshore tax havens are. There was a mining company, a Canadian mining company, had a big mine in Mongolia, and over the course of 5 years or so, it was facing $600 million in Canadian tax and $200 million in Mongolian tax. And what did they do? They opened a post office box in Luxembourg. Not an office, a post office box. They wrote to CRA and said, "Is this legit?" And CRA said, "Go for it. It's perfectly lawful. It's perfectly legal." And so they end up paying no tax in Canada, no tax in Mongolia, and $80 million in tax to Luxembourg. And it's legal. We've got to change this.
Honorable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague 100%. How it must change, but how can it change? It takes political will on the part of the government. The problem is that with the two parties that alternate in power, well, there is no will to change things. So when we compare Canada to other countries, that kind of a scheme that my colleague just described would not be possible. It would send people to prison, but here it's perfectly acceptable, or not acceptable, but possible. And, really, it has to change. It's a very big difference, and it takes the political will of the government to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity to listen to quite a bit of debate today, and I guess the overriding concern that I have is, in fact, the bottom line, and that is the constituents in which I represent and the cost of inflation with respect to food. And that is something that's so critically important, I believe, for all of us. When we look at the debate that's taking place today, I think the debate on the floor of the House of Commons here in Ottawa has an impact in itself. But I would suggest, and I would ask the member, does he not agree that the Standing Committee on Agriculture, who will be in fact now looking at this, in part because of this debate, that Standing Committee has great opportunity to ensure that there is going to be more accountability in terms of the cost of food in Canada today.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And let's look to the British Parliament for inspiration. So we heard in committee that the food distribution sector is an oligarchical enterprise, and so did they use their position to try to make their profits higher? Was there collusion, perhaps, that would explain the high profits? Well, the Competition Bureau can study that, and the House of Commons in Britain decided to do so, gave the Competition Bureau the job of finding out where the profits come from. And so I think it's our duty to give that mandate here to the Competition Bureau here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when I hear my colleague speak so vigorously, I always find it interesting. And when it comes to the Competition Bureau in Canada, what is it doing, and is it doing enough? Should we give stricter mandates to the Competition Bureau? Thank you. The member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague and friend for Beauport-Limoilou for all of the work that she does in this House, her excellent hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Competition Bureau is not doing enough. It is the government's role and this House's role to tell the Competition Bureau to do more to make a deeper study of competition. I'll give you the example of the sale of Rona to the American company Lowe's. And the Competition Bureau had power to act and did not use that. And to me, it was a sale that harmed the Quebec economy.
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first explain that I am sharing my time with the member from Nunavut today. Thank you. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on the motion in the name of my esteemed colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I want to commend him on his excellent advocacy on behalf of workers and producers in the agricultural sector. I want to also commend our leader, the member from Burnaby South, for his unwavering fight to force CEOs and big corporations to pay what they owe and tackle corporate greed that has gouged families in every corner of our country. As more and more people struggle to make ends meet, wealthy CEOs are raking in record profits. To make matters worse, workers' wages are not keeping up with these rising profits or inflation. The motion we are debating today is a logical and responsible response to alleviate the burden being placed on workers, families, seniors, and Canadians as a whole by closing the tax loopholes this government and their Conservative counterparts continue to support, allowing these already wealthy CEOs and big corporations to avoid paying $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone. After 7 years in government, the Liberals continue to allow the ultra-rich CEOs and large corporations to avoid paying their fair share, who, while making these profits, are stagnating the wages of workers and increasing prices. 7 years of promises to be there for people, to have large corporations pay their fair share, to instead to be where we are today, with large corporations continuing to benefit off the backs of everyday Canadians. While the Conservatives continue to make noise, they continue to prop up the ultra-rich while leaving people behind. The Conservatives will always have the backs of their wealthy friends, not those who need it most. While the new Conservative leader was minister, for example, the Conservatives cut the tax audit of the wealthiest and prioritized excessive CEO profits. While the Conservatives fight against children having dental care, they step back and prop up the Liberals to continue, as they always have, refusing to have those making the most pay their fair share. My NDP colleagues and I continue to fight for people, as we always have. Instead of sitting idly and continuing with the status quo of the rich getting richer, we continue to pressure the Liberals to make the wealthiest CEOs pay what they owe and to stop the price gouging they are doing to people. I want to take a moment and bring it back to look at what we are talking about exactly. While Canadians pay the price for rising food, billionaire Galen Weston, chairman of Loblaw, which includes stores like Superstore and Extra Foods, has increased dividends to shareholders from $118 million to $125 million by 2022. While shareholders reap the profits, more and more Canadians are having to cut back on the amount of food they buy. As a matter of fact, 23.6% of Canadians in a recent survey identified having to do so. We are not talking about Canadians having to cut back on luxuries here. We are talking about Canadians having to cut back on the basics: bread, milk, meats, fruits, and veggies. Canadians not having access to nutritious foods impacts us all. Prior to entering federal politics, my work was focused on the many symptoms of poverty and fighting for those who have the least to access their most basic human rights, such as a home, food on the table, and head-to-toe health care that they deserve. I worked front lines with those who are almost always forgotten in the decisions being made by this federal government. The decisions made here in this very chamber impacts the lives of Canadians in endless ways. Every decision is an opportunity to do better, and this is even more true at a time when so many are struggling to make ends meet. And children are among those most impacted by these decisions. In my riding of Nanaimo-Ladysmith, over half of children of lone parent families live in poverty. Over half. Imagine for a moment being a parent, working hard to provide for your children, yet regardless of how hard you work, the money coming in does not cover even the most basic expenses. To make matters worse, the cost of living continues to increase, leaving you further behind than you were when you began. I understand firsthand the frustration and hopelessness parents trying to give your kids the best start in life experience, yet feeling that all the systems surrounding you have set you up for failure. No matter how hard you work, you're always worried about how you're going to keep a roof over your head, healthy food in your kids' stomachs, and transportation even to school. Yet children in Canada who will one day be the ones to make decisions about our well-being are often an afterthought. There's no reason why children in Canada should not have access to healthy, nutritious foods. We know healthy foods are essential to the development and learning of children. Yet, while working in schools and having the honor to serve as a school board trustee, I saw too many children show up to school hungry. This impacted children in endless ways, seeing increased behaviors and challenges in learning. And now we know the number of children showing up to school hungry continues to increase. I'm thankful for the work of so many on the ground in my riding of Nanaimo-Ladysmith who continue to do what is best for our communities, despite the challenges that are being faced. I think of Nanaimo Food Share as one example, who continues to provide what they call good food boxes. These boxes are offered on a pay-as-you-can basis to members of the community and include 7 to 9 varieties of whole fruits and vegetables, all packed and provided by the hard work of local volunteers. I think of the Ladysmith Resource Centre Association, who offers a food recovery program that collects foods from commercial production and distribution channels and redistributes this food to those in need. We know those using food banks are disproportionately women, children, Indigenous and racialized individuals, and those living with disabilities. Loaves and Fishes Community Food Bank in my riding of Nanaimo-Ladysmith has distributed 2.4 million pounds of food valued at $6.5 million to people on Vancouver Island directly or through First Nation communities, nonprofits, food banks, and schools. Clearly, as Canadians, we carry on the deep-rooted values of taking care of one another. But the onus of responsibility should not be laid on the shoulders of members of our communities. We need federal leadership that prioritizes people first, not the profits of rich CEOs. The trickle effect of the lack of federal leadership can be felt at every level: provincial and territorial, municipal, First Nations, and even school boards. Our municipal and school boards, for example, should not be left to pick up the pieces where their government has failed with minimal resources to do so. Nobody benefits from this. It's not just the children who are impacted by this government's inaction. The number of seniors trying to make ends meet with low fixed incomes while costs continue to increase is also on the rise. In 2018, 12% of seniors in Nanaimo were living in poverty, and we know that this number has seen steep inclines since 2018. I heard from a senior recently who wrote to me and said, "I'm a senior who's just trying to live on a fixed income. Rent increases, cost of food, just too much to list. We were the people who helped build this country, and we need some help, please." There's also those who get up in the morning and head to work daily to provide for families and are also unable to make ends meet. It is sad to see so many working hard day in and day out and still struggling. This is just not right. The costs of so many struggling impacts us all in many ways. We know that as the number of people struggling to make ends meet increases, so does the needs within our healthcare system, as just one example. When we take care of one another and remain proactive with the ways in which we do so, we all benefit. It costs us all to leave people behind. This is why the motion we are debating today is so important. While so many are going hungry in our country, wealthy CEOs are making record profits. It is time we force CEOs and big wealthy corporations to pay what they owe so this money can go back where we need it most, back to people. It is time to launch an affordable and fair food strategy which tackles corporate greed in the grocery sector that includes a full investigation into grocery chain profits while increasing ways in which we can hold them to account for abusing their positions for gain. It is time to remember that the decisions we make today impact people and that nobody benefits when we line the pockets of the ultra-rich at the expense of Canadians. I'm happy to vote in support of this motion to do what is right for people, and I hope my colleagues in this chamber will do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Le secrétaire parlementaire de la
The Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the NDP for her speech and for her passion for this issue. According to the last speeches we heard, I think we talked more about inflation and tax havens. And we know that, in fact, when it comes to the price of food, the issue is more complex than that. And so this motion that was studied in committee, will it take into consideration more than producers, climate change, the labor shortage, the next generation of farmers, the impact of the illegal war in Ukraine, and all other factors that are weighing on the increase in food prices?
Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear that this issue is complex and there's many different factors that we need to be looking at. But I think right away, in response to the member's question, to a quote made by Jim Stanford, an economist and director of the Centre for Future Work, who says, when people spend more on shopping, it inflates supermarket profits, acting as a kind of trickle-down economy and transferring wealth from the poorest to the richest. The inflation we're seeing has not been caused by wages, Stanford said, or by workers. It is caused by greed. This is why this motion is so important, that we look at what's happening, we look at the greedflation that's happening around us, and start finally having those who are profiting off the backs of Canadians paying their fair share.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
I really appreciate the opportunity to ask my fellow member a question. I appreciate the enthusiasm of the speech, but I'd like to talk her to respond to a couple things. When corporations pay dividends, those dividends go to Canadian pensioners. And so we have to remember that a lot of Canadians rely on the income they get from their pensions. You'll hear no opposition from this side of the House on corporations paying their fair share. We believe that before we think about increasing taxes on Canadians, we should make the people pay the taxes that they actually owe. The question I have for the Speaker, Madam Chair, is the NDP willing to accept the results of the investigation that is going to Industry Committee or Agriculture Committee, or do they already have their mind made up because it's good politics? Because the average margins in the grocery store is about 2 to 4% net margins. It's been that way for about 10 years, and that's what it is right now.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. I hope that this is supported and goes to committee so that we can look at the results that come to us from witnesses and from those who are seeing firsthand the impacts. But what we know is that we currently have a system set up where we're lining the pockets of the ultra-rich at the expense of everyday Canadians. I can't reiterate that more than today. We're seeing that trickle impact. When I was in a level of government that was very local, you could see the impacts of federal inaction and how it trickles down to everyday people on the ground. And so we need to be flipping this on its head and starting to make choices that benefit workers, seniors, and children in our communities.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Among the inflation-fighting measures proposed by the Bloc are measures to help those who suffer the most from inflation, including retirees. Retirees have fixed incomes often, pensions. The NDP hasn't mentioned that. I think that the NDP cares about inflation too. I'm wondering whether we can count on the NDP's support to support seniors to have better quality of life.
I appreciate the emphasis on seniors, and I most definitely mentioned this. It may have been missed in my speech about seniors who are living off fixed incomes, who are feeling the burden of the cost of living continuing to increase while the income that they're receiving remains fixed and by far does not bring in enough to make ends meet. And so absolutely anything that we can do to provide seniors with the dignity and respect into their retirement, to ensure that they're able to put food on their tables, I'm in support of, and I'm happy to continue the conversation with my colleague from the bloc.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Big grocery stores are taking too much from struggling Canadians. Much of the time, the North experiences unique challenges. Unfortunately, the North is not immune to this issue. North Mart, owned by Northwest Company, reported net earnings of over $150 million in 2021. This is nearly a 10% increase from the year before. Canadians need answers. Shareholders profited from increased prices while families went hungry. In Nunavut, 1 in 4 households are severely food insecure. Food Banks Canada reported that many of these families are female-led. Food Banks Canada said in 2020, in Iqaluit, the cost to feed a family of 4 was roughly $1,721 per month. In Ottawa, that cost was around $868. That is almost double. No one should have to worry about putting food on their table. Nunavut have been past this breaking point for years. The current inflation has worsened the situation for my constituents. The Federal Nutrition North program is failing to make a meaningful difference. The price of bread ranges from $3 to $5, and in the rest of Canada, that price is less than $2. Subsidies from the Federal Nutrition North program should be going to families. Instead, it is failing to make a difference, as $103 million instead the $103 million program is failing to make a difference in the price of food. Grocery stores are using the money for their own interests. In return, food prices continue to climb. Nunavut deserve answers. Nunavut is being geo-discriminated against because food needs to be flown into communities. With no competitive regulations, food costs continue to climb with no intervention. Nunavut are forced to pay these costs because there are no alternatives. Without a competitive food market, costs will go unregulated. Southern companies line their pockets with the profit while northern communities go without. Northern retailers receive a subsidy for every kilogram of staple food they ship to northern communities. There are no rules about pricing. They are taking advantage of the money, and families in Nunavut are the ones who suffer. Climate change and corporate greed is making it more difficult for Inuit to have access to traditional foods. Declining caribou populations and increasing stress on other species is having an effect. By limiting what can be harvested, there is more reliance on food in grocery stores. Food insecurity in the North is the longest-lasting public health emergency in Canadian history. This problem is not a new one. It is a problem that continues to be ignored. Workers' wages are not keeping up with food costs. Children are going to school hungry. Food is a human right. Food is not a luxury. But the current price of food is saying otherwise. Change needs to happen. We cannot keep going at this rate. CEOs and big corporations are not paying what they owe. It is my community and others like it who are suffering. Corporate greed will not stop unless we make it stop. And an investigation needs to occur. The penalties for price fixing needs to be more strict. A slap on the wrist is not enough. One company should not have this much power. I thank poverty advocate Irene Brecken from Elliott Lake, who is a member of the riding of Algoma, Manitoba, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who initiated the class action lawsuit that brought this issue to light. Shipping costs need to stop being an excuse for the rising costs of food. We need to look at the root of the problem. Nearly 30 billion in taxes were avoided in 2021 by CEOs and big corporations. This is where the problem is. This is where change needs to happen. Canadians deserve answers. We need to support the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Action needs to happen. Data needs to be available. My community deserves answers. Without a competitive food mart, tinfoil can be priced at $64. Indigenous communities will continue to be at risk at this rate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable colleague from Nunavut for her incredibly important and unique perspective and sharing that with this House on this critical debate. You know, residents in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh are also concerned about the high price of groceries and also seeing the skyrocketing profits of grocery store chains. And I too applaud the work of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and specifically calling CEOs of grocery stores to testify. So I wanted to ask the Honourable colleague, what would be the first question that she would ask to the CEOs testifying at this committee? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his important question. The first question I would ask is how they formulate profits over prices, because prices don't need to be at the cost of profits going to CEOs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her intervention today. Over the summer, I actually had a chance to visit the Yukon. So I did go to the north. I did speak with some people who are farming up in the north, and I was actually blown away by what they're doing with very little compared to what we have here and where I'm from in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex in southwestern Ontario, where we have a plethora of agriculture and we're right in the heart of fruit and vegetable production. And what they were doing in the north was short of a miracle, really, for growing fresh fruits and vegetables, and I was impressed with how they actually do have a selection in the north. But that being said, with prices continually rising for inputs, whether it's fertilizer, whether it's carbon tax on the transportation to get the goods up to the north, that is where we're seeing increases at the farm gate. And I can speak from experience as somebody who is growing agricultural products right now, who's farming. I see my inputs going up, which means that I have to pass that cost on to the next person down the chain, who would be a grocer who's buying it to resell. So if I'm seeing a price increase, you're going to see a price increase at the grocery store. So I'm just wondering if the member cares to comment on what the government could be doing to help reduce some of those costs at the farm gate so that we can have more affordable production of food in this country.
Member for Nunavut.
The realities in Nunavut are very different from other northern territories like the NWT and the Yukon, so food production is quite different. I know that for Nunavut, one of the ways that improvements could be made is to better support hunters and harvesters who still rely on subsistence hunting, which they don't get enough support for. So I would definitely professionalize those kinds of systems where Inuit thrive in the Arctic and find a way to make sure that we're reducing reliance on government programs so that more individuals can be self-sufficient for the skills that they do have.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleagues have said today, part of the record profits of major grocers have been recorded because there are tax credits for R&D, other tax credits. I won't list them. That said, here's my question. It's a two-part question. If these tax credits allowed the North to have ways to finally have fresh, high-quality food at a lower cost, then should profits be reinvested in R&D? Would that be acceptable to my colleague?
To the member for her question. I was very recently in Greenland with other parliamentarians at the Arctic Parliamentarian Summit, and we had the great pleasure of visiting a greenhouse, a facility that runs on hydroponics, and it was such a great example of what can happen in Arctic communities. And I think that those kinds of examples, we need to model those kinds of examples. If they can work in Greenland, they should be able to work in Nunavut as well.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. I thank the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for this very important debate. Today, we have discussed our efforts to get Canadians access to affordable, healthy, quality food. We've talked about prices paid in the store. We've talked a lot about inflation. We've discussed tax havens as well. But I would like to speak about a different aspect. That is food on the shelves in grocery stores which come from Canadian farmers. Canadian farmers produce the best food in Canada. Our farmers and those in agriculture, they produce quality, nutritious food. Yesterday in this House, Madam Speaker, was the second reading of S227, which would establish Canada Food Day. There are many businesses related to agriculture in Canada, a host of businesses, very diverse ones. Today, I'd like to share with you some things I've learned from producers. Canada Food Day would be very important for my riding of Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. It will highlight and showcase the diversity and wealth of local products, which are fresh, ready to consume, nutritious, and high quality. The agri-food sector contributes substantially to the health, economic, and environmental well-being of Canada. We're all facing the same issues: labor shortage, transportation. There are recruitment challenges in the food industry and in the agri-food industry. Food producers and processors are important drivers of our economy. In fact, they make up for 130 billion of the GDP. They're also responsible for one in every 9 jobs. 1 in every 9 jobs are in food. Last week, I was able to celebrate a third-generation dairy farmer in my riding. We know, though, that it's becoming increasingly difficult to ensure that these industries last a long time, to find the next generation of farmers. Throughout the pandemic, farmers were ready. They stepped up to the plate to get Canadians the fresh, tasty food that they needed. The pandemic also had an impact because the pandemic renewed Canadians' trust and purchasing of local purchasing. In fact, over 90% of Canadians say that they look for local products in order to support the local economy and also to decrease transportation costs and impacts on the environment. We are trying to decrease food transportation. We're trying to have more local synergy and to buy local and eat local. These days, consumers want to know where their food comes from. They want to know how their food is grown or made, whether it's organic or not. We want to know what we're eating and how the food was made. Canadians want to renew their relationship with their food and where it comes from. Even the agriculture and agri-food sector has a lot to gain in this new relationship with clients.
It's something new that we didn't see in past decades. Direct ties with Canadians that fosters dialogue so consumers can make informed decisions in this area and the sector can target their investments. I think many consumers would be impressed to see the progress made on Canadian farms in recent years. I met another producer, a dairy producer, last week in my riding who's using robotics, using advanced technology to improve dairy production, to improve service, and to bring more products to our tables and our plates. Horse-drawn wagons, that era is over, Madam Speaker. Farmers are using the most advanced technologies to increase efficiency and to have sustainable farming practices. Thanks to technology, new horizons are opening up. In agriculture, just as is the case with other sectors of the economy, we must adapt. We must deal with climate change. We must innovate. We must anticipate climate change. Agricultural techniques allow us to deal with inputs like water and fertilizer and plan, so we do better procurement, which helps with production today. So farmers can reduce their impact on the environment by using fewer inputs. How to do better with less, Madam Speaker. Farmers now use drones to detect pests and where there's a lack of nutrients and where there are weeds. There's so many possibilities with this technology. Farms have also increased animal health and food safety. Many farms are using biosecurity measures that are very strict. Madam Speaker, we need to take into account all of these measures, not only what's on the shelf in the store that has the price with inflation. We need to take into account the whole supply chain, starting with our producers. They're doing better today with technology, but there's the labor shortage, climate change, transportation. All of these things have a direct impact on the price consumers pay. Many farms use biosecurity measures. For example, with pigs, you have to take a shower when you enter and when you leave to protect animal health. That's just one example. The responsible use of animal health products is another way that farmers keep their animals in good health while ensuring food safety. There are many restrictions that producers deal with, and we need to improve them. Farmers care about food safety and they care about the environment because it's essential for their success. More than ever, clients in the country and abroad want to know where food comes from. How was the food produced? What is the environmental footprint? How do we ensure that animals are treated well? Public confidence is precious. We need to find new ways to strengthen our relationship with consumers. That is why the act that would create the Canada Food Day is so important. Last year, the government took another measure to strengthen confidence by launching the Agri-Communication Strategy. This would bring Canadians closer to the world of agriculture. Agri-communication would help farmers talk about their concerns to Canadians. That's why I'm involved in my writing in consulting agricultural producers regularly to know how we can do better. The way they take care of our environment and their animals is as important today as it ever was. They're doubling their efforts to put in place sustainable practices, and this initiative allows us to gather more information so producers can know more about what consumers expect. Madam Speaker, thanks to the funding, an organization could prepare digital communication tools for consumers showing that farmers are fighting against climate change by putting in place crop rotation using clean technology, which I heard last week in my writing. This funding can also help a nonprofit organize a day to show people how producers are taking care of animals, soil, and water. To conclude, Madam Speaker, our government is working tirelessly to recognize food safety, to strengthen ties between farms and the table, to support rural producers, and to celebrate our wonderful products, and to ensure that all Canadians have access to the healthy food they need. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his first contributions today. I do have a couple questions. You know, he asked my colleague in the previous speech, you know, that there is some complexity to the food systems, and he brought forward an awful lot of suggestions and options and information in his speech. And I think as a member of the government, it would be fantastic if his government was to bring some of these things forward. What we're doing right now with the NDP motion is bringing forward 3 concrete steps that can be used that will help at this point. It's not going to solve, you know, the food crisis writ large. It's going to be 3 concrete steps that will go towards solving that for Canadians. And I'm just wondering whether he will be supporting this bill, and if not, which of those 3 very concrete steps, you know, it's not a comprehensive food strategy for all things, but which of those concrete steps is he opposed to if he won't be supporting this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you to my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, there are some elements in the motion that are already in a government commitment. We've already taken measures that are in place, but if my colleague is asking whether I will support this motion, I can tell you that yes, I want to support this motion because it's an important motion. It should be dealt with at committee. Is everything in it up to date? I don't think so. I really think, Madam Speaker, that we need to look at it point by point and show that the government has already made progress on some of these matters. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent speech. There are some things I can agree with you on in your speech, and I know that might be shocking, but he did say, and I agree 100%, Canadian farmers grow the best food and produce the best food in the world, not just Canada. And we need to be proud of what our farmers do day in and day out. They do take steps necessary for biosecurity, for ensuring the health of their animals, of their herds. These are families' livelihoods. This is what puts bread and butter on the tables of farmers, taking care of their land, being stewards of their land, caring for the health of their animals, and at the same time producing food to feed the world. And, you know, they do face a lot of labor challenges. We do have advanced technology. But what I find fascinating is that while the member opposite will say some of the things that he knows and thinks Canadians want to hear, the exact opposite is true in the policies of this government and how they are treating farmers. So I was wondering if the member could speak to why they continue to not support our farmers, not believe that they have the best tools to make the decisions for their farms, and not give them credit for the good things that they're doing on their land to reduce emissions and to reduce
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Hi, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased that my colleague is sharing the passion of farmers with me and to prove that they're there to do exceptional work. But we need to be clear. Our farmers are facing biodiversity they didn't face in the past. We need to adapt. This biodiversity is caused by climate change often. We're living through storms. I experienced floods in my riding. There are farms that were isolated by water. We've bought, or rather, billions of liters of milk were thrown in the river because they weren't able to be used. It's destroyed land. We need to deal with climate change as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker. And it's on this side of the House that we're taking concrete action on climate change.
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for bringing forward such a wide range of impacts on our food supply and also highlighting Food Day Canada, hopefully coming through Parliament, and the work of innovation. If, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member could maybe highlight the need for protecting our water supply, our climate, so that farmers can do their work that they do so well. An elder from the Indigenous community said that our climate crisis is actually a water crisis, and that impacts the cost of food that we're debating today. Could the honourable member expand on that, please?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, water is part of the climate crisis. Waterways are essential for our producers. It's with water that we produce food, and of course with climate change, we need to take the necessary measures with our government so that we can face this climate change crisis as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it almost goes without saying that we understand and we appreciate what is taking place in the communities in which we represent. The Prime Minister often tells us and reminds us that as members of Parliament, we want to bring the issues that are happening within our constituency here in Ottawa, and ultimately, whether it's to standing committees or the floor or within our caucus walls, to express those feelings that are taking place and the issues that are so important to our constituents. Madam Speaker, it is upsetting when you get a call or you're communicating with someone in one form or another, and they're genuinely and justifiably concerned about the issue of inflation. Food is not an option. We understand that, Madam Speaker, whether it's myself as an individual, or I would like to think all members of Parliament understand that. And we're concerned about the prices of food today. That's why it's really quite encouraging that we're having this debate, and I compliment the New Democrats for coming forward with this particular Opposition Day motion. I think even having the debate here on the floor of the House of Commons sends an important message to many of those individuals that might be exploiting the situation that is causing some of the inflation that we're receiving. That message is we as parliamentarians are listening to our constituents and are genuinely concerned about the issue of inflation, in particular for me personally, and I know for many others, the issue of food prices. We owe a great deal of gratitude, whether it's the lobster farms in Atlantic Canada, to our cattle and pork industries in the prairies, to our salmon and fishery industries out in BC, to the Arctic char up north. From coast to coast to coast, we have some amazing people, truly amazing. Through their efforts, not only has Canada provided the nutrition that's necessary, but we help in feeding the world, Madam Speaker, with quality product that is second to no other in the world. to recognize that, and then to see in terms of just the level of difficulty, for me, our prairie farmers have to put in to produce that wheat, for example. It has to be a love. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, often these individuals are receiving not much more than minimum wage. Some would argue even less than minimum wage. But they understand the important role that they have in our communities in many different ways, providing the food being that of primary. Madam Speaker, I don't believe for a moment that our producers are gouging in any way whatsoever. I believe that they are sacrificing in many ways. The constituents in which I represent that are going and doing the shopping understand that there at times inflation occurs. What they're concerned about is what they hear in regards to the news, or they'll see on the price tag of a product. Are they being taken advantage of? So whether you are a federal politician or a provincial politician, I think we all need to do what we can. We have recognized the importance of tax fairness, Madam Speaker, from day one. You know, we had a prime minister 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when we first came to office, that said that we want to ensure that people are paying their fair share of taxes. That's the reason why one of the very first things we did is we put a special tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%, Madam Speaker. The wealthiest 1% of Canada received an additional tax rate hike from the government. At the same time, we reduced the tax rate for Canada's middle class, Madam Speaker. And we are the only party that actually voted in favor. Not only did we introduce it, we voted, all of us in the Liberal caucus voted in favor of those measures. And we have consistently, from those two pieces of legislation, continued to support Canadians because we realize that we want an economy that works for everyone, Madam Speaker. That it's important that we support Canada's middle class. It's important that we support those that have the extra needs. And that's why if you take a look at budgetary and legislative action that we have taken over these years, including legislation that we just passed yesterday, you will see that we have had a very progressive attitude in supporting Canadians. And I could cite a number of examples. In legislation that we have before us, we just finished passing C-30, which enhanced the GST rebate. 11 million Canadians will get more money in their pocket to assist in combating or fighting inflation, Madam Speaker, because of that legislation. We have other C-31 legislation that's going to help individuals through the housing benefit, and I believe it's around 2 million households, Madam Speaker, where they're going to get additional money going to them to assist them in dealing with the issue of inflation. You know, we have the indexing that is taking place with the old age supplement and the guaranteed income supplement, Madam Speaker. In fact, on the OAS, because we know that there's a difference in terms of needs for someone that's 75 and abilities and additional costs, we're giving an additional 10% permanent increase, Madam Speaker. We take a look in terms of child care. The first ever national child care program with the objective to make it more affordable.
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in our communities, hundreds of millions throughout the country in order to support that program. We can talk about the dental program that we're bringing in terms of legislation again, C-31. Again, to put money in individuals' pockets so that they can ensure that young children under the age of 12 are able to get dental services, Madam Speaker, because that is not the case throughout Canada. These are all measures that I've listed, and there's more. When NDP talk about tax or the greed, the reality is that we've had budgets now where we have literally spent hundreds of millions of dollars through CRA to go after those individuals that are not paying taxes, Madam Speaker. We want to ensure that if you have a business in Canada and you're working in Canada, whoever it is that you might be, that everyone has an important role to play in terms of paying their fair share of taxes, Madam Speaker. And we take that very seriously, as I illustrated virtually from day one. The motion that the NDP have proposed today, many of those aspects have already in progress today. Some of it has already been done. But I do believe it is a good motion. I think this is a motion that will assist the Agricultural Committee. As parliamentarians, we want to do what we can for our constituents in ensuring that we are dealing with the issue of the cost of food, Madam Speaker. And I think that is a good, solid commitment that's coming from the Government of Canada, and I would thank all members of the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as often I have to educate the member from Winnipeg North about how the aggressive policies that this Liberal government has brought forward are hurting Canadian farmers. That the carbon tax in itself is escalating the price of food, increasing the price of production of that food, and creating food insecurity. When you look at what they're doing on reducing the need for fertilizer in this country by 30%, you're actually going to reduce production by more than 30%. Right. My question to the member is, why do they hate the Canadian farmer? Why are they creating food insecurity? And why are they going to force Canadian farmers out of business and supplant that production elsewhere in the world where they actually encourage the agricultural producers to grow more food?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell the member I love the prairie farmers. I love our farmers. In fact, we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars to support our farmers in regards to the environment. We are spending more money in the Department of Agriculture than the Stephen Harper ever did, Madam Speaker. When it comes, Madam Speaker, to
allow the honourable member to answer the question without heckling, please. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
The issue of price on pollution. Less than a year ago, that member, in fact, all members of the Conservative Party, were going around Canada to say, we support the price on pollution. Flip-flop, new leader, new position, Madam Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to hear myself think over the din of heckling coming from the opposition. But my question to the parliamentary secretary, earlier we heard our friend from King's Hants talking about maybe going a little easier on our friends in the corporate sector. And yet we see the CEO of Shell in the media saying we need to be taxed more. We need the government to tax us more. My question for the parliamentary secretary is this. It's on the principle of excess profits. Now, this is a principle that Canada once held, that during a time of national crisis, like, for instance, the Second World War, that it was inappropriate, that it was reprehensible for corporate entities to take excess profits, to make excess profits. Is this a principle that he believes is valid? Because we just got through an extraordinary crisis, we're getting through an extraordinary crisis as a country, unparalleled in recent memory, and yet we see certain companies posting record profits. and taking advantage of a situation.
To give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary an opportunity to answer.
Madam Speaker, actually speaks louder in words. We have the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, who's actually applied a special corporate tax for banks and financial and insurance institutions, Madam Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance, a government that has now made a commitment by, I believe it's the end of 2023, to end all oil subsidies that's taking place in Canada. Understanding, Madam Speaker, the issue of fair taxation is something in which the Prime Minister himself highlighted when we brought in our first piece of legislation that ensured that Canada's 1% wealthiest would pay more of their fair share, an increase in tax rates for Canada's 1%. By the way, the NDP voted against that, but that's okay, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
May I? Can we have silence so the Honourable Member from Beauport-Limoilou can ask a question? Honourable député.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. Near the end of his speech, my colleague mentioned the measures set up to fight tax havens and the costs of those. And according to the Minister of the CRA, they cost $1 billion. And so I would like to know how much that measure gave the government. Within 3 to 5 years, how much have those measures created in revenue for the government, knowing that Quebec has done a good job of getting more for lower investment? Thank you.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think one would have to look in terms of, I believe it's over 2 budgets. It's well over $1 billion that has actually been committed in the sense of that has gone to CRA to look at how we can prosecute, investigate, and so forth. The actual breakdown in terms of how many prosecutions are underway, and I think that's what's important. Sometimes prosecutions take a while to get through the court system, and hopefully there will be a lot of negotiated settlements. The point is that under this Prime Minister, for the real first time, we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in order to go after people.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by letting everyone know that I will be sharing my time with the member from Churchill, Kiwanituk, Aski. And before I start this speech on this very important motion today, I just want to apologize to the amazing interpreters of this place. I was just in a committee where we were having some conversations with interpreters and some of their representations of the work that they do here and the impacts that hybrid parliament have had on them. So I just hope all of us are mindful as we go through this process how precious our interpreters are to the work that we do, and that we should honor and respect them the best we can. But today we're really here to talk about fairness. And I've talked about it in this place before, and I will never stop talking about this until I leave this place. And that is the idea of having a bar of dignity in our country. A bar of dignity that we don't let anyone fall below, that we hold one another account, whether we're an individual or we're a corporation, whether we're part of a big family or a small family, regardless of where we're from and our age, that we commit collectively to having a bar of dignity that will allow people to live the best life that they can. So today's motion that the NDP has brought forward is talking specifically about that bar of dignity. We know that across this country, so many people are falling behind. We know they don't have enough food to eat. We know that they are unable to find somewhere safe to live. I am still saddened, disgusted, and shocked by how many seniors call my office from across this whole country, talking about how close they are to losing their home. How some of them, even as old as people in their 80s, are couch surfing from one family friend to another because they simply have nowhere safe to live. when I talk to parents, and they've come to me across my constituency talking about the fact that they don't have enough money to make ends meet, that they're making hard choices about what they're going to feed their children and whether or not they can make the basic necessities of their life happen. And Madam Speaker, I don't know about you, but I've lived through some very hard financial times. And as a parent, one of the hardest things about those hard times was saying no to my kids on things that I would regularly just make sure that they had. And that's what's happening in this country. Why we are talking about this bar of dignity is because we know at the same time that people in this country are worried if they will be able to feed themselves. I've talked to parents who are not eating their last meal of the day so that their kids have enough to eat for the whole day. At the same time that is happening, we know that CEOs and grocery stores are seeing huge returns. We're seeing people in oil and gas industry at the top echelon of that, making more profit than they've seen in over 30 years. So while the most vulnerable of us, the most hardworking, in my opinion, of us, the everyday people who do their jobs, they go to work every day, they come home, they are doing nothing wrong. They are doing nothing wrong. They are paying the price of inflation, and they are paying the price of the wealthy becoming wealthier. So we know that the CEO of Sobeys has been awarded a total compensation package of $8.6 million in 2022, which is up over 15% from the previous year. Now, I don't know about the rest of the members in this place, but I can promise from the constituents I talk to, they are not seeing their wages increase by 15%. They're not seeing that return of hard work that they are often providing so that wealthy people can get these huge, huge extra payments. They're not seeing it. And that's shameful in a country like ours. It's shameful. And so, you know, I keep hearing discussions from the Liberal side and the Conservative side about should we be giving people this little bit of money to help with their dental care. We're hearing that from the Conservative side. $500 just to help, one-time payment, just to help get through this next period of time. And I think that's absolutely essential. But what is so sad is when we're listening to both the Conservatives and Liberals talk about not addressing this issue of making sure that the very ultra-rich are paying their fair share. So we hear stuff from this side, from the government side, but we don't see that action. What we do see is reports like I saw just the other day of $30 billion that could have been brought to Canada to help with key important things like non-market housing, housing that seniors could afford to live in with their very limited fixed income, that people who are struggling one day to the next with different challenges would have a place to stay, a place to be home. We know that this is happening because there's tax loopholes. Madam Speaker, I bet you there's a lot of people across this country right now that are working very hard and they pay their taxes. They do it. They do it during tax time. I talk to seniors who have a little bit extra, they pay their taxes. I talk to working families, they pay their taxes. Why is it that in this country we have a system that really builds in these loopholes that allows the very wealthy who can afford people who understand these systems to get away with paying less? Why should the hardworking Canadians in this country pay more in terms of share than those who make so very much? So while this is happening and we see CEOs walking away with huge bonuses, getting incredible raises of 15%, having millions of dollars in annual income, we are seeing that 24% of people are cutting back on how much basic food that they buy. And that is real people in our communities that are having to make these hard decisions. And it's not fair. It's not fair. And I think we need voices in this place that are fighting for fairness, that are saying, hey, it isn't right that we're seeing this big disparity. We're seeing it grow every single year, where everyday Canadians are staying here and the ultra wealthy are rising and rising and rising. I hope that everybody in this place is going to support this, because this is about saying we're going to hold those who are making excess profit accountable. We're going to hold them to account, and we're going to make sure that they finally pay their fair share, so that the bar of dignity is there for all. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, we had an incident in one of my communities where some young people were out addressing people who are unhoused in a manner that is less than profoundly kind. And that just told me that as we don't fight this lack of fairness, we're allowing for things to happen in our society that we will have to live the long-term consequences of. It is hard for people who are unhoused, and it's hard for their loved ones, it's hard for businesses, it's hard for everyone. But we don't have a government that's taking it seriously in a profound way, and they're not taking the action to address fairness. I think it is really sad that we are now living in a country where eating without worry is becoming less and less of a reality. Eating without worry is now becoming a privileged place to be, and I think that's absolutely shameful and that we need to do better. Madam Speaker, there's things that we can do, and this motion provides it. We can strengthen the Competition Act. We know that in European countries, the competition law can fine people substantively. So we need to do that. We need to make sure there isn't the price gouging. And they've used it. They've used it to make sure that pharmaceutical companies are not increasing medication costs, especially, for example, cancer drugs. Right now, we have a competition law in Canada that has no teeth, that has no way of addressing this. So this bill is about accountability, accountability to the fairness, and the accountability to the hardworking people of Canada. So it's time that we put it in place, and I hope that every member in this House supports it. Thank you.
Then comments, the Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
And Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks this afternoon. When we look at the text of the motion, I think most of the members in this House would agree that the conversation around food inflation and pricing is an important one, but it seems to suggest that there's already a predetermined outcome, that grocers and CEOs in this country are absolutely price gouging. And when the member from Malahat, Cowish and Langford raised his point, I asked the question to him about whether or not there could be a correlation between the fact that many Canadians would have been buying groceries at home over the last year as opposed to eating out at restaurants, and that because of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing, prices could have been up, but grocery profits also could have been up because of the changed dynamic of how we were actually purchasing food and feeding ourselves over the last couple of years. Does this member think that there's a plausible rationale for why those two things are happening, or is it just her assertion that it's absolutely grocers are price fixing the system here in Canada?
A member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. And, you know, one of the things that I have talked about for many years prior to this job as well is that systems matter. They matter profoundly, because we can try to trust people and hope that people are doing the right thing all the time. And you know, I'm a person who usually believes that. I believe that most people have a good heart and they care about people. But without robust systems, we cannot assure that. So what this motion talks about is having that Canadian competition law, making it more assertive and aggressive and accountable for everyday Canadians. So we can speculate who's doing what, but until we have the system that holds people to account and systems to account, we'll never be at the place we need to be.
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Madam Speaker,
She's been trying.
To my colleague for her great speech full of compassion. I hear from my constituents on a regular basis too that they're having difficulties making ends meet, and it's not just Canadians right now. It's actually, we're seeing there's food insecurity across this globe actually, and if we don't have farms in Canada, we don't have food. If we don't have area here in Canada to produce food, if we don't have good policy to back our farmers up, we won't have food sovereignty in Canada. So we won't be able to feed not only just ourselves, we won't be feeding the world. So I'm just wondering and we will have a global food shortage. So I'm wondering if my colleague can comment on what support she thinks that we need to see from the government and what we could be doing to improve supports to our farmers to make sure that we can continue to have food sovereignty in Canada, have food security for folks so that they have available and affordable, nutritious food here in Canada.
Well, member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I really thank the member for this thoughtful question. You know, the area that I live in, we do have different farms of different sizes that do incredible work to feed our communities. And one of the things that's unique in our area is we live on Vancouver Island, and we have 3 days of food for people. That's it. So if there is any emergency, there is a lot of concern about what we're going to do to address that fact, that there's 3 days of food on the whole island for the people who live there. And if we can't get food into our communities, it's going to have a profound impact. So part of the solution, I believe all levels of government has to be working with farmers to make sure that they have a robust ability to do their work. I know that in my riding, I went to visit a farmer not too long ago, and of course on Vancouver Island, we're seeing drought, which we've never ever seen before. And one of the things that the farmer showed me is she dug a significantly huge hole so that during the winter it filled up with water, and she was able to keep all of her produce watered from that hole even during the drought. So she talked about how we need to do more work on those sort of innovative solutions.
La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the member for North Island Powell River on her speech. Sorry for forgetting the riding name. Her speech was very empathic. She has so much empathy and sensitivity. I totally agree about fairness, equity. We need to have empathy toward regions and groups which are struggling more than others. We also need to make big corporations accountable. We need to hold them responsible, especially with taxes. No government has been able to fix the problem of tax havens and tax avoidance. $381 billion disappeared in tax havens abroad. Now, it's all well and good to help those who are struggling the most, but wouldn't my colleague agree that big companies shouldn't be able to take advantage of these tax loopholes and tax havens?
It's got to be a short answer, but I just appreciate the member's question so much, and I couldn't agree more. The bar of dignity in this country is based on our capacity to take the ultra-wealthy and make them accountable, make sure they're paying their fair share. We're not asking for more. We're asking them to pay their fair share like most Canadians do in this country. Thank you.
During debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to talk about our NDP motion proposed by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, that urges this House to recognize the struggle and the pain that Canadians are going through right now. The reality is that excessive corporate profits, that out-of-control inequality is harming our country. These excessive corporate profits are fueling inflation. A government that cares for its citizenry would have done something about it. And sadly, we're not seeing that from this government. A government that cared about the struggle that working people, that families are going through, would have requested an investigation into the predatory behavior of grocery store chains. But not only did we not see that, it's the same government that actually preferred to buy these grocery chains fridges a short time ago. Unfortunately, that's how it's been with this government, the Liberals, preferring empty words to real systemic change, preferring to actually be there to support their rich friends rather than holding them accountable and making them pay their fair share. It's time for the wealthy to pay their fair share in Canada. It is clear that we can simply not afford to do so. Every tax loophole, every avoidance scheme is money that's taken out of the pockets of working people, of the most vulnerable in our country, and it keeps them in poverty, and it holds our country back. It is a choice made by this government and governments before it to keep people poor, to keep people marginalized, to keep people divided. All the while, the rich are laughing all the way to the bank. It is clear that Canadians are angry. Many of them are increasingly also hungry. They can't afford their next meal. They don't know how they're going to feed their family. And all the while, rich CEOs in our country are gouging them. There's only so much to squeeze out. It's hard to even call what's in our current system loopholes anymore. These are by design. We're talking over $30 billion in tax avoidance in 2021 alone from only 123 corporations. That's $30 billion in the pockets of the already obscenely wealthy. $30 billion that could have been invested in communities across our country. Let's be clear, this is a choice. And it's a choice with disastrous effects on Canada. In August 2022, the price of the grocery basket rose 10.8% in 1 year, exactly twice as fast as people's wages. Meanwhile, the Sobeys CEO has been given a total compensation package of $8.6 million in 2022, an increase of more than 15.5% over 2021. This is a choice our government has made, and it is clearly not a good one. The choice by this government to cover their eyes and avoid helping Canadians struggling has left 9 out of 10 Canadians tightening their budgets, as if there was room for many to do so. Almost a quarter of Canadians are buying less food. We need to call this for what it is, a crisis, and it's been a crisis that's been growing for a long time for far too many people. It's only now that the Liberals are noticing. But while the Liberals aren't offering any real solutions, and neither, of course, are the Conservatives, despite all their bluster, there's an important distinction to make. We in the NDP will work with anyone if it means getting results for Canadians, if it means real results for people struggling to get by so they can get the support they need, whether it's making the rent, getting dental care, affording the most basic necessities. When the Conservatives and Liberals team out, watch out, because it is the little guy, working people, Canadians on the margins, that are getting screwed. They may sit on opposite sides of the House for the TV, but when it comes to it, Liberals and Conservatives have a track record for going to bat for the ultra-rich in Canada. This is the real coalition government in our country, one run by the wealthy and for the wealthy. It allows the Liberals and Conservatives to block meaningful change, whether it's to end the housing crisis facing Indigenous communities, stopping the billion-dollar giveaways to big oil, or ending the ability of telecom companies to screw Canadians over time and time again. And it's perfectly in character for the new Conservative leader. Don't forget, it's the same Conservative leader who wants to give a $567 million gift to corporate CEOs at the expense of workers who will see their EI benefits and pensions cut. So much for standing up for working people. Not surprisingly, he has already voted against the minimum wage increase twice. The question is, why is the Conservative leader putting the interests of wealthy CEOs ahead of workers? So what should we, as parliamentarians that are supposed to be acting in the best interest of Canadians, be doing next? We need to find solutions and act on them to end the unfair tax system. We must place a priority on fixing the tax gap, as highlighted by Canadians for Tax Fairness earlier this week. First, we must raise the corporate income tax rate. It's only 15% today, and with all the loopholes available to corporations, it's clear that they can easily, and they are easily, avoiding paying that tax. Increasing the basic tax rate is a solution to tackling inequality in our country. Second, we must implement a minimum tax on book profits and take inspiration from what our neighbors to the south are doing. The U.S. Inflation Reduction Act passed this measure that will be a check on corporate exploitation of tax loopholes. It is essential in ensuring that we close the tax gap. Had Canada had a 15% minimum tax rate in 2021, we could have increased government revenues to fund essential services by over $11 billion. And third, we must close the capital gains loophole. Finally, income must be taxed as income, whether it's for rich shareholders or working class Canadians. It is a matter of basic fairness. Doing so, it would go a long way in fixing the housing crisis that many people on First Nations and Indigenous communities face. It would go a long way in ending the crisis in our emergency rooms and hospitals. It would go a long way in lifting people up across our country, in every community across Canada. The reality is that Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. Those of us connected to community hear this day in and day out. In regions like mine, people don't have more to give. As somebody who represents one of the poorest parts of Canada, people are already set back and are only being set back further. I've heard from many Indigenous people who'd already been struggling to make ends meet, to afford some healthy foods in their communities, that things have only become worse. I've heard from working people across our north for whom access to basic services are already limited, that times are increasingly tough. I've heard from families who don't know how they're going to pay for a Thanksgiving meal with their children. The reality is that we as MPs aren't just here to talk about the difficulty people are facing. We're here to act on their behalf, to act on the solutions that many have said are right in front of us. And that starts with showing some political will we've yet to see from Liberals and Conservatives. Political will that prioritizes taxing the rich. Political will that requires looking into why so many corporations, including supermarkets, made a killing during a pandemic, made sure that their CEOs got off with major bonuses and income, only to see Canadians set further and further back. We're not here to just talk, we're here to act. And that's why I'm proud that we in the NDP have put forward a concrete plan in today's motion to act on ending inequality in our country, to act on the affordability crisis that many Canadians are facing, to act to end the greedflation that we're seeing, aided and abetted by this Liberal government. Let's no longer sit by. And on the eve of Thanksgiving, on the eve of families coming together, however they do, to celebrate being together over food, let's make sure that we are taking actions so that they can afford what they need, what we all need to move forward. It's our responsibility to act now. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the member in her speech referenced the political will of the Conservatives and Liberals. I would encourage her to have a little more optimism, to assume that there is no political will on this side of the House with regards to this motion. I certainly am very much interested in it. I do agree with her that I believe it is a well-crafted motion and that it hits on a number of things. There might be a couple words or terms in here that I don't agree with, but I certainly agree with what the NDP has put forward. My question to her is, I know she speaks specifically, or the motion speaks specifically about the grocery sector, but I'm curious if she can highlight any other sectors that she believes should also be looked at other than oil, which is, I think, a very obvious one. Are there other sectors that the NDP believe we should be looking at?
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Cowattanucaski.
Well, I appreciate the openness of the member, and I certainly hope it will result in the Liberals supporting our motion and, more importantly, acting on what's in our motion. It's been disappointing so far to see the Liberal Party that has claimed to stand up for the middle class not actually take bold action when it comes to taxing the rich, which we know is a a critical step in standing up for the middle class, reinvesting in our social programs and the social safety net that is essential to greater equality in our country. And so, we believe that it's important to act on the recommendations in the groundbreaking report by Canadians for Tax Fairness. It's not a quick fix, but there's clear steps we could be taking right now to close loopholes, to tax capital gains, to increase the corporate tax rate, which would obviously apply to not just grocery chains, but all sectors that have been we've seen record profits during the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Regina Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to take my feet today on behalf of the constituents of Regina Louvain and ask a question to my NDP colleague. I listened to her speech very intently, and one thing she talked about mostly throughout her speech was how the government could get more money, how the government could collect more money, how the government could be more greedy and take more money from taxpayers and not put it back in taxpayers' pockets. And she's talked about concrete actions that can be done to help Canadians. There's not a lot of concrete actions in here. There's do a study, make a plan. But when we brought forward a motion a couple of days ago to lower taxes for all Canadians, to make sure they don't get triple the tax when it comes to the carbon tax, to make sure they don't get taxed at their paychecks when it comes to EIs and CPP, they voted against that. So my question is, how far has the NDP fallen? How irrelevant are they going to become? Basically as irrelevant as Blockbuster Video if they don't stop taxing Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Coaticook, Askey.
Just had to compose myself there, Madam Speaker. As somebody that grew up with Blockbuster Video, I'm not sure that the member actually listened to my speech, because what I was talking about was taxing corporations and the rich, and maybe he didn't hear it because the Conservatives seem to be largely allergic to wanting to tax the rich and tax corporations, something that they didn't do when they were in power a few years ago. So concretely, we point to the groundbreaking work of Canadians for Tax Fairness that talked about the $30 billion that corporations didn't pay in taxes, $30 billion that could have and should have been invested in Canadians. And I will say there is a double standard in this country. Working people are expected to pay their fair share of taxes, while the richest among us get away scot-free. While it's time for the Conservatives to get on board with the idea that there should be tax fairness for everybody, including their rich friends who are clearly not paying their fair share of taxes. I invite the Conservatives to support our plan to tax the rich and lift Canadians up during these hard times.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Some governing party members this afternoon have bragged about a windfall tax on banks and insurance companies. Yet the UN Secretary General has called for the same windfall tax to be placed on excess profits of oil and gas companies that are gouging Canadians at the pump in the midst of a climate crisis. Can the member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski, comment on the importance of the governing party following this call?
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski, 15 seconds.
Well, thank you to my colleague for this important question. I mean, it's bad when Shell is out there saying that oil and gas companies should be paying more in taxes. And instead of hearing actually the Liberals listen to them or anybody else that has said that the time is now, not only in terms of tax fairness, but also tackling the climate crisis, this is we need to step up.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Good morning, Madame la Présidente. Nice to see you this morning. Nice to see all my wonderful colleagues as we debate today the opposition motion from the Democratic Party. And Madame la Présidente, as I begin, reading this opposition motion, it struck me that there were many things in it that related to what's called corporate concentration. And as most of my colleagues know, and I think almost everyone knows, I'm someone who grew up in small town Canada and son of immigrant parents who worked hard, who saved, provided a great future for their family and their children, but who then went to university and then worked on Bay Street and Wall Street for over 20 years of my life, and I'm a person who really is a big supporter of capitalism, a supporter of free markets. That has lifted the tides, literally billions of people out of poverty across this world. But I'm also one who will call out what's called crony capitalism, who will call out excess corporate concentration, who will call out practices that I deemed are uncompetitive and that are detrimental to consumers and individuals here in Canada and across the world. And I give one example that I thought of with this is that, first off, Madame the President, I do wish to remind myself and the honourable members that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Hamilton Mountain. One thing I wish to say, when I did work in New York City, there was a point in time where there was an announcement that the Canadian banks would merge, that we would go from the five big banks, as they're referred to 3. And at the time, there were arguments put forward that they needed to compete with the U.S. banks and in size, and they were too small, and they needed efficiencies. And a Liberal government under that time, under the then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin subsequently, said no. And I think back to that decision, how important that decision was to today. And there's some members in the House currently that were members of Parliament during that time. And just how anti-competitive that would have been for the Canadian marketplace. So when we think about corporate concentration and we think to today, that's why the Retail Council of Canada and the, I forget the acronym, working on a retail code of conduct for our retailers. Now, in other jurisdictions like the United Kingdom, it's much easier to do because you can do it at the federal level of government, and that's that. Here in Canada, we have a fiscal federation. The federal government must do it in unison with all the provinces. Our Minister of Agriculture is working prudently and expeditiously with the provinces. So we have a retail code of conduct to deal with a lot of the issues related to corporate concentration in the Canadian marketplace when it comes to retail. We, in a prior budget, also introduced, under the Minister of Innovation, the Honourable Member from Shawinigan, and my dear friend, introduced changes to the Competition Act. And these changes, when I was looking up, related to wage fixing, drip pricing, private right of access, abuse of dominance allegations, expanded information gathering powers. These changes, I have argued for a very long time, we need to give the Competition Bureau more teeth, more resources to ensure we have a competitive marketplace in a number of our industries. It's very important, Madame the President, that we as a government undertake these policies because corporate concentration is an issue. The White House, the Biden administration, actually has a competition council that they set up, led by Janet Yellen, to deal with these issues. I would say that we are treating this as serious as the Biden administration. It's very important. It showed up in changes in relation to our budget with changes to the Competition Bureau. And if you go to the August 8th, 2022 release from the Competition Bureau, it's a nice, wonderful summary of the changes in place that are being recommended to ensure we have competitive practices. If you look at the continuum of our agro-food industry, when I first joined Parliament, we had the Barton reports that were developed for our government identifying industries of growth for our economy. The agro-food industry was one of them. Well, the agro-food industry, as many of us know, is a continuum. There are farmers, there are processors, there are retailers, there are distributors, and we need a competitive farm place. We need our farmers being rewarded for the product they produce. We need our processors having the resources they need in terms of laborers, workers, and so forth. And again, we need a competitive marketplace. But we also need a competitive retail marketplace for our agri-food industry to sell in. And we've seen issues come to that. I know the motion identifies the issue with bread price fixing, which occurred a few years ago. We need to ensure a competitive marketplace, Madame Kaiser. When it comes to the idea of inflation, je veux remercier Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to elaborate on the measures the government has taken. Our government is well aware that we're going through a period of high inflation throughout the world. Canadian families feel it when they're filling up on gas and doing their groceries. We know it's not easy.
Period of time. Toutefois, il demeurait que le...
However, Canada compares advantageously
with regards to the inflation rate, and that we're actually doing better But still, we need to help Canadians. And that's what our government is doing. I'm glad to see the opposition join and assist us with regards to passing the C30 and hopefully C31 with regards to the GST.
I'd like to remind this House that inflation is a global phenomenon due in large part to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the COVID-19 pandemic, and China's COVID-0 policy. Madam Speaker, there are things that we can do even though it didn't start here. We are helping Canadians with measures that total $12.1 billion to make life more affordable for millions of Canadians, to help them make ends meet and meet the needs of their families. Madam Speaker, our government has introduced a plan to make life more affordable for Canadians throughout the country. Our government last month tabled two bills, C30 and C31, to put in place important measures to help Canadians. Bill C30 would double the GST credit for 6 months. The credit is for low and modest income families. There are payments in January, April, July, and October. The payment would start in July. The GST credit is indexed to inflation annually based on the Consumer Price Index published by Statistics Canada. Madam Speaker, doubling this credit would offer additional assistance of $2.5 billion.
Million Canadians. Les Canadiens célibataires.
Single Canadians without children would receive up to $234 additional dollars. A couple with 2 children would receive up to $467 additional dollars this year. The additional amounts for the GST credit would be paid before the end of the year. For all beneficiaries of the GST credit.
This GST payment, please file your taxes. We know there are about 10 to 12% of Canadians that actually don't file taxes. I encourage those Canadians, please file your taxes. That's how you receive so many credits and benefits that our government provides and that will help you and your families, Madame la Présidente. Again, $2.5 billion, you can let me know when I can finish, $2.5 billion, 11 million Canadians that will be assisted. Madam Speaker, our government continues to help Canadians, and we delivered on a $27 billion over 5 years transformative early learning and childcare system for Canadians. I know it's going to help my family in approximately a month and a half when our little daughter enters childcare. It's something great. It's high quality childcare, and it's something to. The first province that signed on was British Columbia in July 8, 2021. So 2021. The federal government's plan for affordable and high child care was signed by the government of BC. It came into effect. We're receiving reductions in their child care prices. Again, benefiting families in British Columbia, my home province where I grew up. And these are after-tax dollars that families are savings. And that is a big help to those families. In addition, Madame la Présidente, in my limited time remaining, we're aiming to create 250,000 new child care spaces across Canada with these agreements with provinces and territories. Madame la Présidente, as always, I look forward to questions and comments. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge for his remarks. He noted a number of current government initiatives that he feels address some of the affordability challenges that we're seeing out there in Canada, and yet all of the measures of economic inequality show that that phenomenon is heading in the wrong direction. I wonder if my friend would agree, first of all, that economic inequality is something we want to see reduced, and further, whether he can discuss what it means that all of the initiatives to date from this government have failed to reverse the trend of worsening economic inequality.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. As I would wish to say thank you to the Honourable Member from Skeena-Buckley Valley. That is the riding or area which our parents, my family, immigrated to 50-odd years ago, and I grew up in, so it's something, just a beautiful part of Canada. I will say there's a measure called the Gini coefficient, which measures inequality in our country and throughout the world. It's a standard measure used by economists. And actually, Gini coefficient's actually improved in Canada. We've seen less inequality by a number of measures, and we've actually, on a very tangible basis, lifted hundreds of thousands of children and families out of poverty since we came into power in 2015. The Canada Child Benefit, the OES increase, the GIS increase, 2 middle-class tax cuts. Madame la Présidente, our goal is to drive inclusive economic growth, and that's exactly what our government is doing. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
And thank you to my colleague and my neighbor next door to my riding. And so here's my concern. In my riding of King Vaughan, we have 41,000 acres of farming, nurseries, and tree farms, which help with carbon capture. The region is also home to the Holland Marsh, which is a recognized producer of significant percentage of vegetables grown in this province. Unfortunately, due to the high cost of the added carbon tax, which has increased operational cost to all our farmers, it has impacted the cost of production. When is this Liberal NDP government going to recognize that punishing farmers is not the way to go? Without our farmers, we have no way of feeding not just our country, but the world. The survival of humans depends on the survival of our farmers. Thank you.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and to my friend and neighbor in King Vaughan. Great to see the member today. I will say very simply, I am a big supporter of the agri-food industry and the whole continuum of the agri-food industry in Canada. We must put in place always policies that support our farmers, whether they are grain farmers or chicken farmers, or beef, dairy. We were there. I visited many of these farms in the area that the member has identified, and we need to be there to continue to listen, to consult, and to work with our Canadian farmers from coast to coast to coast.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Kent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for his really important remarks this afternoon. As I mentioned in my remarks earlier this morning, I said that I had concerns with the way that the text of the motion was reading, such that it was almost that the Inquisition had already happened, that there was absolutely corporate greed, and that there is price fixing in our grocery market here in Canada. I asked the question to some members of this House whether or not maybe the fact that Canadians were buying more groceries from the grocery market as opposed to restaurants, maybe because of the high amount of pharmaceuticals that were being bought during the pandemic, or the fact that some retailers such as Sobeys, Loblaws, and others were actually helping administer vaccines, that could help account for some of the corporate profit and higher prices that we've seen. Does the member opposite think, or does the member opposite, my honourable colleague, think that this particular question might be a little bit more nuanced than the NDP is putting in the motion today?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from King's Hat and my colleague, not the member opposite, of course, for the question. What I would say this, during COVID-19, all the restaurants were closed. Canadians shifted their spending habits. And I think the real factor when we look at how corporations are doing, and in the days that I worked in the 20-plus years, is look at their what they call their EBITDA margins, their operating profit margins, cash flow metrics, to actually see, if it's just a large bump in revenues from Canadians shifting their spending habits, translating into, yes, higher profits, but actually their margins staying the same. Obviously, like I said in my remarks, the changes to the Competition Act with the Competition Bureau are very, very important. Crony capitalism has no place in my world, has no place in our society, is detrimental to consumers, and we always need to tackle that, and we need to have better enforcement measures for the Competition Bureau. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to address this topic. The inflation we are experiencing is a global phenomenon, and unfortunately, Canada is not immune. My riding of Hamilton Mountain is not immune. We know Canadians are feeling the rising cost of living, particularly through higher grocery bills, rent, and gas prices. While this motion calls for many measures that the government has already done or is actively doing, we do welcome the opportunity to highlight our work to support Canadians and describe how we will continue to do so. The government is helping families weather this global challenge through our affordability plan, a suite of targeted measures totaling $12.1 billion in new support this year to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. This plan is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians who need it the most, when they need it the most, without adding fuel to the fire of inflation. Speaker, the government's affordability plan is particularly targeted to help address the needs of low-income Canadians who are most exposed to inflation because of investments our government has already made in the last 2 federal budgets. Many of the measures in our affordability plan are in place right now to help Canadians. In Budget 2021, our government enhanced the Canada Workers Benefit, putting as much as $2,400 more into the pockets of low-income families starting this year. Many recipients have already received this increase for support through their 2021 tax return. This enhancement of the Canada Workers Benefit is extending support to about 1 million more Canadians and helping lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty. We also implemented a 10% increase to old age security for seniors over 75. That began in July this year. This is the first permanent increase to the OAS pension since 1973, other than adjustments due to inflation. It will strengthen the financial security of 3.3 million seniors, providing more than $800 in the first year to full pensioners automatically. In addition, our government continues to work with provinces and territories to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Thanks to an historic investment of up to $27 billion over 5 years, regulated childcare fees will be cut by an average of 50% by the end of this year. We also increased the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour and indexed it to inflation, making it now $15.55 an hour. Furthermore, the key benefits that Canadians rely on, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, old age security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, already indexed to inflation. These measures are providing real and much needed to support to Canadians right now, although of course we know there's always more to do. Speaker, through our new legislation, our government has tabled Bill C-30 and Bill C-31. We are proposing to provide $3.1 billion in additional support in 2022 on top of the funds previously allocated in Budget 2022 to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. This includes doubling the GST credit for 6 months, which would provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted support this year to the roughly 11 million Canadians who already receive the tax credit. Single Canadians without children would receive up to an extra $234, and couples with 2 children would receive up to an extra $467 in their pockets this year. Seniors would receive an extra $225 on average. Providing a payment of $500 this year to 1.8 million low-income renters who are struggling with the cost of housing through a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. This more than doubles our Budget 2022 commitment, reaching twice as many Canadians as initially promised, and will be in addition to the Canada Housing Benefit currently co-funded and delivered by provinces and territories. And third, providing dental care for Canadians without dental insurance earning less than $90,000, starting with hundreds of thousands of children under 12 this year. Direct payments totaling up to $1,300 per child over the next 2 years for dental care services. This is only the first step outlined in the Supply and Confidence Agreement to develop a national dental care program. Taken together, here's what the affordability plan looks like for Canadians that we represent. A couple in Thunder Bay with an income of $45,000 and a child in daycare could receive $7,800 above their existing benefits in this fiscal year. A single recent graduate in Edmonton with an entry-level job and an income of $24,000 could receive an additional $1,300 in new and enhanced benefits. A senior with a disability in Trois-Rivières could benefit from over $2,700 more this year than she received last year. Simply put, our plan is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians who need it the most, at a time when they need it the most. Our lowest paid workers, our low-income renters, families who can't afford to have their kids see a dentist. Speaker, our government is fully aware that Canadians are feeling the effects of elevated inflation, particularly when they reach for items at the grocery store or at the gas pump. Canadians can be confident that they have access to support when they need it the most. Since 2015, the government has delivered real improvements to make Canadians' lives more affordable, including introducing the Canada Child Benefit, which has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty since 2015, providing 10 days of paid sick leave for all federally regulated private sector employees, and making post-secondary education more affordable by waiving interest on Canada's student loans until March of 2023 and ensuring no one making less than $40,000 will need to make payments. Our affordability plan builds on these successes and is providing more money to the most vulnerable Canadians this year to help make life more affordable. A tax system in which everyone pays their fair share requires actions on multiple fronts, addressing aggressive tax planning schemes, aligning our rules with evolving international norms, ensuring that digital service providers pay their fair share of taxes, and strengthening the government's ability to crack down on tax evasion. We are committed to continuing to build an economy that works for all Canadians and leaves no one behind. Thank you, Speaker.
That's all the time we have for now. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain will have another 2 minutes and 45 seconds coming to her if she wants to wrap up after when we come back. Now we'll proceed to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of Canada's Fire Prevention Week, I want to recognize the tireless work of all the firefighters in my riding of Bonavista, Buren Trinity, the majority of which are volunteers who assist and serve their communities every day as they respond to fires, medical emergencies, and other traumatic events. Every fall, many towns across Bonavista, Buren Trinity recognize the service and sacrifices of these firefighters at award banquets and receptions that bring together volunteers, their families, and community members. Many volunteers are recognized for significant milestones of 5, 10, and 30-year service. I'm so grateful to be invited to many of these banquets every year. I always try to get to as many as I can because I value and respect the great work of these tireless volunteers. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge all firefighters in Bonavista, Buren Trinity, and across Newfoundland and Labrador, across the country, and thank them all for their bravery and hard work on behalf of the residents that they serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnathay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Bravo. Mr. Speaker, Northern Saskatchewan is home to the most compassionate people in Canada. In Meadow Lake, Evie Donalkowicz and her family donated land to build the Northwest Community Lodge, a 72-bed long-term care home. Mrs. Donalkowicz's additional $100,000 contribution to the Lodge's fundraising campaign helps ensure that this new home will create an environment that delivers quality care and comfort for seniors in Meadow Lake for decades. In La Ronge, the generosity is from La Ronge Petroleum, who along with residents Dennis and Linda Renault have raised more than $100,000 for the Jim Pattison Children's Hospital in Saskatoon. They wrapped a semi-trailer with the Children's Hospital logo as a visual reminder of the work the foundation is doing. Donors' logos are then added to the side of the trailer as it travels all around Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, these selfless acts of generosity speak to the heart of Northern Saskatchewan, where hardworking and supportive people make our communities always feel like home.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark World Cerebral Palsy Day. Cerebral palsy is a permanent disability that affects movement and posture. Its impact can range from weakness in one hand to almost a complete lack of voluntary movement. There are over 17 million people in the world living with cerebral palsy, and approximately 80,000 of them live in Canada. As we celebrate this day and support everyone living with cerebral palsy, I want to highlight the tremendous work done by families, loved ones, and caregivers in making sure that people with cerebral palsy are supported in their daily lives and their wellness remains at the forefront. I would like to end my statement by emphasizing the continuous need to create a more accessible and inclusive future for everyone here in Canada, especially for people living with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, finally, we have back this year the 43rd festival of the buckwheat pancake from Louisville. Mauricie and all of Quebec can be proud of this festival. Initially, this buckwheat meal was used by the poorest people along with some other meals or other dishes that were very thrifty meals, and who would have thought that something so simple could become such a rich tradition? Thanks to President André Auger and his team, we have a remarkable event which brings people together from all of Quebec and elsewhere. And so I would invite everyone to take advantage of the programming. There are shows by local artists, Super Bingo. There's an auction and a historic parade. Come see us, come meet our miller, and discover our region and its history. Long live the country of buckwheat.
Do you want to take it? Okay. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, the local rink is the heart of every Canadian community. It's where our kids learn to skate or curl, learn important skills and life lessons like teamwork and sportsmanship. Perhaps most importantly, create lifelong friendships and cherished memories. After a fire burned down the rink in Pence 30 years ago, people rallied and built its replacement in just 15 months. Recently, the arena needed upgrades. People may remember that Pence was up for Kraft Hockeyville contest, but they did not win. That did not stop them. This small town was able to raise more than $500,000. This past weekend, I was honored to attend the grand reopening. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the kind of story that makes me proud to represent Pence and other communities across rural Saskatchewan.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that the leader of the official opposition and the Conservative Party have been using tags to promote and to connect and target with incel, right-wing, anti-women, violent rhetoric for their own personal and political gain. These incels, Mr. Speaker, promote the murder of single women and men who date them. They want to decriminalize marital rape, Mr. Speaker. They have very real-life consequences, including followers like the Toronto van attacker. Mr. Speaker, nobody believes that the leader of the opposition didn't know. This has been going on for more than 4.5 years. Mr. Speaker, will the leader of the official opposition and the women in his caucus stand up against this hate, apologize, denounce it, and who in this House is going to stand with us and
The honourable member for l'honorable député de Sherbrooke. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is Mental Illness Awareness Week. Over the last 2 years, Canadians have suffered. Inequality has increased, and existing health gaps have deepened, both in Sherbrooke and elsewhere. But the pandemic has also facilitated conversations, open and authentic conversations on mental health and substance use issues. We must all continue those conversations and ensure that anyone with a mental illness receives the support they need. More and more throughout Canada, the idea of mental health is part of our institutions. That's what we are seeing at the University of Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank Professor Guillaume Rousseau and his class who are visiting us today in Ottawa. Over the last few years, the University of Sherbrooke has launched a number of initiatives to support students and offer a wide range of services, supported by the RBC University Expertise Centre for Mental Health. Together, we will continue to end taboos and we will continue to increase our knowledge about mental health issues.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, in 1847, the first running of the Woodbridge Fall Fair was organized by John Gamble, the first mayor of Vaughan Township and a parliamentary spokesperson for Ontario farmers, millers, and merchants who believe that the agricultural sector and its workers are at the heart of a community's success. True to these values, for 175 years, the fair has been a place to come together and celebrate the joy of autumn, community agriculture, and our local history. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the Woodbridge Agricultural Society's volunteers, this year's fair promises to be the most entertaining one yet. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite my colleagues to join me in congratulating the Woodbridge Fall Fair and everyone celebrating this community mainstay on its 175th anniversary. This Thanksgiving weekend, Mr. Speaker, come visit the fair with us. I will be there, and I look forward to seeing many of the residents of the City of Vaughan and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
The last 2 years have been difficult for Canadians. This is especially true for Canadians who made a personal medical decision that the Prime Minister disapproved of. Because they disagreed with him on this issue, the Prime Minister called them extremists, racist, misogynist. He also questioned whether they should be tolerated. If you didn't agree with him on your personal health choices, the Prime Minister said you hold unacceptable views. That's why he supported the firing of these folks. At the same time, he took away their unemployment insurance benefits. Then he banned them from traveling on planes and trains. This happened here in Canada. If that wasn't enough, he introduced a discriminatory border surveillance scheme that ended up being a logistical nightmare. The ArriveCan app, the app that also ended up destroying many businesses in the travel and tourism industry, including in my region of Niagara. I believe the Prime Minister's comments and his actions will echo in history and will be judged very poorly by future generations. I believe he should be held accountable for those actions. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to the Prime Minister, enough is enough. Let folks live their lives.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, I rise today in recognition of World Spine Day, which is taking place this year on October 16th. The purpose of World Spine Day is to raise awareness around back health and spinal disorders. Musculoskeletal conditions like low back pain are a leading cause of disability, impacting 11 million Canadians a year. These conditions are more prevalent than cancer, stroke, heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's combined. 1 in 8 Canadians suffer from chronic low back pain, and it is responsible for almost 1/3 of lost time at work. This is an important issue that impacts the health and economic well-being of our communities, large and small. This year's theme is Every Spine Counts, which emphasizes the diversity of underserved communities impacted and the need for improving access to regulated essential spinal health services like chiropractors. Today, and on World Spine Day, I call on all members to recognize the importance of spinal disorders and spinal health in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark National Catholic Healthcare Week and celebrate the impact of Catholic healthcare in our communities. This year's themes, Building Bridges, underlines the importance of creating connections, addressing gaps, and working together to improve health and well-being of all Canadians. In my riding of Edmonton Mill Woods, the Grey Nuns Community Hospital provides a full range of health care services. In 1988, during the transfer of acute services, staff walked from the Edmonton General to the Grey Nuns, carrying a torch as a symbol of continuing the sisters' legacy of compassionate care at the new facility. The sisters were instrumental in establishing palliative care services, mental health programs, and care for pregnant mothers and babies. In fact, my daughter was born at the Grey Nuns. During this week, the Covenant family will share many stories that show their impact and mission in action. I hope that we can all find opportunities to build bridges, create connections, and improve the well-being of all those around us.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in a crisis that we must address.
For the past several months, I have had the opportunity to sit on the Heritage Committee where we're focusing on Hockey Canada and the rape that occurred following their gala dinner in 2018. But, Mr. Speaker, this has opened up a whole new can of worms. In the coming weeks, Rick Westhead, the reporter that brought us the story on Hockey Canada, will be releasing his documentary where viewers will be hearing from former gymnasts who have come forward and shared their stories of inappropriate touching and sexual abuse. Mr. Speaker, over 400 gymnasts have come now forward asking for an independent investigation. We're hearing from high-performance gymnasts, boxers, and rowers who are all sharing their stories. The common denominator here, Mr. Speaker, these are our kids. These athletes are our children. Someone said to me, Hockey Canada is too big. We have no power against them. Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree. No one is too big when it comes to the safety and well-being of our children. There needs to be an investigation, and this government needs to take action on behalf of the many young athletes who have been wrongfully violated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, we heard very shocking news this morning. The leader of the Conservative Party used incel references, a movement that promotes degrading, disgusting behavior towards women. This is not worthy of the leader of the opposition. After several years, we cannot say that this is an error, but instead a deliberate strategy. He must apologize, because these groups have a real impact on the real lives of women in this country. Not only should he apologize publicly, but women in his party should also rise to criticize him. There should not be a political border to the rights of women.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a month dedicated to honoring those facing breast cancer and those who have lost their lives. We also pay tribute to all health professionals and caregivers providing treatment and support. Mr. Speaker, 1 in 8 Canadian women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. This year alone, 27,000 will learn they have breast cancer, and we will lose 5,500 people, mothers, sisters, wives, daughters, aunts, cousins, co-workers, and friends. So today we call on the federal government to commit to saving lives and reducing suffering related to this terrible disease. We should start by suspending the use of flawed breast screening guidelines from the Canadian Task Force on Preventive Healthcare and catch up to other countries who do better. It's time to appoint a credible panel of qualified specialists and informed patients to develop breast screening guidelines using current, accurate, and relevant evidence. If we do, we can help put an end to avoidable deaths of Canadian women. Mr. Speaker, it's time.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last week I participated in the festivities for the 5th anniversary of the business Gravité, which was founded 5 years ago by Julie Voyer and her partners. The business bought 5 weeklies in the Montérégie region, including our local riding newspaper, Le Reflet. These weeklies are indispensable as a source of information and a platform for towns, businesses, organizations, elected officials, and for individuals. Gravité Media is supporting local media and also has a marketing branch which is doing very well in my area. And many organizations, businesses, and towns have benefited from their expertise. I'd like to underscore the exceptional work on the Gravité team. Not only do they work hard, but they are also getting involved in our local organizations. I'd like to thank Madame Voyer and the entire incredible team.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings, their home, and their country. The carbon tax is an utter failure. Liberals say it will reduce emissions, but emissions have gone up under this government. BC has had a carbon tax for 14 years, and their emissions have only gone up. Quebec has had one for 12 years, and their emissions have gone up as well. The carbon tax only drives the cost of everything higher and is punishing on Canadians who can least afford it. The Liberals say when you get more money back from the carbon tax, but the PBO has said this is false, and many Canadians lose money because of the carbon tax. Yet this Liberal government is going to triple the carbon tax by April 2023. It would seem the Prime Minister is experiencing the carbon tax differently than hard-working Canadians. But help is on the way, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative government led by our new leader will scrap the carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, one of the many reasons that make Fredericton such a vibrant community is the dynamism of the people, the leaders, the dreamers, the doers. Today, I'm so proud to celebrate the achievements of a few of them that I have the honor to represent here in this House. Keith Lyon, the recipient of the Champion of Mental Health Award for sharing his journey with schizophrenia and donating proceeds from his 4 children's books to the psychiatric unit that helped him. Natasha Deyuge, founder of Kinova Bioworks, was named as a semi-finalist for the Caney Award for Entrepreneur of the Year for creating a natural alternative to artificial food preservatives. Earlier this month, the 4-person team representing the Fredericton Fire Department won the Canadian Firefit Championships, running, climbing stairs, hoisting hoses, saving lives. The competition is done in full gear to simulate actual field conditions. Wooly Gizgat to Candy Paul of Under One Sky Friendship Centre, who won the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Early Childhood Education, along with Angela D'Entremont and Shauna Kelly from Park Street Elementary School for their award in Excellence in Teaching. I invite everyone to join me in congratulating these incredible Frederictonians on their achievements.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to wish the family of the Prime Minister a happy Thanksgiving, but it won't be too joyful for many families because of the fact that the cost of turkey has risen by 16%. Other food have also increased by 20%. So 20% of Canadians will have to reduce their Thanksgiving dinner. So how much will the cost of Thanksgiving dinner increase when the Prime Minister triples the carbon tax, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, we all have heard stories of Canadians who are facing rising costs of living, and that's why this government decided to take action. We are sending hundreds of dollars to families with the GST tax credit, and we're also moving forward with help for renters who are low income and help for families who are low income so that they can pay for dental care for their children. Unfortunately, even if the Conservative leader supports our GST measure in the end to credit GTS, but he's not agreeing to help for dental care. When is he going to help Canadians with dental care? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wish the Prime Minister and his family a happy Thanksgiving. However, it won't be too happy for a lot of people whose costs have gone out of control. In fact, the cost of turkey is up 16%. According to one food professor, cost of other items are up over 20%, and 1/5 of Canadians will have to reduce what they put on the plate this Thanksgiving weekend. How much will the Prime Minister's tripling of the tax on our farmers, truckers, and consumers increase the cost of Thanksgiving dinner for the future?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know Canadians across the country are struggling with the global inflation crisis, and that's why we're moving forward with concrete measures to help out. After we proposed a GST rebate that's going to help significant numbers of families across this country, the Leader of the Opposition came out criticizing it, but then fortunately reversed himself and is now supporting our GST credit. Will he now support the low-income dental supports for families? Will he support the rental supports we're giving? Kids deserve to have happy smiles. Why won't the Leader of the Opposition help them with that?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, they won't be smiling if their parents can't afford a little bit of pumpkin pie for them at Thanksgiving dinner. Look at the cost increases that have happened. 16% increase for the cost of turkey, 22% increase for potatoes, bread up 13%, butter 13%, cranberries 12%, bacon 10%. That all adds up to an unaffordable Thanksgiving dinner. The Prime Minister wants to make it worse still by tripling his tax on our farmers, our truckers, and ultimately our consumers. How much will that add to the cost of Thanksgiving?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, he wants to help Canadians, but he will not stand with low-income Canadians who want to give their kids better smiles. But there is another important issue that is on Canadians' minds, particularly Canadians' women's minds as we meet here. If it were not for global news, we would not have learned that the Conservative leader has been purposefully using his videos to appeal to far-right misogynistic online movements. These are anti-women movements, and they have had devastating real-life consequences. Mr. Speaker, I call on the Conservative leader to stand in this House, take responsibility, and apologize.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I condemned this organization, and I corrected the problem as soon as it became known to me, Mr. Speaker. But I condemn all forms of misogyny, including when the Prime Minister fired the very first female Indigenous Attorney General. When he mistreated minority young women in his own caucus who had to leave politics, and I condemn him for when he dressed up in racist costumes so many times he forgot them all. We condemn it always, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the choice made by the Conservative leader in reaching out to extremist online groups, into pulling in anti-women, misogynistic groups for his own political gain, is one that he will have to answer for. I think women across this country want to know why he allowed this to happen and want to see him take responsibility for it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I took responsibility and corrected it as soon as it became known to me. But the Prime Minister does not take responsibility for the extremism that he has funded. He funded a vicious anti-Semite to spread hatred online with taxpayers' dollars. He repeatedly, in fact so many times he can't even keep track, dressed up in racist costumes for which he has not ever come fully to account. And he drove many women of his own caucus out of the party and out of Parliament altogether with his mistreatment of them. We condemn all of that behavior. We condemn misogyny always and everywhere, and we ask the Prime Minister to finally do the same.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have all seen the effective campaign that the Leader of the Opposition ran to become leader, using online videos, using ways of reaching out through social media. We all marveled at his admiration of old wood. What we didn't see was that every time he put out the
Are we done? Prime Minister, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of ink was spilled and a lot of admiration for the effectiveness of the Leader of the Opposition's campaign to become leader, using social media, using clever videos. We all marveled at his admiration for old wood. But what we didn't see, Mr. Speaker, was his choice to include deliberate reaches out to far-right organizations, including hateful anti-women organizations, to try and advance his own political gains. He has played too close to the line with extremists for too long. Now he's got caught. Will he admit it? Will he apologize? Will he take responsibility?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. I'd like to know what the Prime Minister's intentions are at Roxham Road, increasing the number of immigrants without the approval of Quebec, giving favour to contracts to Liberal members, and given the labor shortage, while we're entering workers who are vulnerable, who do not speak French, and who we won't give a work permit to for over a year. Do we understand that there's nothing at all humanitarian about the Prime Minister's policy at Roxham Road? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, we all know that immigration is essential to our economy. Like the member knows already, Quebec establishes its own immigration targets. Last year, we welcomed more than 50,000 new permanent residents in Quebec, and therefore we're always going to work closely with Quebec's government to welcome immigrants, to ensure economic growth, and to ensure that the wealth of French language and Quebec culture continues. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly, I will continue to denounce the policies that favour cheap labour. And rather than spending $500 million to hire immigration civil servants, we're putting them into infrastructure and contracts, an amount to Liberal Party donators. Can the Prime Minister order the immediate tabling of unredacted contracts for Roxham Road since 2017? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc continues to claim for more power for Quebec in immigration, but the reality is that Quebec already has enormous power with respect to immigration. Any other country, province. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that they could welcome many more immigrants than they're already doing, and they could ensure that they all speak French. They have all sorts of powers, and we are here to work with them to continue to enrich the Quebec nation and Canada as a whole with immigration and through the defense of French and with economic growth for everyone. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, with prices rising, people are feeling the squeeze and are struggling to make ends meet. And big bosses are taking advantage of human misery to line their pockets, and that disgusts me. The CEO of Sobeys makes $8 million. Metro CEO, $5 million. Loblaw CEO, $5 million as well. Profits up 17 and 27%. People have to cut back on their food, and the Liberals let the big companies get rich on the backs of everyone. Will the Liberals act to stop the greedflation of the big grocery chains? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree that it's unacceptable to have families to have to pay more than ever for groceries, while grocery chains are raking in record profits. We want to put more money back in the pockets of Canadians through the GST credit, giving them $500 more to renters, and money also for dental care for children who in families with low income. We have support from all parties, and we also want to strengthen the Competition Act so we can better protect consumers. We're going to be here for Canadians. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the NDP that these measures are in place to actually help Canadians. But there's just pretty words from the Prime Minister when it comes to helping Canadians through this greedflation crisis. The CEOs of big grocery stores are bragging about their massive profits on the backs of families. The Empire CEO bragged, we improved our strong margins, and he's $8 billion richer. Galen West of Loblaws is proud of achieving strong top-line growth. He's got $5 million more. These CEOs line their pockets while families struggle to feed their kids. When will the Liberals act to stop this profiteering and stop this corporate greed?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that corporate CEOs and grocery store CEOs are earning record profits while Canadians are paying more for groceries. That's why we're focused on putting more money back in Canadians' pockets through the GST credit, the $500 for renters, and more money for for dental care from kids for low-income families. We thank the parties in this House that are supporting us on this and call on the Conservatives to support us in delivering dental care for kids from low-income families. We can't understand why the Conservatives continue to stand against that. These are measures that will help low-income families at a very difficult time. Why can't this whole House come together and support dental care for kids?
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government decided to protect HoC Canada the other day rather than women who are victims of sexual abuse. The government has known since 2018 that there was a problem at HoC Canada, and they have blindly turned an eye to it. These women who are victims have been abandoned by HoC Canada, and we want to know why this government has closed its eyes on these many cases of sexual assault, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, the government is taking all the necessary action to hold the executives of HoC Canada to account. We're looking back to 2016 to get all the necessary information to see how public funds were used to solve cases of sexual assault. We also made sure that HoC Canada has to look at ethics in sport and allow the commissioner to do an investigation. We will not give up. HoC Canada will be accountable for these cases.
Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has known for 4 years about the heinous allegations of sexual assault against 8 players from Team Canada. HoC Canada received $14 million from 2020 to 2021 from this Liberal government. HoC Canada has paid millions to pay off sexual assault claimants. My question is for the Prime Minister, who claims to be a feminist. How is covering up sexual assault helping women?
The Honourable Minister for Sports.
Mr. President, after hearing today's story about how the Conservatives are mobilizing organizations that promotes violence against women, it's a little bit shameful, the questions that they're asking today.
Prince Albert.
In contrast, this leader has condemned these actions and actually has asked the Prime Minister to hold himself to account for his actions. So I expect that. But you know, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, they've actually had a nice fall. Harvest is done. They're looking through their bills, they're saying, oh my God, everything's more expensive due to this Liberal carbon tax. This has meant they have less money to feed their families, to take care of their livestock, to actually pay their heat. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister cancel his plan to triple the carbon tax? Can't he understand Canadians can't afford it?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite works hard with his constituents, and I'm glad he's congratulating them for their harvest. I'd like to congratulate them too. Canada's farmers work hard, and the people of rural Saskatchewan work hard. And we know that times are hard. And that's why I am delighted that today this House will vote to support the GST tax credit. That is going to get nearly $500 to the hard-working Saskatchewan families the member opposite represents.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, today our leader stood up and condemned everything that the Liberals were calling him out for today. And in contrast, not a single Liberal has called out their leader for the racist blackface that he wore.
I'm just going... Order. If I could have everyone calm down. If you don't mind, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn. From the top, I just want to make sure everybody hears the question so that when the Minister or the Prime Minister answer, then everybody can hear that as well. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, rising interest rates are crushing over 70% of small businesses, according to a report by the CFIB. Small businesses in my riding are being squeezed by rising taxes, record high inflation, labor crisis, and punishing interest rates. When will this government wake up and get off the necks of our small businesses and job creators?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for this important question about the small business entrepreneurs that are at the heart of the Canadian economy. What we've been doing for the past 3 years is supporting small business entrepreneurs through the pandemic with targeted supports for wage subsidies and access to finance to support them and their employees. What we're doing since the pandemic is we are targeting entrepreneurs that will promote inclusive recovery. That means women entrepreneurs. That means black entrepreneurs. That means Indigenous entrepreneurs. What we're doing is understanding small businesses will carry us through and out of this pandemic, and that is where our priority lies. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Any type of help is being vaporized by the inflation that they created. This Thanksgiving, the Liberals are serving up Canadians with high inflation, leaving families to turn to food banks and homeless shelters at an alarming rate. Next Thanksgiving, the Liberals will serve Canadians a turducken of tax by tripling the carbon tax on groceries, home heating, and filling up your tank. Will this government have some mercy? Stop serving suffering to Canadians and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a few days before Thanksgiving, and I absolutely agree now is a time for all of us to have a lot of compassion. And that's why I am glad that we have overcome partisan division, and today, together, we're going to vote for the GST tax rebate. That's going to get up to nearly $500 to Canadian families who need it. Now I want to encourage all of us to take another step. Let's support Canadian kids under 12 whose parents can't afford to take them to the dentist. How is that okay? Let's vote for this measure too and get it through in record time.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Next Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, after the tripling of the carbon tax, will be paying around $2,300 out of their own pocket. That's just next year. And students are some of the hardest hit by this Liberal government's inflationary economic policy and failed carbon tax. While missing every single emissions reduction target, they're punishing Canadians for the crime of heating their homes or just driving to work. The Liberals are driving students to food banks and sleeping in homeless shelters at alarming rates. Will the Liberals get off the backs and out of the back pockets of students and Canadians and cancel their plan to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Employment.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians and students are the future of Canada. With Budget 2022, we are investing $26 million over 4 years to increase the maximum amount of forgivable Canada student loans by 50% for healthcare workers in rural and remote communities. We've had students' backs all along the way, and we remain committed to permanently eliminating the federal interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans. We will help young Canadians transition into the workforce.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government refuses to discuss immigration powers with Quebec. Well, let's look at what happened when the federal government is in charge. It's responsible refugees, and 64% of applications in Canada go through Roxham Road. So becoming a refugee in Canada in 2022 means being exploited by traffickers at the border and then being arrested by the RCMP. This morning, the federal government was dragged before the Supreme Court by refugee advocates for its inaction at Roxham Road. How can it have any lessons to give when this is how it deals for the people it's responsible for? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, our system for asylum seekers is robust, but there's no magic solution. Roxham Road and suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement is not the way to go. We have to work with states to find a lasting solution. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, let's continue to look at what happens when the federal government's in charge of immigration. They're the one in charge of temporary foreign workers. It's always the same thing. Companies pay for workers who never arrive because their files are held up in Ottawa. Even today, the Journal de Montréal quotes companies like NationX, which has been waiting for its workers since last November. They quote discouraged companies who say the investment is not worth it because it takes between 6 months and a year and a half. Why does the federal government refuse to transfer the temporary foreign worker program to Quebec if it's unable to handle it itself? The Honourable Minister. Here is what you have when the federal government and the provincial government work together. You have men and women who come to Quebec society, who are successful, who work, who learn French. They have children. Who go to school. They make friends. They play hockey. They contribute to society, Mr. Speaker. It's positive. We have to stop talking about immigration like it's shameful. These are men and women and children, human beings who come to contribute to Quebec and to Canada, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we have to change tone on the other side of the House because we are saying the same thing as them, but when it takes 3 years to get a work permit, it doesn't help. So let's continue to look at what's happened in immigration. Do you know how long it takes to process the file of a skilled Francophone worker in Quebec who wants to become a permanent resident? 2 years. But the workers who are much luckier than the Francophone students from Africa who want to come to Quebec, they're outright rejected, 88%. Twice as much as the norm. That's embarrassing in terms of immigration. Either the federal government is incompetent or it's acting in bad faith. In either case, Quebec should be handling immigration. When are they going to do it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, like the member across the way knows, Quebec has exclusive powers to decide who will immigrate there. And we will work in close collaboration with them to support the target to receive the necessary immigrants so that we can help companies and enforce the vitality as well. We will always work with Quebec today and tomorrow. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, $1,200. That's how much more the average Canadian family will have to spend on food this year. And for some people, it's too much. Parents are going without meals to feed their children, and food bank use is skyrocketing across the country. The Liberal government is about to triple the carbon tax and increase the tax on EI. And as a result, the cost of food, products, and services will triple at the expense of consumers. Will this government cancel its tax increases, yes or no? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member across the way for his support for our plan for inflation relief measures. It's the right decision. It will help families and people across our country. Now, I would sincerely like to ask all members of this House to also support our plan to help children, young children, in terms of dental care. We have to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, every day I get another letter from my constituents in Calgary telling me about the challenges that they are having making ends meet. Inflation rises, taxes rise, but their paychecks do not. 8% inflation has the effect of cutting a full month of purchasing power from the annual family budget. Many Canadians are worried about how they will eat and stay warm this winter. Will this Liberal government cancel their plans to tripling taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start with a small point. Inflation, the latest number was actually 7%. That is still too high, and that is still causing real challenges for Canadian families. That's why I am really sincerely pleased that the Conservatives swallowed their pride and are supporting our GST tax credit that is going to get nearly $500 to Canadian families. I would like to urge them now to take the next step. It's hard, swallow their pride again, and to support dental care for children who need it under 12.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, everything is getting more expensive as this government drives up inflation with its tax and spend policies. Now they are planning to triple taxes on gas, triple taxes on groceries, and triple taxes on home heating. Mr. Speaker, this is all while Canadians are struggling to get by and just barely able to afford the basic necessities. Mr. Speaker, will the Finance Minister today finally announce a plan to cancel her tax hikes that will triple the cost.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives had said that today they would put forward a private member's bill promoting crypto. But earlier this week, and for the third time in a row, they pulled the bill. Now, I hope that that means the Conservatives are collectively embarrassed by their leaders' reckless advice to Canadians to invest in crypto. I really hope that's the case, and I hope that now they will have the good grace to publicly recant and to apologize to Canadians for that reckless, dangerous advice.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, we have a government of fakers. The Liberals fake standing with working people, and they may even believe it, which is shocking given the record of corporate giveaways and refusal to make the wealthy pay their fair share to the tune of $30 billion in 2021 alone. The reality is that billionaires have it easier under this Prime Minister than they did.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member for a moment. And I want to remind everyone, just because someone is here virtually and it's nice and loud over the microphone, over the speakers, doesn't mean we can all talk. So I want to remind everybody to keep it down. And for those watching remotely, please don't cut in. It's really not polite. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, we have a government of fakers. The Liberals fake standing up for working people. They may even believe it, which is shocking given the record of corporate giveaways and refusal to make the wealthy pay their fair share to the tune of $30 billion in 2021 alone. The reality is the billionaires have it easier under this Prime Minister than they did under Stephen Harper. It's time for fair taxation. It's time to make the rich pay. So which will it be? More faking, or will the Liberals make the ultra-rich pay their fair share to deliver the support Canadians need now?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely is committed to ensuring that everyone in Canada pays their fair share. And we have shown it with concrete measures. Let me remind all members in this House that we are permanently raising the corporate income tax by 1.5% on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies. We are introducing a Canada Recovery Dividend of 15% on banks and insurance companies to do the right thing and help pay for the cost of COVID. And of course, our luxury tax on super expensive cars, yachts, and planes is already in force.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, families dealing with the rising cost of living are worried about what they can afford. Canadian financial institutions already charge some of the highest credit card fees in the world while making record profits. Now Canadian consumers will have to pay those charges directly, simply by using their credit cards. New Democrats have urged both Conservative and Liberal governments to cap credit card fees at 1%. But governments keep protecting corporate profits. Will the Liberals finally defend Canadians by capping credit card merchant fees?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke just a moment ago about our commitment to ensure that everyone in Canada pays their fair share, and I listed some of the very concrete tax measures which are coming into force, some of which have come into force already. We're going to keep going. When it comes to credit card fees, I am very much in agreement with the member opposite. We need to support consumers. We need to support small businesses. We're committed to doing that, and we will.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like many other Atlantic Canadian communities, Malpeque was hit extremely hard in the province of Prince Edward Island. Jobs, livelihoods, and infrastructures was destroyed. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development tell me and the rest of Atlantic Canada how this government is going to help rebuild?
The Honourable Minister for Rural and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Prince Edward Island.
On the ground at home last week, I saw what we know about Eastern Canadians. Man, we come together during difficult times, and I want everyone to know that the federal government has come together under these difficult times to help everyone get through this. On top of the disaster financial assistance agreements, which is administered through the province, which covers up to 90% of the cost of this terrible storm damage, we announced this week the Hurricane Fiona Recovery Fund. That's an additional $300 million to help people and businesses whose situations may fall through the cracks under the DFFA. Mr. Speaker, the federal government will be there with every person, every community, every business as we build back stronger and get back on our feet in Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the price of everything has gone up, and now almost half of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency. Jennifer and Kristen are two moms in my riding that recently reached out to me distressed they can't afford to pay $1 more. So will this Prime Minister cancel his plans to triple the taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, when we compare our record to the Conservatives, there's a clear difference in which side of the House has been there on behalf of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's the middle income tax cut, whether it's childcare that in Alberta is now reduced by 50%, or whether it's dental that we are trying to get through this House, but for some reason the Conservatives don't want children to have access to dental care. Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand for families. We'll continue to do that, and we hope the Conservatives get on side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Healing Westman residents tell me it's getting tougher to make ends meet. Under this Liberal government, Canada is the only G7 country to raise taxes on energy. This drives up the cost of everything, particularly those in rural Canada. It's not just, Mr. Speaker, it's inflation. So will the Prime Minister leave these dollars in the pockets of cash-strapped seniors and families by cancelling the plan to triple taxes on gasoline, groceries, and home heating fuels?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, our record on supporting children, families, and seniors is an important one. You know what the first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, is we lowered income taxes for middle-income Canadians. You know what else we did? We reversed the increase in pensions for seniors from the Conservatives that wanted to raise the age of eligibility to 67. We increased the GIS, Mr. Speaker. We increased the OIS, and we created a generous Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, we have been there every single day for Canadian families, Canadian seniors, and we're going to continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
The inflation and affordability crisis facing Canadians right now is a direct result of this Prime Minister's failed economic policies. And when the Prime Minister of a G7 country admits he doesn't even think about monetary policy, it's Canadian families and businesses that pay the price, and they are. They're paying the price with higher payroll taxes, higher costs of the necessities of life, like food, shelter, heating, and clothing, and it's getting worse. Families need a break, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister stop his planned tax hikes on Canadian paychecks and his plan to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, monetary policy is, of course, the province of the Bank of Canada, whose independence we on this side of the House respect. Mr. Speaker, we know that times are tough for Canadian families. That's why I'm actually really glad today that we in this House have overcome petty partisan squabbles and are coming together to support the GST tax credit. It is going to get nearly $500 to the Canadian families who need it the most. It's time to do the same thing on dental care for kids and on rental support.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, with the Liberals' inflationary taxes, Canadians have become so impoverished with under $200 a month to pay the bills, and this Liberal government is ignoring the cost of living. Canadians can't tighten their belts any further. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us if he will eliminate the triple tax on gas, food, and heating? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand full well that affordability and the cost of living are important and difficult issues for many Canadian families. And that's why I'm so delighted today that this place is going to vote all together for our idea, our plan to provide inflation relief. That's the right thing to do. It's a good thing. Now we need to come together once again around dental care for children. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, from January to August of this year, 23,196 refugee claimants were intercepted by the RCMP at Roxham Road. Men, women, and children who are often fleeing poverty. 23,196 people greeted on arrival to Canada by the police, who may then detain them or have them make a refugee claim. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Is this really how Canada should be greeting refugees? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, closing Roxham Road is not a solution because it won't solve the general problem. As the member opposite knows, Canada shares the longest demilitarized border in the world. People crossing at Roxham Road have to provide ID, and what we need to do is update the agreement, the Safe Third Country deal, and that's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Avignon. Mr. Speaker, 23,196 refugee claimants intercepted by the RCMP this year at Roxham Road alone. Meanwhile, 499 refugee claimants crossed at recognized land border crossings. So CBSA officers, whose job it is, are handling just 2% of the caseload, while the RCMP at Roxham Road are dealing with the other 98%. Once again, my question is simple. Wouldn't it be better if customs officers dealt with customs and police officers dealt with, I don't know, illegal guns, for example? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. The solutions the Bloc are proposing will just move the problem somewhere else. It's important to manage our caseload at the borders, and as the members know full well, there's a bilateral agreement with the U.S. We need to work with our American counterparts and continue to support very vulnerable people.
Great. Mr. Speaker, prices are out of control in Canada. Businesses are raising prices to keep up with costs. Individuals are cutting back on groceries. Families are renewing their mortgages to find out that their payments are double. Seniors are panicked about being able to afford their heating fuel. Canadians know rebate checks don't cover these costs. We need a government committed to lowering costs. Will the Liberal government cancel its plan to triple tax on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. And to now help seniors who are struggling, we're doubling the GST credit. That means seniors will receive an extra $230 in their pockets. Nearly 2 million low-income renters who are struggling with their rent will receive $500. Mr. Speaker, we also increased the old-age security for seniors age 75 by 10%. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to create an economy that works for everyone, including seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government's priorities are descending into farce. They won't allow U.S. officers into Canada to reopen Nexus offices, even though we have an agreement and the United States is an ally. Meanwhile, Iranian officers freely come to this country to intimidate Canadians because they won't list the IRGC. And now we find out that police officers from the People's Republic of China are operating out of 3 offices illegally opened in Canada, intimidating Canadians. So what is the government doing about these illegal police stations in Toronto?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker. I want to be unequivocally clear that we continue to condemn in the most strong terms the brutal killing of Mahsa Amini in Iran. We will continue to ensure that we are taking every appropriate action to hold those responsible for their transgressions. We stand with the women. We stand with everyone who is advocating for human rights, Mr. Speaker. And speaking about women's rights, it would be a fine moment for Conservatives to stand up and apologize for the way in which they exploited technology to proliferate hate among anti-women misogynistic groups. Today is the day to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the National Post is reporting that the Chinese Communist regime has opened at least 3 police stations on Canadian soil to keep tabs on Chinese Canadians. China maintains the stations are just there to help expats with administrative tasks like renewing their driver's licenses. But the Chinese Communist regime is not in the habit of telling the truth. This isn't the first time we or the Prime Minister have heard about Chinese communists harassing Canadians. Is the National Post story accurate? And without the rhetoric, can the Prime Minister tell us what he's going to do about it? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Clear track record of providing all of the tools that are necessary to our national security apparatus to combat the kind of foreign interference and threats to national security that my colleague across the aisle talks about. It was the last Conservative government that cut nearly $1 billion out of that national security apparatus. We restored those cuts because we know it's important and paramount to protect Canadians from all threats, and we will continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Barossa. Mr. Speaker, today we are more aware of the realities facing Black communities in Canada. And that's why the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion issued a call this week for proposals from organizations to manage the $200 million Black-led philanthropic endowment fund announced by our government. Can the Minister tell the House how this fund will support Black communities? Thank you. The Right Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. We understand that Black-led, Black-focused, and Black-serving organizations are essential to fighting racism and inequality. That's why our government created the Black-led Philanthropic Endowment Fund. This fund will be managed by Black-led charities and social enterprises that serve the community. We will continue to build on our progress towards a more inclusive and equitable country.
Thornhill. The Prime Minister was asked 4 times yesterday if he believed that the IRGC is a terrorist organization. They shot down a plane, killing 55 Canadians. They have intimidated Iranian families right here on Canadian soil. They have killed thousands of their own people. They have raped and murdered women and girls, and they have terrorized the world. If the Prime Minister can't bring himself to call the IRGC terrorists, who does he think are the terrorists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think every member in this House stands to condemn the heinous actions of the Iranian regime. We stand in solidarity with women, particularly Amina Masih, and all of the people who have been subjected to the tremendous terror of this regime. That is why, indeed, we have sponsored, we have said that Iran is a state sponsor of terror, and we will continue to take every action necessary to ensure that Iran's crimes go punished.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have the strongest sanctions in the world. We should. They killed 55 Canadians. The Prime Minister stood in this House in 2018 and voted to ban the IRGC from Canada. And yesterday, he couldn't even bring himself to call them terrorists. To all of the families of the victims of Flight 752, to all of the women protesting in the streets and the Iranian-Canadian community who are terrorized by the IRGC despots who are in Canada organizing, planning, and raising money, when will the government show some courage and call a terrorist a terrorist?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we want real action that will actually target where danger lies. We do not have time for jargon and rhetoric. We do not have time to try to make a political spectacle out of this. Real people are hurting. Real Canadians have been hurt, and we will continue to take every action possible to make sure that we target very specifically those who commit heinous crimes. That's what we will do on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, look at what's going on here today. We have a government that can't say the IRGC are terrorists. We know from C5 that the Liberals are weak on crime. Now we know they're weak on terrorism. The IRGC fired a missile at a civilian airliner, murdering 176 people, 55 Canadians, 30 permanent residents. This is personal for this country. A simple question for the government. If the IRGC are not terrorists, then who is?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we say with a very clear voice on this side of the House that Iran is a state that supports terror. We will continue to call out those who are responsible for all the transgressions of human rights. We will continue to stand with the families who are advocating for women's rights, Mr. Speaker, and they want to talk about being weak on law and order. When are they going to finally wake up, Conservatives, and do what is right when it comes to combating gun violence in our communities? Their only plan is to make assault-style rifles again. That's wrong. On this side of the House, we'll continue to do what's necessary to protect health and safety of Canadians and to protect human rights around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Diabetes is a serious chronic disease and one of the most common affecting millions of Canadians. It poses extensive challenges for those living with it, including their families and communities. Yesterday, the framework for diabetes in Canada was tabled, marking a pivotal moment in our ongoing efforts to support Canadians impacted by this disease. Can the Minister of Health tell this House about how this will contribute to our efforts to better support and collaborate with those impacted by diabetes in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start first by thanking the member for Brampton South for her outstanding work, including the work she did to proceed yesterday with the announcement of the first ever framework for diabetes. That framework is going to support the lives of millions of Canadians living with diabetes, their caregivers, their families, their friends, and their healthcare professionals with better access to diagnostic services, treatment, and prevention services. Mr. Speaker, we're going to support the work of all those who help the people living with diabetes and all those that care for them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Nunavut deserve a government that takes Indigenous mental health seriously. It is not enough for the government to only announce $11 million for the National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy, despite committing to $228 million for Indigenous mental health. Indigenous people rightfully expect more from this government, who continues to be all talk with no action. Will this government finally commit to culturally appropriate Indigenous mental health funding that they promised?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her constant advocacy for equity and for Indigenous-led and designed mental wellness strategies. And in fact, that's what we were announcing today with President Obed of ITK, an additional top-up of $11 million for the work that ITK is doing with partners across the territories. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, promise is being shown by these Indigenous-led approaches. It was an honor to be with President Obed today to announce that the federal government will top up the funding that ITK has by $11 million.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, we learned that the cost for the Trans Mountain Expansion project had ballooned to $21.4 billion, more than double the estimated cost when this government bought the pipeline in 2018. At the time, the Deputy PM assured us that the government will spend no additional public money on the project. Yet a new report out today shows that Canadians are being misled. Trans Mountain is not commercially viable, and $17 billion in TMX debt owed to Canadians won't be repaid. When will the governing party truly stop wasting Canadians' money on this climate-killing project?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, As Canadians, we all know how important it is to get our resources to market and to get fair value for them. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine and OPEC's actions this week have further underscored that essential truth. The government does not intend to be a long-term owner of the project. A divestment process will be initiated once the project is more advanced, de-risked, and essentially when consultations with Indigenous partners have been concluded.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Ontario, the government funds a program that provides free preventative routine maintenance and emergency dental services for children and youth 17 years and old and under. It's called the Healthy Smiles Program, Mr. Speaker, and these are for low-income households. With the House's permission, I'm seeking unanimous consent to table the documents in both official languages.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Comme il est 15h12.
It being 3:12, pursuant to order made on Monday, October 3rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-30.
That one I got memorized. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moved that Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancement to the goods and services tax, harmonized sales tax credit, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Sorry, correction. Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Then Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez. Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Zubiri.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nater.
Nater.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
McLean.
Mr. Lord.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Genus.
Mr. Genus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Aboutier.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Cirillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson. Sorry, back to Mr. Davies and then Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Ms. May Sanish Golfallen.
May Sanish Golfallen.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Madame Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour.
Ms. Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Ms. Finlay, pour.
Monsieur Trudel.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Trudel, pour.
Okay, le bureau va mettre...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas, pour. 325. 325. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
I declare this motion carried.
Third reading of this bill.
It's a Thursday question, yeah. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 11 minutes. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. I believe the opposition House Leader has a question for us, the Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today with the traditional Thursday question. And as this is the Thursday before Thanksgiving, I'd like to take the opportunity to wish you, my honourable colleagues from all sides of the House administration, the staff, the pages, a happy Thanksgiving. For most Canadians, this will be the first Thanksgiving in a long time that everyone has been able to get back together. So I know it'll be especially meaningful for families from coast to coast. And we have so much to be grateful here in Canada, and it's a great time to reflect on that. Even as parliamentarians debate how we can make things even better, it's always worthwhile to take a few moments to appreciate what we do have. Now, of course, the things we do have are getting more expensive, and to be able to put food on the plate for Canadians, we would like to know if the House will if the government House Leader will tell the House if after the Thanksgiving break week we can expect any legislation that would cancel the Liberal tripling of the carbon tax to help make the essentials that Canadians need to enjoy Thanksgiving more affordable. And if you can inform the House of the calendar when we come back from the break week, what parliamentarians might be expected to debate in the days after the break week next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me echo the comments of my honourable colleague. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite times, an opportunity to be with family and friends, and as the honourable member said, we haven't had that chance in a very long time, so it makes us a very special Thanksgiving, and we really do, as the member I think correctly stated, and I think we should reflect on, have an enormous amount to be grateful for in this country, and so it is a special occasion to give thanks and to be with people I love, and I hope every member has a wonderful time with their families and their friends and with their constituents over the upcoming constituency week. Mr. Speaker, I can say that with respect to the member's question, when we come back, I'm going to be talking about what we're going to be doing, but I'll say in answer to his question, first of all, that we absolutely must and cannot, and I will say it every time he asks me this question, we cannot give up on action on climate. That while we take action to make life more affordable, in a minute, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be talking about what we're going to be doing over the next coming weeks, we cannot afford to make pollution free again. We cannot allow pollution to be something that spews into the environment without consequence. And we will continue to return that money to Canadians. 8 out of 10 Canadians will see more back. And so we can fight climate change, and we can do affordability, and we can do those things, Mr. Speaker, at the same time. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that our agenda to make life more affordable for families continues tomorrow, where we take action again on the environment with S5, making important amendments to the Environmental Protection Act to improve and protect our environment, and at the same time taking essential action to move forward with C31, which is providing for families right across Canada the opportunity to ensure that they have dental care. That is not something, as life gets more globally more challenging, that is not something that's left to the wayside, and we know how important dental care is to health. So I hope that the member opposite will be supporting us in that as it comes forward. On the Monday when we return from the constituency week, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to debate on C31, on, as I referenced earlier, with respect to dental care and support for housing. On Tuesday, we're moving forward with C22, which is critical support with the Canada Disability Benefit Act to help uplift hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are disabled out of poverty. That's essential action to help them. I hope that the opposition, the Conservatives, will be supporting that. I know that other parties are. On Wednesday, we'll be returning to S5. Thursday will be an allotted day. Friday, Madam Speaker, we're hoping to make progress on Bill S4, which is an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Identification of Criminals Act, which is COVID-19 response and other measures, and also looking forward to advancing C9, which is respect to the Judges Act. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that next Wednesday, following question period, there'll be a really important opportunity to pay respects and tribute to our friend and our former colleague who were all in mourning, the late Bill Blakey. That will be happening Wednesday following question period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Government orders.
Of an opposition motion on high food prices standing in the name of Mr. McGregor.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, once again, to rise in this House and bring the voice of the people of Vancouver Kingsway to this chamber, particularly as we discuss this very, very critical and important New Democrat motion that would make such a difference to so many Canadians' lives across this country. In short, this motion calls on the government to recognize that excessive corporate profits fuel inflation, would force CEOs and large corporations to pay what they owe by closing tax loopholes. It will request the Competition Bureau to launch an investigation into the behavior of chain grocery stores, and it would support the Standing Committee on Agriculture in its investigation of high food prices and obscene profits in chain grocery stores. And I might add that I'm going to be sharing my time with the honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, who will once again provide the powerful view of people from Northern Ontario. Now, the context in which this NDP proposal arises, I think, is very important. People in every corner of this country are frustrated and hurt that they are paying excessive prices, historically high prices for their food, while the huge food chains are making massive profits, unprecedented profits, and their CEOs in particular are getting huge bonuses off the backs of hardworking Canadians. After 7 years in government, the Liberals are still protecting the profits of the wealthiest in this country by refusing to toughen the Competition Act to punish corporate CEOs who are gouging consumers and, in this case, also agricultural producers. For their part, the Conservatives have played their role in the current crisis when they were in government by cutting the tax audits of the wealthiest Canadians and prioritizing excessive CEO profits over the interests of working men and women. And also, the Conservatives refused to toughen the Competition Act when they were in government as well. Only the NDP is standing in this House fighting for the people who are suffering from these high prices, and will continue to pressure the Liberals to make sure that the wealthiest CEOs and the largest profitable corporations in this country pay what they owe and stop the price gouging that they are inflicting on people.
Hear, hear.
Now, let's review some of the basic facts. Madam Speaker, it's absolutely crystal clear. The inflation being experienced today is greedflation. It's not caused by government or deficits. It's not caused by workers' excessive wages. It's caused by excessive prices. And in particular, it's been caused by price gouging by corporations who have used the cover of the pandemic and the war to jack up prices and in turn their profits. Let's review the facts. In August of this year, the price of the grocery basket rose 10.8% in 1 year. Twice as fast, in fact, more than twice as fast as people's wages. Where did that come from? As people pay the price for the biggest increase in the grocery basket since 1981, the Sobeys CEO has been given a total compensation package of $8.6 million in 2022. His increase, more than 15.5% over 2021. While a quarter of Canadians, that's 9 million Canadians plus, are cutting back on food spending. Imagine that, on a necessity of life, food. Metro CEO boosted his company's profits to $275 million just in the last reported quarter, 9% higher than that same point in 2021. I'm going to stop here just for a moment. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you're noticing a pattern. 9%, 15.5%, 10.8%. These are all numbers over the inflation rate of 8% today, and they're all caused by CEO increases, massive compensation increases, and price gouging by food producers. And we wonder where inflation's coming from? While Canadians pay the price for rising food prices, billionaire Galen Weston, chairman of Loblaw, has increased dividends to shareholders from $118 million to $125 million just in 2022. And who's paying the price for this, Madam Speaker? Well, a new survey shows that 9 out of 10 Canadians are now tightening their household budgets because of continuing high prices. Another survey found that 23.6% of Canadians have had to cut back on the amount of food that they buy. Imagine that. Almost 1 in 4 Canadians is actually reducing their caloric intake in this country, while rich, wealthy corporations make massive profits and reward their corporate masters for doing so. Despite a slight deceleration in the rate of deflation recently, food prices continue to rise at a rate of over 10.8%. So in 2022, Canadian families are expected to pay almost $1,000 more for groceries than in 2021. Madam Speaker, this is a crisis. This is a problem. People are being hurt every day by this price gouging. Now, what do the Conservatives say? Oh, they say cut the deficit and cut taxes. That's their solution. But they refuse to say a word in this chamber or outside of the cause of this problem being corporate greed. Why? Because the Conservatives are the party that represents Bay Street. They're the party that represents large corporations and CEOs in this country. And while they claim to support the little guy and working people, their silence on issues like this speaks volumes. Now, for the Liberals' part, again, they claim to care as well. But their policies, in truth, on these economic issues are really no different than those of the Conservatives. So while people are paying the price for the biggest increase in the grocery basket in over 40 years, we find ourselves at this juncture in history. So what is the NDP saying to do about it? Well, we are saying, let's take action. And that's because we know it's not people's wages that are causing the cost of living crisis, but again, the obscene profits being made by corporations and CEOs. Indeed, corporate profits, along with prices, have reached their highest share of Canadian GDP ever. Now I'm talking about across all sectors. And corporate profits have increased by $22.9 billion this year, which is about a quarter of the increase in cost to consumers. Now, the contrast between these profits and people who suffered the price gouging is not new. As far back as 2018, Loblaw, run by, again, the billionaire Weston family, admitted to participating in a cartel from 2001 to 2015 with other major grocery chains to artificially inflate the price of bread. Now, this potentially, I would say, prima facie criminal practice is reportedly still under investigation by the Commissioner of Competition. Now, if someone stole a loaf of bread in this country today, they'd have been tried, convicted, and punished by now. But when billionaires defraud millions of Canadians, it takes years to even investigate. That's under the legal scheme that has been devised by successive Liberal and Conservative federal governments over decades and decades and decades. So it's no wonder that corporations are price gouging. They've been given the green light by Conservatives and Liberals for years. Where's the penalty? The Conservatives would like to talk about being tough on crime. Don't seem to be too tough on Loblaws right now. Now, yet the Commissioner of Competition recently called for greater enforcement of Canada's competition laws to combat rising prices, and he noted the federal government is ill-equipped compared to other countries. For example, under European competition law, Companies can be heavily fined for abusing their dominant position in the market to exploit consumers, including the imposition of unfair purchase prices. Recent cases handled by them include pharmaceutical companies that raised their price of off-patent cancer drugs, of all things, by hundreds of %, and Gazprom, which has been accused of setting unfair prices for gas. And you see these companies, they will take advantage of crisis, even of cancer patients, of people suffering from the Ukraine war, to gouge and pad their profits. It's time this Liberal government put an end to this. And the NDP is standing in this House today to put a motion before to do exactly that. And it'll be interesting for Canadians to see how these two parties vote on this, because that will tell the tale. It's easy to say you support working people, but we'll see who stands up in this House and attacks these corporate profits and stands up for working people when we come to vote on the NDP motion after this motion is voted on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if this NDP member has been following the debate that's been going on in the House today, but I've said on at least one occasion, and I believe other Liberals have said, that they actually really like this motion. I think to draw the conclusion that perhaps Liberals are going to just be against it, I think is disingenuous, at least to the process of what goes on in here. So I would say, but I do have a genuine question for the member, because I think that this is a good motion. I like the wording of it. There's a couple words that perhaps I would have phrased slightly differently, but nonetheless, I appreciate the intent. This focus is primarily on grocery stores, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can inform the House of other sectors, other industries perhaps, other than oil, which is the obvious one that we know of, that might also be practicing in this, and should there be further investigation into those as well?
The member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that intervention, and I'm pleased if the Liberals vote in favour of this. I hope they do. But one vote today is not going to make up for decades of inaction and refusal to actually make corporations in this company pay their fair share. There absolutely is comprehensive corporate gouging across all sectors of the country. He asked what other sectors are doing it. The oil and gas sector is doing it. In fact, some of the biggest oil companies have recorded the highest profits in the history of their companies in the last 12 months. The so-called fire sector, that's finance, insurance, real estate, they are recording double-digit profit increases, as well as other companies across this country. So this corporate gouging is not limited to the food sector for sure. That's why we need fair corporate taxation, something the NDP has called for a long time, and something the Liberals have refused to do, as well as the Conservatives.
Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the intervention by the member from Vancouver Kingsway. In his speech, maybe don't agree with everything he stated, but look, the intent behind this motion, I agree. We got to address high food prices in Canada. My question to him through you, Madam Speaker, is why the motion didn't include talk about the cost of inputs and the rising input costs and how that impacts high food prices. I think that would have made it even clearer there that an additional cost that's going in that's driving up food and making it so expensive for so many Canadians. And the second thing, I know we mentioned Loblaws, fully agree, but something I know myself and other Conservative members have been calling for and pointing out the hypocrisy of the Liberal government over the $12 million that they gave to Loblaws, and I didn't hear that in his speech, and I was just wondering why. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that intervention. It's a pleasure to serve with him on NCCOP. The motion is, I think, very, very well crafted. It deals with it identifies the problem in a very pithy way, and it identifies 4 concrete solutions. I suppose there's always things to add, and I suppose the Conservatives could have added an amendment if they want. In terms of inputs, what we're talking about here is plain gouging. It's my assertion that corporations, including food companies, are using the cover of supply chain problems as a cover to gouge consumers. And there's no question about that, because their increases bear no resemblance whatsoever to any of the input costs, including wages, which is usually the single largest component of any product like a foodstuff. And they're gouging agricultural producers as well. Certainly not our farmers who are reaping the benefit of these prices. It's the food companies themselves. That's why we're zeroing in on them.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Obviously, we can't go against a motion that condemns greed, obviously, but maybe it should go a bit further, because we're talking about billions of dollars that Canadian companies have hidden away in tax havens. And when we know that tax avoidance and tax evasion are issues that Ottawa could deal with in a more rigorous way. So I wonder what my colleague thinks about the issue of tax havens. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
He has been the loudest, strongest, and longest voice in this House for going after tax havens. We've been raising that in every election since I've run in since 2008, and before that we were doing that as well. In fact, this motion does talk about forcing CEOs and big corporations to pay what they owe by closing loopholes that allowed them to avoid $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone. And that results in a corporate tax rate that is effectively lower now than when this government was elected. So part of closing loopholes is going after that money that is parked in offshore tax havens as a means of extracting the wealth in Canada and parking that capital offshore to avoid taxes. That's immoral. It should be illegal, and only the NDP has consistently called for effective action to close those loopholes.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a great honour to rise and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay, particularly at this time of incredible uncertainty. And we noticed, and we are very pleased to see the Russian army who are suffering their defeats in Ukraine. But we are in a time of major global uncertainty, crisis in prices, crisis in supply chains. And what workers are being told is that their lack of ability to get higher wages, if they got somehow a more fair playing field, that it would exacerbate the inflation crisis. What we're calling for in New Democrats today is to focus in on where these inflationary problems are being driven. And they're being driven by gouging. Gouging by some very major, powerful corporate interests. Certainly the oil sector around the world, there's questions being raised about the massive profits that are coming out of the pockets of ordinary consumers who can't even afford to heat their houses. But the other really disturbing issue that we're seeing is the crisis in affordability of food. And that's directly tied to the price gouging that has been underway throughout this crisis. So what we're asking for is very straightforward, asking the Competition Bureau to launch an investigation into the grocery chain practices and increasing penalties for price fixing and strengthening competition laws to prohibit these companies from abusing their dominant positions in the market that's exploiting both consumers and agricultural producers. And we're also calling for the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Agriculture and Food to look into this, because we want to make sure that we're dealing with issues of fairness as people are being gouged and can't afford to pay their bills. Now, it's very interesting, and it's indicative today that we're debating this as the New Democrat motion on doubling the GST tax credit has received support from this House. Because we came into this Parliament saying we were going to fight for people who are being left behind in this time of uncertainty. So we brought forward 3 major initiatives for the fall. The doubling of the GST tax credit to get money right back into the hands of people and families and seniors so that they can buy their groceries. That for people who are low-income renters, that $500 supplement is essential for getting support at this time of gouging and particularly high housing prices. And of course, the initiative that the Liberals have now moved to agree with us on a national dental care plan, because if you cannot afford to get your kids' teeth fixed, all other issues drop off in comparison, because a child who can't get their teeth fixed and a mother or father who cannot afford that is a situation that should not be allowed to happen. Now, I know that my friends in the Conservatives have been very much against these initiatives. I appreciate the flip-flop on the tax credit, but the word that they've been using is that actual steps to help people in this crisis will somehow be vaporized by inflation, as though inflation is some kind of magic thing. And I'm interested in the term vaporizing because the only thing that I've noticed that vaporized over the summer was the price of cryptocurrency after the leader of the Conservative Party told us that he gets his financial advice from a conspiracy blogger on YouTube. Now, I know that they got a lot of their medical advice from anti-vax conspiracy bloggers on YouTube, but the idea that the leader of the Conservative Party was promoting cryptocurrency that dropped 70% in value after he began promoting it. Think of that for a minute, because I know a lot of working class people in Northern Ontario who don't have savings, who are insecure, who thought, well, maybe crypto would be a way of allowing me to get some kind of savings and something ahead. And they listened to the Conservative leader. 70% of that value vaporized. Well, I'll tell you what's not going to vaporize. It's getting that $500 check if you're a low renter, getting the $460 to $600 GST so that you can pay your rent. And what is not going to vaporize is hopes of children to get dental care. That's what New Democrats came to Parliament to do, is to actually get results for people. So what we need to do is strip off a lot of the mythologies and misrepresentations on what is causing inflation. Now, certainly I mentioned the Russian war at the beginning, and we know that that has destabilized the situation globally. But when you drill down on the numbers in Canada, it becomes very clear that certain powerful interests are using the fears of inflation to drive up their profits in their corporate lines. I mean, the CEO of Sobeys this year was made $8.6 million in compensation. I mean, what does this guy do to deserve this? And grocery rose nearly 11% in that time. So this is supposed to be the inflationary growth caused 11%, but the profitability that we saw from Sobeys, from Loblaws, from Metro are much higher than the rates of inflation, and the rates of wage earnings is much lower than the rate of inflation. So any worker who actually got an increase this year did not contribute to inflation. It is the gouging that's going on. CEO compensation at Loblaws, $5 million. Metro, $5 million. Sobeys, $8.4 million. And I want to focus in a little bit on the Weston family. Galen Weston, living in his gated community, found guilty of price-fixing bread. Bread, for crying out loud. And I want to thank Irene Brecken, a good Northern Ontario woman from the mining town of Elliott Lake, who led the class action suit. Now, does anyone think that Galen Weston is ever going to be punished for ripping off families over bread? That's not what happens to the super rich. What they do is they get free gifts. For example, $12 million to fix Galen Weston's fridge. Now, Madam Speaker, my mom, I'm thinking of Loretta Lynn today, my mom's a coal miner's daughter. I had to explain to my mom. She called me. She said, what the heck is this about the Liberal government fixing Galen Weston's fridges? What about my fridge? And I said, I know, Mom, it's really not right. We're trying to deal with this. Then when my mom comes home and tells me about the grocery prices that she's having to pay, and she's saying, what about Galen Weston and all that money he's making? I'm saying, don't you worry, Mom. We're going to make this right. That's why we're in the House today. Across party lines, we need to start saying to these CEOs, it's time, boys and women, that you could not anymore use inflationary fears to gouge working class families who have no choice but to go to the grocery store and pay for the food that they need for their children. Now, in our bill, we're not talking today about the oil gouging that's going on. But that has been one of the other massive drivers of inflation. You know, at the beginning of October, when the price of a barrel of oil is $80, prices were still 13% higher than they were the last time the price of a barrel was that high. And anybody, I'm sure anybody else in the country knows this, but anyone in Northern Ontario knows, as soon as the second that a hurricane hits down in the southern Gulf Coast, the price of gas at our local pumps jumps up 30 cents overnight. But when everything's going fine, that price doesn't come down. There's consistent gouging. And you don't have to believe me, Madam Speaker. I know people think that I'm the wild New Democrat from Northern Ontario. But I would say my good friend, the CEO of Shell, agrees with me. Because Shell, the CEO of Shell, is saying that the situation around the world is so unstable from the gouging of the oil companies that this crisis, he said, can no longer be left to the markets. It's time we started to tax that windfall back. The idea of taxing that extra massive amount of profit, we're not saying it's wrong to have profit. Profit's good. Profit is what drives industry. But when you're gouging people over their fears of inflation, if you're using the Russian war to pad your pockets, and how are they padding them? Well, let's talk about $52 billion in the second quarter of this year. That's up 235%. That's the kind of gouging that's going on. That when the United Nations, California, the EU, even President Biden is talking about the windfall tax that's necessary to pull some of that gouging back and restore it to ordinary Canadians. That's our job in this House of Commons, is to stand up for people who don't have a voice in the back room of power, who don't have the lobbyists, and who don't have the Cayman Islands to hide their tax accounts. They have to go and feed their kids. They deserve dental care, and they deserve an investigation into the gouging that's going on in the grocery stores right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll ask my question picking up on the last comments that the member made. He talked about dental care in particular. I'm not sure if he caught it, but during question period, the Prime Minister basically asked the Leader of the Opposition, why won't you support dental care? Why won't you help put those smiles on children's faces? And the very odd response from the Leader of the Opposition was, well, they won't be smiling if their parents can't buy them a little bit of pumpkin pie, as if to suggest that parents would rather give their kids pumpkin pie than to actually provide dental care. Is it just me, or are the Conservatives completely out of touch on what the most vulnerable in our society actually need?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Madam Speaker, those who say there's no such thing as miracles, I give my honourable colleague from the Liberals, who just until recently was dead set against a federal dental care plan, but he has seen the light, and I appreciate that. And when someone has seen the light, you have to welcome them into the light. Now, as for the Leader of the Conservative Party, what he's worried about, he has nothing to worry about with his pumpkin pie this week, and he doesn't worry about how much sugar is put in there for his kids, because he's had free dental care since he was, I don't know, when did he get elected, 24? 20-some years old. His family has got free dental care. All the Conservatives got free dental care. They just don't want working-class parents to get free dental care. That's the issue that I have. I don't care how many pumpkin pies you put on the table. Nobody's going to swallow that malarkey.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, we do agree on much of the bill in its entirety. The big thing that we look at is competition. And competition is really looking at how companies are acting and what choice is there for consumers. But you did talk about people being gouged by what they can't afford. Our farmers provide food, and we're looking at the competition. There's 189,000 farms in Canada. They're paying on average $45,000 each in carbon tax, and they're only getting back $862. So we're talking about that end of the industry. And of course, we're going to look at competition for our grocery stores. When we look at farmers markets, though, and we look at other ways people need to get nutritious, healthy food, that seems to be a gouge that they're not finding relief. And a time when farmers can't choose other sources, we want them to use hydrogen, we want them to use better fossil fuels or no carbon if it comes to that idea, but they don't have the choice. Why are you not pushing against relief for farmers to get better nutritious food for Canadian families that need it right now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, one of the things that always strikes me about Conservatives when we're talking about people not being able to pay their bills, they're very, very concerned that big oil is not getting enough of a free deal. $9 billion. That's the figure of 1 year of climate damage in British Columbia. How many farms were wrecked by climate damage? You never hear the Conservatives worry about that because they're focused on big oil. They believe that pollution should be free. That you should be able to, if you're a big oil company, you should be able to jack as much CO2 into the air as possible. Now, my issue with the carbon tax is that the Liberals don't seem to have a climate plan to go with it. So they're raising the money. But I find it really concerning that when we're talking about price gouging and we're talking about bringing this forward so that producers are heard at the table, they want to be talking about the interests of big oil.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about the price of food. But ultimately, we can't just blame CEOs for this, because there's a great deal of economic instability occurring. There are many external factors causing this, like COVID-19, increasing production costs, input costs, bad harvests, drought, climate problems, all sorts of things. What does my colleague think of that?
For Timmins James Bay, 20 seconds.
Thank you. I invite my honourable colleague to take a plane and go up to the north of her riding and see what people pay in the northern stores who are ripped off consistently. And do you think that the northern stores aren't making massive amounts of money? The northern store's CEO is making millions as well. This is happening to her constituents. I mean, Loblaws, $901 million, up to $132 million. Metro, $680 million, up $49 million over the last year. Sobeys, $744.8 million, up $46.7 million. So she can talk about input costs and COVID. We're talking about price gouging.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to that resounding applause, I hope I deliver on what my colleagues are expecting. I'll just start by saying that I'm sharing my time with the Deputy House Leader to the government, Madam Speaker. And I want to say that I've had an opportunity to read this motion, and I actually think that there's a lot of good to this motion, and I'm quite frankly inclined to support this motion, and I most likely will, to be completely honest. It actually reminds me, just a few days ago, during a question and answer on a different issue, the member from Rosemont-Le Petit-Patrie asked me specifically about this issue. In the context of another bill that we were discussing, and I can recall replying to him that I thought it was a very important issue to discuss. I didn't realize that that exchange would lead to the NDP just a couple days later introducing a motion to that effect, but I am absolutely delighted to see it. I think that it will give an opportunity, if passed, for the necessary studies to be done. If indeed, and I think that there is at least quite a bit of anecdotal evidence out there to suggest that there are these large corporations that are profiting off of inflation and the scares of inflation, that is something that we need to address. And so I look forward to hopefully this passing with the support of the House and the opportunity to ensure that these practices are dealt with in a swift fashion. So I want to compliment the NDP on bringing forward, quite frankly, a very reasonable motion. Unlike my colleagues from across the way, the Conservatives, when they, bring in motions that are pretty much predicated on slogans and, triple, whatever that is. By the way, Madam Speaker, I don't even understand this triple thing.
No one does.
It doesn't make any sense to me. When I hear them say triple, all I can think of is the fact that, yeah, there have been 3 times in the last 8 years that the population has rejected them. So maybe they're referencing triple because they've been rejected at the polls 3 times in a row. I'm not sure. That's all I could really put together based on it, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't even deliver well. But in any event, that's what I guess, assumed that it was. But Conservatives have these policies that are just completely all out there, as opposed to coming forward with stuff like we're seeing today, which is very reasonable in my opinion. You know, we obviously know their position on cryptocurrency. That's becoming very well known in the House. The leader of the opposition is a big fan of cryptocurrency. As a matter of fact, you know, I'm not sure if the public knows this, Madam Speaker, but there's a private member's bill in the name of the member from Calgary Nose Hill on cryptocurrency. We were actually supposed to debate that private member's bill the first sitting of this House when we resumed in September. But guess what? Conservatives punted it forward. Do you know when it was punted forward to, Madam Speaker? Today. So we were actually supposed to vote to discuss that bill today at 5:30. Guess what the Conservatives did, Madam Speaker? Punted it forward. Conservatives seem to be very, very, very scared about the issue of cryptocurrency. And, I mean, if they're not, why won't they let the member from Calgary Nose Hill bring forward her motion? Free the bill, Madam Speaker. Free her bill. Allow it to come to the floor. The Conservative leadership back there, run by the member from Carleton, the Carleton Crypto King, is purposely preventing this bill from moving forward in this House. Let's have a discussion on cryptocurrency. Allow the member from Calgary Nose Hill to bring her bill before this House. Stop. The Conservatives need to stop holding it back, Madam Speaker, because quite frankly, it's just unfair to Canadians to have the opportunity to discuss this very, very important matter. And so that's the contrast. What I'm trying to show here, Madam Speaker, is the contrast between a reasonable motion like we see today to look into a very important matter. The NDP clearly accept the global reasoning that's been supported by economists throughout the globe on why we have inflation. No, it's not the Prime Minister of Canada that caused inflation, Madam Speaker. It's a global issue. The NDP know that. I'm fairly certain that the Bloc know that too. The Conservatives are just diehards, or they're set on trying to convince the Canadian population that it's actually the Prime Minister that caused global inflation, which, I mean, if he had the ability to do that, quite frankly, I'd be really impressed, especially considering that the Conservatives routinely accuse the Prime Minister of being incapable of just about anything, now suddenly are willing to give him credit for being able to control global inflation. But nonetheless, those are the kind of issues that the NDP is trying to look at in a realistic way, rather than saying, no, I don't want to spend money giving back GST rebates because that's going to cause inflation. You might note that that was one of the original arguments that came from the Conservatives before they flip-flopped on that and have now decided, maybe it's not in our best interest to vote against that, so maybe we should support that. So rather than, taking the approach of the Conservatives and saying, this is just going to create, we're not interested in inflation, we already know where it comes from, the NDP are actually trying to get to the root cause of it. And I think that their main complaint here has a lot of merits to it. So, we've seen a lot that happened today, Madam Speaker. It's been a pretty revealing day for the member from the leader of the opposition. We have learned this morning that he had actively been using misogynistic tags within YouTube to generate users to go to his YouTube page. For people that don't understand how this works, there's a particular hashtag, Madam Speaker, and the hashtag is MGTOW, which is Men Go Their Own Way. This is a group, Madam Speaker, that specifically is a group that's based on anti-feminist, misogynistic, primarily and pretty much only men in this group. And so what the leader of the opposition was doing is he was using that hashtag in...
The honourable member for Waterford, Lloydminster, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that we are debating a opposition day motion today from the NDP about food supply. I am unsure the relevance of what the member across has to do with.
The honourable member does know that there's a lot of latitude in the way we get to the object of the debates, and I will let the member get there. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in response to that, because we do have a tradition in Parliament, but I'd like my honourable member to clarify whether he thinks he was just trying to attract incels in general, or maybe even some maybe on the back bench.
Can we wait until questions to actually ask questions of the honourable member making the speech? And as for the honourable member has addressed the issue of the bill, of the motion, has started his speech on this and spent most of the time so far on the issue of the motion. The honourable member for Prince Albert. Prince Rupert.
The member from North Battle was very clear that she'd like to see this member stick to the topic at hand. But also the fact is that our leader has been very clear on this issue, that he condemns it, condemns all the actions around it. But
that is debate, and let us allow the honourable member to finish his speech.
Well, the member's trying to bring me back to relevance and then immediately starts to argue the point with me. I would say to him, based on his last comment, no, the leader of the opposition has not been clear. Go and look at the tape from earlier today, just after 10 o'clock, when he made his speech today. I asked him point blank. I, in a very polite way, said I'd like to give him an opportunity to explain to Canadians what exactly he was doing with his YouTube channel and how he's actively working to prevent that now. And I asked him to do that. He wouldn't do it. You see all the point of order, so I wonder why that is.
Yes, the honourable member for Leeds Grenville, $1,000.
Well, just on that, Madam Speaker, with respect to relevance, the member for Kingston and the Islands denied unanimous consent to condemn blackface. I'm wondering if you'd like to do that now.
Yeah. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent?
Is he asking for unanimous consent motion or asking for me to say so?
No, he's asking for unanimous consent to condemn blackface.
I'm asking for that member to condemn.
No? Well, sorry. Apologies. Well, yeah. As I've been advised, that enters in matters of debate, so I would encourage the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to conclude his remarks on the motion at hand so that we can start the questions.
I guess this is an issue they don't want to talk about, Madam Speaker. You see, I don't blame them. They're getting up time after time, interrupting me, points of order, trying to prevent me from continuing because they don't want to talk about this issue. And you can see that, Madam Speaker. They're heckling me. They won't stop. And you realize, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the leader of the opposition is going to have to answer for it one way or another. I would encourage him to come forward, come to this House, and explain to Canadians his position on using those misogynistic, hurtful hashtags in order to generate views on YouTube.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Joliette.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Regarding possible collusion in the food distribution industry, we know that there are a few giant companies that control most of the market. It's a monopoly. It could be quite easy for those players to make an agreement between themselves in order to lower prices when they're buying from farmers or to increase them when they're selling to consumers. The motion indirectly refers to that. I think my favorite part of the motion is to ask the Competition Bureau to investigate these stakeholders to see if there was collusion and undue profits, a bit like what was done in the UK with the British Parliament. What does my colleague think?
Secretary.
Well, I would start by noting, Madam Speaker, that this is the third speech now that I've given, third in a row, where obviously the first opportunity to ask a question goes to the Conservatives. They didn't, not one of them stood up to ask me a question, and I appreciate that. I understand if they're afraid to do that, but I will answer the question to the member of the bloc, and he makes a very good point. And not only can that monopoly develop through collaboration, but actually, if you look at game theory, that collaboration can happen through the practice of certain moves that different companies make without actually having a verbal or communicative discussion about it. So these are the things that we need to look into, and that this motion particularly calls on, is to find out if it's happening, and if so, how that increase has occurred specifically as it relates to these prices going up based on a monopoly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Smith. Well,
no, Madam.
Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member, a report came out at the beginning of the year that CEOs in Canada are now making 191 times more than their average worker. And nowhere is this more obvious than in the grocery industry. So I would ask again, some of my colleagues have asked, why won't this Liberal government close loopholes and make those that are making the most money, the wealthiest Canadians, pay their fair share?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member is absolutely correct, Madam Speaker. The spread between the haves and the have-nots has only gotten larger and larger and larger. And the reality of this situation is not only is the fact that CEOs being paid 191 times, not only is it not good for the difference between those who are making incredible sums of money and those who are making very little bits of money, but it's just generally not good for our economy as a whole when you don't have a strong middle class. You need a strong middle class because they're the ones that actually drive the economy. And to her question about why won't the government move forward on it, well, in this motion, the NDP actually call for that, and I just told her that I'm going to support the motion, so I do support that call that's in there.
The Honourable Member for Prince Rupert.
Prince Albert? Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the NDP for bringing this forward. I look forward to seeing this study. I hope that they haven't predetermined the outcome of the study and will actually let the witnesses bring forward the truth. Now, when it comes to this government, do they really understand what's going on in Canada? Do they actually comprehend the fact that people are hurting? Do they actually understand that, for example, I was talking to a taxi driver this morning. He had to pay, well, he basically works two jobs. He works at a bank, he works in a taxi, just so he can get enough money scraped together to have a Thanksgiving dinner. Does he understand there's single mothers actually watering down their milk so they can feed their kids so the kids aren't hungry? Does he not understand that there's hurt and need in this country? So what is their proposal to do it? They're going to give him $500 more? Madam Speaker, they need to do more. And does he not understand there's more that needs to be done? Because they're not presenting anything more.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Not presenting anything more. Madam Speaker, look at all the legislation that we brought forward to ease the financial pressures on those that actually need it the most. Look at $10 a day childcare. Look at the GST rebate. Look at the countless number of initiatives that are out there that this federal government has brought forward. For this member to say it's just $500, like where does that even come from? The reality is, I realize that he hasn't voted in favor of any of it, but you know what, Madam Speaker, I think there's a real opportunity here. The Conservatives identified their error with the GST rebate bill, and now they're going to vote, well, they did vote in favor of it. Now they have another opportunity to recognize their error with respect to this bill, flip-flop, or this motion, flip-flop on this as well, and hopefully they'll come forward and vote with the NDP and at least myself when we come to vote for this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from the NDP for bringing forward this really important motion. We're at the tail end of 3 weeks of sitting at the beginning of this Parliament, and we've been talking a lot about what Canadians are going through, and we hear them, and we know through all of us talking to the citizens in our respective ridings that people are hurting. They're concerned about the increase in costs of living and inflation, and they want to know that we are working together to make sure that we are there for them. And so while some members will focus on who did what and who didn't do what, I want to focus on what we can do together to help Canadians. So this weekend, Madam Speaker, a lot of folks will be going to the grocery store. They'll be getting the food for maybe Thanksgiving dinner. So whether it be, a turkey or a ham, folks know that the cost right now for food has increased a lot, and Canadians are hurting. We also know that with the measures we've put in place, with the legislation that we've been putting forward since we came back in early September, we put forward legislation for a GST credit, which will help a lot of lower-income Canadians. I know for a fact a lot of Canadian seniors who depend on the GST quarterly payments, we'll be able to use that additional fund to help offset some of the costs that they are going to be incurring. I also know that we've brought forward legislation, and I want to thank everybody for supporting that piece of legislation. I know Canadians appreciate it. I also want to talk about dental care and rental supports. On sait très bien au Québec.
We know full well that in Quebec the cost of housing has increased enormously and that it's very difficult for young families, for seniors, and others to pay their rent. So I hope that we will find a way to support this measure to help people.
When my mother first met our then Minister of Seniors, and she'll remember the one thing that my mother mentioned is, you know what seniors need? Seniors need dental care. They need good teeth. And I'm sure she's laughing, our former Minister of Seniors is laughing at me because she probably remembers this. And so I was really happy to hear that the NDP worked with us to bring forward a dental care program.
Because seniors who don't have the means to pay for dental care, well, that's something very serious.
With respect to this piece of legislation, I agree that there is a huge discrepancy between CEOs making millions and millions of dollars and Canadians who are struggling. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, in the 43rd Parliament, I was chairing the INDU Committee, the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, and I tabled a report in this House on June 16, 2021, the 6th report to INDU with respect to grocery store and price fixing. And I urge, if this bill does get to, this motion does get accepted and sent to the Agriculture Committee, that they review that report, because there was some really good testimony and good recommendations in there that I think would be very beneficial. Now, Madam Speaker, I looked through this motion very carefully, and I agree with most of it. And I just want to put it on the record that I will be supporting it. I think it's important that we put partisan politics aside. I think it's important that we are there for Canadians in their time of need. And I think it's important that the issue of price gouging, the issue of food security, the issue of the affordability for food in this country be studied at the Agriculture Committee, and I think that is the best place for it to go. Madam Speaker,
since we were elected in 2015, we have been there for Canadians. And thanks to the work we've done all together, we did pass legislation. We've taken measures for families that were adopted. And we've done great work all together since 2015. And I hope we will continue to work together. I know that bills are not always perfect. I know motions aren't always perfect. There's a way we can work together constructively to bring enhancements to legislation or motions, so we can find the best way to help Canadians.
Child benefit, which is tied to the cost of living. I know that Canadian families are getting some additional supports. Je suis très contente.
I'm very happy with the fact that Quebec's model for daycare was put forward for the rest of Canada, because Quebecers have been true leaders in daycare and early childhood education. And I pay tribute to my Quebec colleagues, because we have been proud of this program for quite some time. I benefited from this program when I was young, and honestly, it was a real game changer for families. And I hope that other provinces will benefit from what we have done in Quebec.
With respect to the OAS, we've increased the OAS and the GIS for Canadian seniors. There's still more to do, and I agree. There is a lot more to do. And I know that when the pandemic hit, Madam Speaker, we all came together. It was a crazy time 2 years ago. We came together as a collective to say we need to make sure people are able to put food on the table, to pay their rent, and to make sure that they don't end up in severe debt. And so we were there with CERB. We were there with wage subsidies. We were there to make sure people were able to pay their everyday costs. And we are now facing a global inflation crisis of almost a perfect storm, really, if you think of it. During COVID, supply chains were cut off. We had ports that were unable to continue to operate because of zero acceptability in terms of infections. And so we saw a huge slowdown in terms of supply chains. And it has absolutely affected inflation across the world. We also know that a lot of folks decided to change jobs over the course of the pandemic, which caused also a lack of manpower. We also know a lot of folks have decided to go back to school, which again reduced manpower. So we need to figure out together as a collective what we can be doing to make sure that Canadians are supported, and that's what we're focusing on. And I think we're focusing that together. Now, with respect to competition, again, the industry committee looked at this last Parliament, in the 43rd Parliament, and again, I urge, if this motion passes, that the Agriculture Committee look at that Indu report and perhaps bring back some of that expert testimony in terms of what happened, what are they doing since then, because we're now a year later, and has anything improved? And I think that would be something very beneficial. I think that we need to look at the Competition Bureau to make sure that Canadians are getting paying fair amounts. We are concerned about the offset of credit card costs to Canadians that have come into effect, I think, effective today. And that is something we're going to look at as well. And Madam Speaker, again, I want to thank the member from the NDP for bringing this forward, because I think this is a piece of a motion that, once it's reviewed, once it's looked at committee, can really bring some different ideas to the table that we can all get behind. And I urge everyone in this House to support this motion. Merci.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. I guess the issue for me is the massive disconnect that's happening as people are struggling when we see the announcements of massive profits. And yesterday, I'm watching the news, and Loblaws is bragging about their newest innovation, which is they're not going to bother to have drivers on their vehicles. They're going to have all their driverless vehicles. So if you stand in a grocery line because you have to do your own checkout now, so you have to work for Loblaws for free. I asked my honourable colleague, the message they're sending, hey, not only are we making record profits, not only are we gouging you, but we're going to fire our drivers and go to driverless so that Galen Weston's gated community can have more money coming in. At a time when we need good jobs, good solid economy, and good corporate behavior, what kind of message is Loblaws sending us?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. I, too, when I go to my local IGA, I notice that 3 or 4 of the checkout counters are now been replaced by one of those, self-serve checkout counters. And I asked the local manager why. And I was told that, obviously, because of a lack of manpower and shortage of manpower, that they had to cut down on the number of cashiers. I, too, would prefer to speak to a cashier when I go. And I think that's something that the committee, when they do look into what's happening with our grocery chain executives, that's something they can look at in terms of what were the cost savings based on reducing manpower at the cashiers and the checkouts. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey-Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So my question, I'll just build off the last question a little bit, maybe picking on Loblaws. Considering the record profits and what this motion talks about, and the member talked about in her speech about price gouging, why the government thought it was okay to give $12 million to Loblaws for refrigerators?
Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the question. And look, coulda, woulda, shoulda, there's a lot of things that happened in the past, but we know that right now Canadians are suffering. Canadians need us to come together to bring forward measures that are going to help them today. And I don't agree that multi-million-dollar companies should be allowing their executives to get away with bonuses when people are suffering, and I think that's something that absolutely needs to be looked at. And I think, quite frankly, I would hope that organizations and companies would kind of clue in that, you know what, maybe it's time that we give back a little bit and actually adjust their policies.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague first that we are also very proud of this successful daycare program in Quebec. We had an independent government in Quebec that established this sovereignist government. Well, first, she talked about the need for seniors to receive dental care, but her government's proposal is for children who are 11 and under. Can you explain that? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlebois. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to underscore the excellent work of the Parti Québécois that did establish this program, and I agree that we are all proud Quebecers of that program. And with respect to seniors and dental care, right now we are starting with young children who are 12 years and under, and then next year we will move on to seniors and the elderly who also need dental care. So we're starting with young children, 12 and under, and then the plan is to also offer these benefits to seniors. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have a chance to rise and ask a question of my colleague from Longueuil, Charlebois. I have not had a chance to take the floor today. It's difficult when the rounds are 10 minutes and 5 for questions. I do want to put on the record that I plan to vote for this motion, and I'm grateful that it's been put forward. I am particularly concerned with an aspect that, as the member for Timmins James Bay noted, is not mentioned here, which is a real driver of inflation, which is the war profiteering of the big oil and gas companies. Their profits are entirely due to Putin invading Ukraine, and they're astonishing. The big five, ExxonMobil, BP, Chevron, Shell, and Total SA, in one quarter, the second quarter of this year, made $55 billion U.S. They didn't, as Eric Reguly in the Globe and Mail noted, it isn't as if they showed any business acumen to get this money. They got it because of war. Is the Liberal government, does my honourable colleague know if her government is prepared to put a tax as recommended by the UN Secretary General on these excess war profits and distribute that money to the people who need it?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's tough to answer that one in 20 seconds or less. Look, the reality of war, it has absolutely impacted inflation, the costs here in Canada of oil and gas and the availability and so on. And there are definitely questions to be asked with respect to the profits that oil and gas are making in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. My son himself actually deployed as part of Op Unifier, so I am absolutely terrified about what's happening right now in Ukraine.
Concurrence of a House of... I have the honour to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi S.
Bill S-208, an act respecting the declaration of the essential role of artists and creative expression in Canada.
Projet de loi S.
Bill SC-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. Bill S-224, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in persons.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes on health. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre on the environment, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge on taxation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thanksgiving weekend, Canadian families will be getting together from coast to coast to coast. They'll be getting around the table in my community of New Westminster, Burnaby, and many other communities. They will be joining together to sit down to have the traditional Thanksgiving dinner. But for so many of those families, Madam Speaker, they will be eating a lot less or of different quality, lower quality than they have in previous years because of the impact of greedflation on those families. And that is why the NDP has put forward this motion today, the motion that urges the government and directs the government through the House of Commons to ensure that we are tackling the corporate greed that is taking place in the grocery sector, including by asking the Competition Bureau to launch an investigation of grocery chain profits, increasing penalties for price fixing, as we have seen in the grocery industry and in other sectors, and strengthening competition laws to prohibit companies from abusing their dominant positions in the market. We're also calling upon the government to support the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods in investigating high food prices. And that was a motion, as you know, Madam Speaker, that was brought forward by the member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford and successfully was adopted yesterday. And also, we are directing the government through this motion to force CEOs and big corporations to pay what they owe, Madam Speaker. The estimate is now, last year alone, over $30 billion in tax money. Over $30 billion in tax money was taken to overseas tax havens with impunity or through a variety of tax loopholes was not paid. That's on the existing tax rate, Madam Speaker. It's $30 billion. It was essentially taken from Canadians. So this motion directs the government to take action and force the CEOs and big corporations to pay those amounts. Now, Madam Speaker, we're presenting that motion today, but the vote in the House, as you know, will be taking place after the Thanksgiving break that we will be taking in our constituencies. And so, Madam Speaker, through you to the Canadian public, if you want your Member of Parliament to vote for this motion, if you believe that the type of greedflation that we are seeing, companies gouging Canadian families at a time when they are struggling the most, then urge your Member of Parliament, send them an email, make a phone call, catch them at events next week and tell them to vote for the NDP motion. Tell them that you want to see the House of Commons direct the government to take action in those areas. And so through you, Madam Speaker, I ask Canadians to do that in the coming week, to make sure that their members of Parliament are held accountable for the greedflation, the increased costs that are happening right now as a result of corporate greed. And I'll come back to that in just a moment, Madam Speaker. Alors, on a une responsabilité.
So we have the responsibility to direct the government and to tell them that we have to put an end to tax havens who cost us $30 billion in taxes a year, and to truly implement an investigation from the Competition Bureau to know to what extent these prices were increased. They took inflation and they drove up their profits from this to increase bonuses for CEOs. Also, we're asking for the investigation to be conducted by the Committee on Agriculture to be also done. So we all agree on this. The House of Commons has to direct the government to do this, to take action. Action hasn't taken for years, and especially during this period of crisis. Madam Speaker, I would ask Canadians across the country, if you want your member to vote in favor of this, reach out to your MP in coming days and weeks and ensure that they know this. We have to vote in favor of this motion, and the vote will take place after the break week next week when our MPs return to their ridings. So it'll take place the week after.
Canadians will hopefully be speaking in the coming days and letting their members of parliament know that they should be voting for these important measures that the NDP is proposing. Now, I'd like to say that there is no doubt that these measures need to be taken. Canadian families are paying more and more for food, and yet at the same time, as so many of my colleagues have mentioned, we're seeing skyrocketing profits from the big grocery chains. And Madam Speaker, for the CEO of Sobeys, for example, to go after the NDP, after what we've seen with Sobeys, an increase in profits, of course, an increase in his bonus as well, for him to attack the NDP for bringing this subject forward, rather than accept that what he is doing, the kind of unfortunate profiteering that is taking place when families are struggling so desperately, shows how disconnected the CEO of Sobeys is from the reality that Canadian families are facing. A quarter of Canadian families are struggling to put food on the table. 50%, half of Canadian families are within a couple $100 of insolvency, Madam Speaker, and yet you have the Sobeys CEO saying, "Oh gosh, you know, we want our increased profits, we want our bonuses, and the NDP shouldn't be raising this issue in the House of Commons." Quite frankly, that shows a disconnection that is profoundly disturbing and should be for Sobeys shareholders as well. This is a company that is paying executive bonuses but eliminated the hero wage. We have frontline workers during COVID that, at great cost to themselves, showing great courage, stepped forward to make sure that the food stores were open, the grocery stores were open, so that we could get those essential foods even at the height of the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, as you know, that they were taking it at risk to themselves and risk to their families. And that modest hero bonus that the NDP pushed for and that the companies grudgingly decided to put into place was promptly revoked, even though COVID is still present and even though there continues to be a risk. And Madam Speaker, this is why I think Canadians have been so exercised by what they see. Companies and company CEOs bragging about increased profit at a time when families are struggling so much. Madam Speaker, as you well know, food bank lineups have doubled over the past few years. What we've seen is more and more Canadian families struggling to keep a roof over their head, and we're seeing more and more homeless. That's why the NDP has been pushing so strongly for measures that help to counter that crisis. And Madam Speaker, as you know, the first real NDP bill in this Parliament is the NDP bill that brings the dental care for families with children 12 and under, and allows then for that expansion of dental care in the following year to seniors and people with disabilities, in the final year to all families that are of modest income, less than $90,000. These are the kinds of measures that make such a big difference. And it's the NDP and the member for Burnaby South, our leader, and the terrific member from Vancouver Kingsway, who is our healthcare critic, who've led the charge on putting in place a dental care program that helps so many families. That initial payment is going to make a big difference. It will mean that children who wouldn't otherwise have access to dental care will have access. And to then expand that to a program that provides supports right across the spectrum. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, it means in each and every riding, 30,000 Canadians are going to benefit. In each riding, on average, about 30,000 Canadians will benefit from the NDP's initiative and the NDP push in that regard. And I certainly thank the member from Burnaby South, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, for doing that on behalf of all Canadians. The housing benefit and the NDP drive to get affordable housing in place, something we haven't seen in half a century, that has contributed enormously to the crisis that is growing across the length and breadth of our country. That, again, an NDP initiative. The member from Burnaby South pushing for months the idea that the GST credit, the GST rebate needed to be doubled to provide immediate supports for Canadian families. And that, thankfully, Madam Speaker, a benefit that will reach 12 million Canadians has just been passed by this House. And thankfully, all parties in all four corners of this House agreed that this was a priority. But it was NDP inspired and NDP pushed. These are the kinds of things that we believe need to happen to benefit people, where we stay focused on the needs of people right across this country. The need for affordable housing, the need for an expanded healthcare system, including dental care, the need for money in your pocket at a time when we're seeing costs increase. And, Madam Speaker, the need for a federal government to no longer say to the CEOs, hey, you can do whatever the hell you want, but rather a federal government that bolsters the type of legislation to ensure that the Competition Bureau can play its role, can crack down on price fixing, can crack down on profiteering, can crack down on corporate greed. These are the responsibilities that we give in a civil society to our government, to those who are elected to represent us. We don't elect people to support the banks and to support the corporate CEOs. They have enough tools at their disposition. The great progress of government is to counteract that so that there is a level playing field where all Canadians can benefit. And this brings me to my point. It was made by the member from Carleton a little bit earlier today, Madam Speaker, and he said something to the effect that, well, yes, the NDP is identifying greed in the private sector that is really hurting Canadians, but what about government greed? You don't know anything about that. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I found that a bit insulting because I lived through the dismal decade that was the Harper government. And if there is no better example of government greed, it was the 10 years that we lived under Stephen Harper, Madam Speaker. And I'll just recall the facts to you. What we saw under the Stephen Harper government that the member from Carleton was such a close part to, and obviously wants to replay that dismal decade again. And I'll say to you, to all Canadians, Madam Speaker, he'll replay that dismal decade over my body, because there is no way we are going to see what the Harper government did to our institutions happen again. And if the member from Carleton wants to replay that, well, he'll have a reckoning with New Democrats. We'll be standing up against that at all times. So that decade of government greed, Madam Speaker, was unprecedented handouts to the banking sector, unprecedented handouts to the oil and gas sector, unprecedented handouts to lobbyists, Madam Speaker. You'll recall $116 billion in liquidity supports given to banks because they need to maintain their profits. And we saw, of course, with the signature of all of these agreements with overseas tax havens, the ability of those taxes to be paid by everybody collapsed under the Harper government. The real tax rate for corporations fell into the single digits, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine? The single digit. In terms of people paying their taxes, well, the corporate sector, with all of the overseas tax havens treaties that were signed by the Harper government, we just simply saw a complete collapse of the tax system for the ultra-rich and for big corporations. They didn't have to worry anymore because the Harper government, with its greed, was more interested in giving money to them than to regular Canadians. And what did they do for regular Canadians? Well, we saw that. We were in the House, Madam Speaker, as they gutted pensions, as they ripped them away. 65-year-old, 66-year-old. They just ripped them away, said, no, you don't have a pension anymore. You don't have eligibility for pensions, Madam Speaker. And I was in this House when it was in the center block. I recall speaking for 14 hours and speaking as I received emails and texts from Canadians from coast to coast talking about what that meant, what it meant to them when you're a carpet layer and you've worked all your life and your health is suffering and you're being told by the Harper Conservatives, by the member from Carleton, no, you can't retire. You've got to keep working because we're not going to give you a pension. And how that impacted those people who are engaged in physical labor. I gather there are not too many Conservatives that have been engaged in physical labor. I worked in a factory for many years, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you, when people are reaching that stage of decades of physical work, intense physical work, sometimes, no, they can't just keep working for a few more years because of the greed of the Harper Conservatives. And we saw that. We saw cutbacks in everything. Any kind of supports, cutbacks to housing, and of course, Madam Speaker, the most egregious, the cutbacks by the Harper Conservatives, because they were so greedy about giving money to lobbyists and oil and gas CEOs and the banks that they even stripped the healthcare system. And tragically, Madam Speaker, the Liberals today have never restored that funding. So a pox on both their houses, Madam Speaker. They stripped all of that away. So when the member from Carleton says, oh yeah, you don't know about government greed, well, Canadians lived that firsthand for a decade, and we're not going to live it again, Madam Speaker. We're still trying to rebuild. The NDP is still pushing to rebuild the institutions that were gutted by that government greed, where the government said, no, what matters is the ultra-rich. What matters is overseas tax havens. What matters is massive handouts to oil and gas CEOs. What matters is the banks. Canadians didn't matter to the Harper government. Didn't matter to the member for Carleton. And we all remember that, Madam Speaker. No, it's very important that we never forget that, yes, when you have the gang that is around Stephen Harper, with all of the impacts that held to regular Canadians, we can't let that greed of the government to make massive handouts to their friends and the ultra-rich and the lobbyists, rather than providing supports for pensioners, for that carpet layer who's worked for decades and whose body is no longer able to continue that intense physical work. And Stephen Harper and the member from Carleton ripped that pension away from him. And we will not forget, Madam Speaker. So we have a very similar approach from the CEOs, what we saw from this Liberal government maintaining those health care cuts, but also maintaining, Madam Speaker, we've seen that network of overseas tax havens that have now cost us $30 billion last year, in money that could have gone to support seniors, could have supported access to post-secondary education, could have supported housing, could have supported really investing in the healthcare system and expanding it, as the member from Burnaby South likes to say, so that it really provides coverage from the top of our head to the tips of our feet. Those are all things that $30 million could have provided support for. Good Canadian jobs. That could have provided supports as well. It could have made a difference in a whole range of things. And so this is why we say, when Liberals and Conservatives say, well, there's no money for that, it's quite a different story when it comes to the banks, when it comes to the CEOs, when it comes to the oil and gas companies. Then it's the spigot is turned on, and the federal government largesse has no limits. Well, Madam Speaker, we differ in this corner of the House, and I think part of the reason why we're seeing the NDP rising in the polls is because Canadians perceive that there is one leader in this House, the member from Burnaby South, and one caucus in this House, the NDP, that is actually fighting for regular people each and every day. And that includes when the grocery chains stand up and say, no, we're going to get record profits, record bonuses, and we're going to increase prices, but we're not going to that even bat an eye about how Canadian families are struggling. Well, in this corner of the House, those families have a strong ally and fighters that will not stop. The reason why we're bringing this motion today is because we are standing for Canadian families. I hope it receives the support of everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the words that the member has put on the record. And, you know, when I think of the children in Winnipeg North, or just people in general in Canada, we all recognize that inflation is, in fact, very real. We might be doing better than other countries around the world, but it matters here. And the price of food is of great concern. We all want to try to do what we can in terms of trying to assist Canadians in fighting the inflation. And one of the things that we did, we just passed Bill C-30. And we also now have Bill C-31. So before us, we have a motion where it'll go to a committee. The committee will no doubt be able to do a lot of fine work in dealing with this, but there's more that we can do. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in regards to the passage of C-31. Unfortunately, it's not going to pass by the looks of it before the end of the week.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
It's absolutely essential that C-31 pass, and as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, each MP in this House of Commons has 30,000 constituents that benefit from putting in place dental care. Each MP. So if members of Parliament are really listening to their constituents, they will vote yes for this first phase, and they'll vote yes for the subsequent phases so that we do have dental care in this country from coast to coast to coast for all families who need it. And that is fundamentally important. Now, the other thing he asked me is what more could the government do? Well, the government can close the tax loopholes established by both the Paul Martin government and the Stephen Harper government. They could stop the hemorrhaging of $30 billion each and every year, $25 billion previous to that. That hemorrhaging stopped means funding for hospitals. It means funding for schools. It means funding for jobs. It means funding to a clean energy transition that I know the member from Timmins James Bay is such a champion of. It would make a difference for all Canadians. So our next direction and what we've been saying to the Liberal government is stop the hemorrhaging to overseas taxes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to my friend from Burnaby, New Westminster, and it just shows the sad attempt of relevance. They're not even relevant enough in Saskatchewan anymore to be invited to Saskatchewan to an NDP convention because they're not viewed no longer as a credible NDP party. And Madam Speaker, in Saskatchewan, we've had NDP governments in the past. And the saving grace for us is we had Alberta. We could go to Alberta to work. But when you have an NDP Liberal government here in the federal scene, where do Canadians go to get a job? That's a real problem that's facing Canadians at this point in time. And as we look at this motion, as we look at the context of this motion, some of it is correct. You know what? It's fair to look at the motion itself, and it's fair to study exactly where the price increases in food are happening and why. And we should look through the entire chain, right from the farm gate all the way through the supply chain, right through to the end users. Look and examine exactly there. But what concerns me here, Madam Speaker, is the fact they predetermined the result. So will this member give the committee the chance and the credibility to actually do a thorough study and actually accept the results? And when they come back and realize that it was carbon tax that created the increase in price of food, it's this government's bad policies that they've been supporting actually are the response, will they vote against them and bring this government down?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Oh, so much rich material, Madam Speaker. First off, where do you go for a job? Well, British Columbia, because the BC NDP government has the best track record of economic growth and jobs in the entire country, by far. Much better than Alberta, much better than Saskatchewan. So if you're saying to your constituents, where do they go? Go to an NDP province. That's where the jobs are being created. Secondly, dental care. In Prince Albert, there's 30,000 people that need dental care. Why doesn't the member vote in favor of his constituents and vote in favor of the dental care bill? Finally, Madam Speaker, and as I say, there's so much rich material, but I've only got a few seconds. The impact on producers of this concentration of grocery chains. The impact in Saskatchewan, it would be great to have MPs stand up against what we're seeing with this concentration that impacts producers in Saskatchewan, but not a single Saskatchewan MP will stand up for Saskatchewan producers. That'll change in the next election.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. I'd like to thank the leader of the NDP for what he said. Now, we know that as grocery prices go up, we know that it's easier for some people than for others. We know that the heavily subsidized oil sector is raking in the profits. Same thing for banks. This government, meanwhile, is inactive. Despite the fact that we have a housing crisis, that seniors are having difficulty, they're not doing anything about tax havens. So with all that in mind, why is the NDP placing itself at the service of the Liberal government, which is itself at the service of the mega-rich? The honourable member. Well, precisely because of the NDP, the government is bringing in the GST tax credit, which will help people in Quebec and elsewhere. Thanks to the NDP, the government is finally building more affordable housing. And it's finally doing something about this issue after 50 years. And it's also offering renters a bonus, a supplement. And thanks to the NDP, the government is finally doing something in the health system to create a dental care system. So it's all thanks to the NDP that all of this is happening. So the question should be, why aren't the other parties doing something to help ordinary people?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
As always, to my esteemed colleague for his passionate speech today. Many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith are reaching out, feeling the impacts of living with lower and lower income, with rising costs, lone parent families, seniors, those living with disabilities, and their children. They're feeling hopeless as rich CEOs continue to profit off the backs of everyday working Canadians, as an example. And I'm wondering if the member could expand a little bit on the importance of systems being put into place to ensure that abuse and exploitation of rich CEOs in these positions are held to account and prevent it from happening again. And what that would look like.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really wanted to praise the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith. She's a new member, but has done such an effective job of standing up for her constituents. Nanaimo Ladysmith is better represented than it has been in years because she is so outspoken and pushing for these things, for dental care, for ensuring that we have housing supplements, ensuring the GST rebate. These are all important measures that she has helped to bring about, and I wanted to compliment her on her amazing work. The reality is, in Nanaimo, in Ladysmith, in fact, throughout this country and across Vancouver Island, we are seeing that grocery chains are raising prices more than they should be. And yes, there is inflation, but what is very clear is that we need a government that can step in and say, whoa, you've got these huge bonuses, you've got these huge profits, Canadian families are struggling, there needs to be a balance here. And that's why we are calling on, Madam Speaker, the Competition Bureau to launch that investigation with enhanced supports from the federal government, and that we really need much more robust Competition Bureau legislation to ensure that these kinds of things don't happen anymore.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. Oh, I'm sorry. Foothills. How did I confuse you?
And I want to thank my colleague for his intervention and the fact that he highlighted that Saskatchewan has all Conservative MPs because they are the ones that are standing up for their constituents and Canadian farmers. And I would be remiss if I didn't say we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the end of the Canadian Wheat Board, which I know my constituents are very happy with. But the honourable member in his presentation was talking about a great deal about price gouging and the price gouging that is going on in the Canadian supply chain specifically and the impact it's having on food costs. If price gouging is such an issue for this member, when the average Canadian farmer is paying $48,000 a year in a carbon tax, and according to the Department of Finance, they're getting about $860 back. Would he not agree that that is price gouging on Canadian farmers that is being done by this Liberal government, supported by the NDP?
For you, Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, in the oil and gas sector, we've seen those price gouging play out continuously. And Madam Speaker, the reality is, as the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives revealed in the study that they did about oil and gas price gouging in this country, what happens is the oil and gas companies increase the price on old stock whenever there's an international event. We certainly have seen this with the deplorable Russian invasion of Ukraine. The oil and gas companies profiteered. They benefited by raising price on old stock. And we know as well, Madam Speaker, as the new stock comes in at a lower price, they'll keep the prices high. This is the price gouging that the member should be speaking out against, because it has an impact on his constituents. But the reality is Conservative MPs have been...
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, and I'd just like to inform you, I will be sharing my time with the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Canal. Rideau Lakes. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. You know, at the end of the day here, it's been an interesting day listening to everybody talk about C31 and the reasons for the increase in price of food. You know, when you go back to Saskatchewan and back to riding Prince Albert, whether you go into a small town like Tisdale or Carrot River or come into the city of Prince Albert, you know, one thing that comes very clear, food has definitely gotten more expensive. You know, whether they're buying hamburgers or steaks or if they're buying potatoes or macaroni and wieners, everything's gotten more expensive. And then as they go through the process of buying their groceries, you know, when they had a $100 bill in their wallet, they look at it and say, holy cow, where did that go? It's gone. You know, we've seen huge increases in the price of food, and you can blame the war in Ukraine, you can blame a variety of things, but it really is part of the long-term policies of this government that has brought up the price of these food items. Now, the NDP want to do a study, and I agree with them on the study. I think that's a good idea. I think it's important to actually look at what's going on in the sector and understand what's going on in the sector so you can have good policies to make sure that Canadians can take advantage of our great produce that is grown here in Canada. We make the best food in the world. We grow the best animals, we grow the best vegetables, the best fruits, the best durum, the best canola. We have it all here. It's here in Canada. It's available for Canadians to take advantage of. We are blessed in so many ways. So then you look at it and say, well, how can it be this way? What has happened? What has made it so that we're so expensive to buy food when we have such an abundance? In fact, in Saskatchewan, we're a trading province. We have to export. We grow so much, we can't consume it, so we export it. We export it around the world. Now, that's when the trains run, that's when the rail cars show up, and of course, that's a problem with transportation, and again, that's a problem with policy that comes back to this government. You know, so there is frustrations for sure. But you look at it and say there should be no reason to see this type of increase in inflation in food. If you had the right policies in place, you should be able to see this scenario actually be put in a better situation. Madam Speaker, when I was on the farm, I used to get frustrated because you'd look at things and you'd say, okay, it costs me $250 an acre. The market pays me $200 an acre. I take a $50 acre hit. It happens. The markets go up, the markets go down. In the good years, you put away enough money so that you ride through the bad years. Farmers are price takers, not price makers. We actually take our price from the market, so whether it's based on production around the world, production in Saskatchewan, there's many factors that will determine the price of grain, or the price of beef, or the price of a variety of other commodities. What we do is we manage our costs. That's what farmers do in Canada. And they were the first to embrace zero tillage, one of the most advanced method of growing crops here in the world. That technology actually came out of the Sparrow Report in the Senate when we said we had to do work on soil conservation, soil degradation. What can we do? And you know what? Not only did we fix that and improve it and increased our organic matter, we actually got more efficient. We actually produced cheaper products because we reduced the number of passes in the field. We became more and more efficient, and we took that knowledge and we shared it around the world and got zero credit for it. Zero credit from this government. So what has happened from this government as we look at it now? This government has hit us with a $50,000 a year carbon tax. $50,000 a year. And they say, don't worry, be happy, here's $800 back. How can that be fair? How can that be neutral? Where did the rest of that money go? How do I take my farm and take that $46,000 or $48,000 that I'm short and reinvest it to become more environmentally friendly? I've given it to Ottawa. What did I get back? Tiddlywinks. So as we go through the process of looking at the cost of food, what happens? We get less farmers. We get bigger farmers, huge farmers. We don't have the small towns anymore. There's not a 1,000-acre farmer. If you're not 2, 5, a lot of farms are 20 and 30,000 acres now. They had to go that way because of the costs that were being borne down on them by this federal government. You know, when you look at a carbon tax on food, it's just immoral. Any tax on food is immoral. And that's what they've done. You pay tax on the fertilizer when you get it to the bin to put it in the ground. You pay tax on the diesel fuel to put it in the ground. You pay tax on the trucking to get it to the elevator. You pay tax on the rail to get it to the mill. You pay tax on the mill to get it to the grocery store. All that goes to Ottawa. And what do they do with it? Show me the mitigation that they've done in regards to the environment. Show me the bridges they've built. Show me the culverts they've put in, the lift stations. Where's the infrastructure? We've seen a flooding of historic levels in BC that shut down our transportation system. Where was the preparedness in this Liberal government to take on those types of things? Because they were saying this was going to happen, and it did happen. But they did nothing to prepare for it. Nothing. And what did that cost our economy? What is their ignorance due to this economy? This abundance, this country called Canada, where we have so much to go and to give. You know, we see around the world the war in Ukraine. We see that our friends in Europe could use our help again. And we should be in a position to do that, and we're not. Why aren't we? Because we've neglected things here in Canada. We haven't put in the infrastructure to take care of the export requirements for the variety of sectors that would be utilized in Europe at this point in time. Whether it's oil and gas, whether it's food, whether it's forestry products, we should be able to actually come in and fill those needs. But bad policy, bad planning by this government means that we can't do that. So, Madam Speaker, when you look at what's going on in here in Canada, when you bring it back to the price of food, it's not just the price of food that's hurting Canadians. It's the price of everything. Everything they do. They go to Canadian Tire. They go to buy some things for their kids. It's 30% more, 20% more. You know, they go to get groceries. Yeah, food's that much more money. It just never goes far enough anymore. And then you hear this government saying, well, you need to pay more taxes. You need to actually step up and pay for pollution. And they're right. We don't have a problem for paying pollution. But you know, there is a problem that I hear in my writing that where I'll have to say, hey, I don't mind paying my share. Well, what's this government doing globally to make sure residents in high-emitting countries are paying their share? What are they doing to level the playing field so when I pay for it in my farm here in Saskatchewan, that farmer in Alberta, in the U.S. or in China or in Australia is actually paying the same amount? So the playing field's level. Nothing. They've done nothing. They have zero influence on the world stage. And we could go into debate on why that is. It could be a combination of things like the trip to India, the trip to the UK we just experienced. It could be the way that our Prime Minister has conducted himself around the world. You know, it'd probably be better if we took away his passport and let him stay here and send somebody else to the road, because I think it would do our country more honor. So again, let's come back to what this motion is talking about. It's talking about food, no question about that. But what's hurting our economy, what's hurting Canadians isn't just food. It's a variety of things that they are experiencing right now, and a government that just doesn't care, that just doesn't understand. When you start talking the economy, they give a blank look. They just don't get it. They don't seem to say, I hear you. And then they say, I don't know what to do. They don't look at the options that are sitting in front of them. Things like just canceling some tax increases for a period of time. You know, if you want to look at the tax increases that they're proposing, the carbon tax is meant to actually change people's conduct in regards to the environment. We've just gone through record fuel prices in North America, record fuel prices here in Canada, in BC, in Ontario, where the prices are going up again. That should have changed or had the same effect as a carbon tax. Should it not? Okay, the price of fuel is higher. I can't drive as much. But you know, when I live in rural Saskatchewan and I have to go for groceries, I still have to put the gas in the truck because I don't have an alternative. I don't have an option. And when you increase the taxes on me because of that, you've penalized me. And when you take my $50,000 and now make it $75,000, you've taken our ability to actually improve our operations to become more environmentally friendly. You've done worse. But not only that, you've weakened me in such a way that actually I can't provide that cheap food that Canadians have come to rely on. So who pays? The most vulnerable pay. Those that have the smallest paychecks pay. They do pay. They pay the most. Their percentage of their food bill goes from, let's say, 50% to 75%. So they don't have a chance to go buy new clothes for their kids. They go to Winners and buy, or they go to shelters and buy that. If you look in Prince Albert, if you look in Saskatoon, the food banks are at record highs in people attending them. These are direct results of bad policy. And if they don't get that now, then they're not listening. If they can't come back to Ottawa and go into their caucus and say, I'm dealing with a bunch of people that are really, really in bad shape and need a break, and if their answer is a $500 GST tax credit, it sounds good, but it's not enough. You've got to look at all alternatives. You've got to look at other levers that you have at your disposal and bring the cost down. And that's the same for farming and manufacturing and a variety of industries. You've got to get the cost down. You've got to get it back to a relevant number so that we compete throughout the world, hire Canadians, and actually let families feed themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Talk about being disappointed. You know, in many of the things, most of the things that the member has said is somewhat misleading at best. And that's about as being as parliamentary as I can. At the end of the day, the member, when he talks about the farmer or the prairies, I was in opposition when Stephen Harper got rid of the Canadian Wheat Board, Madam Speaker. He didn't have the courage to have a referendum when the legislation dictated there should be a referendum. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that today's government is supporting our farmers in a just transition in terms of the environmental issues. There is so much more that the government is doing that the member tries to give a false impression that we are not there for the prairies. It's just not true, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, what does the Conservative Party truly believe today on the price on pollution? He seems to be a little bit offside with his leader that says climate change isn't real. We can get rid of the price on pollution. What does this member believe?
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I think the Honourable Member has a hearing problem because our member the leader did not say that at all. In fact, he said the total opposite. He said there's different ways to attack climate change. In such a ways, he talked about nuclear energy as one example. I heard it right here in this House. So if you want to look at different options and alternatives, at least have an open enough mind to consider them. When you talk about the Canadian Wheat Board, when you talk about other things that he just mentioned in his question, he's so out of touch with the farming community. Does he not realize the net income in the farm gate went up substantially when the Wheat Board was released? If you went to the farm community today and said, I want the Wheat Board back, they'd kick you out. They want nothing to do with farmers or a marketing board of any type. And that's reality. And if they think they can do that, do it. Do it.
Questions et commentaires.
Bring it on. Let's see what happens.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Sure, and thank you to the member. I'm curious, I know the member speaks quite passionately about helping people. However, that's not what we've seen historically, and I'm wondering if the member wanted to put his words into action today and support this motion to start actually calling to account the ultra-rich CEOs that continue to line their own pockets at the expense of everyday families. Action speaks louder than words, and this member and the Conservative Party have shown that they are not there for people.
Member for Prince Albert.
We are going to vote in favor of this bill. I'll repeat it again. You've probably heard it 30 other times today. Did I say it clear enough? Now, I do have reserves. I do have concerns. My concern is you prejudged the outcome before the committee has had the chance to do the study. And that's a fair concern. That's a reasonable concern. Let's bring the witnesses into committee. Let's let the committee actually do the work it's supposed to do. And if the results come as such, that it shows that the carbon tax is responsible for high food prices, if it shows other items in our supply chains are responsible for higher food prices, fair enough. But to tell you what, I challenge the NDP. If it is the carbon tax, if it comes out that way, and that's the factor, will they bring these guys down? Will they quit supporting them? They actually take...
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I'm happy to see that my colleague is passionately defended his voters in Saskatchewan. But I'd like to know, because I've listened to this debate earlier. Well, the Bloc will support the motion, like my colleague. But aside from the reduction in the carbon tax, are there other measures that could apply that would help people in Quebec? The Honourable
for Prince Albert.
Well, yes, there is. There's quite a few. Quebec has a strong agricultural base. They have some strong marketing boards. They have some great farmers and great agricultural operations. You know, using more local food is definitely one of the options when you can actually provide it from the farmyard to the grocery store. So making sure that there's actually shelf space for that locally grown food. You know, having the resources to actually see the manufacturing of our food products here in Canada or in Quebec, instead of chasing them out of Canada because you've made it too expensive to actually do that production here. So what are we going to do? We're going to export the grain. We're going to export all the resources to make the product, and then we're going to import it back into Canada and buy it at retail. Does that make sense? But that's the policy we're facing right now with this Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a very brief questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to make it brief. I was going to reflect on the loss of the wheat board and the unintended consequences in the failure to organize grain shipments properly, the long delays that have been very difficult for grain farmers, the fact that the residual assets of the wheat board are now owned by Saudi Arabia, and that for my constituents in Sandwich Gulf Islands, the inefficiencies in delivering grain to the Port of Vancouver lead to anchorages in basically free parking in my riding, while freighters that have come to pick up grain cool their heels waiting because of the inefficiencies created by the loss of the wheat board, hurting farmers, hurting shippers, hurting those who need the grain delivered.
Very brief comment from the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Again, it shows why there's no Green members elected in Saskatchewan, because they aren't in touch with actually the agriculture community in Saskatchewan. And if she is concerned about what's going on at Port of Vancouver, I am too. When you're ranked second last out of 400 as a port for North Canada, that tells me you've had bad policies and you're not putting the infrastructure in place that's required for Canadian shippers. And you're paying for it in Gulf in your riding, no question about it. If they actually had put in the processes, if they'd actually modernized the ports, spend the money in an appropriate manner, make it capable of taking on the next generation of ships that might be hydrogen-based, if they would do things like that, we'd actually see some results. But they've done nothing, and then we sit there.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to be able to rise following the great comments from my colleague from Prince Albert, who was able to offer an education to some members in the government benches and their coalition partners on how the policies of this government are hurting Canadians, they're hurting farmers. And he raises a very interesting question when we talk about affordability, what the impact of this carbon tax is as it affects food prices in Canada, as it affects the affordability the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing. The cost of this Liberal government is driving up the cost of living for all Canadians. And at a time of year when demands on food banks are particularly high in a regular year, we're seeing in real time the effects of the inflationary crisis, the made in Canada Liberal inflationary crisis, the effects of that at our food banks. And that's that they don't have enough food to support the people who are there looking for their help. So I'll take a quick second, Madam Speaker, through you to anyone who's watching, who's able, who maybe is put off a donation to the food bank, to their local food bank. Now's the time to dig deep, because our neighbors, people in our community, they're hurting. And this affordability crisis is also being driven by the carbon tax. It's a tax on everything. And we've heard in recent days what the effects of that increase that is projected to come, the tripling of that carbon tax. It's going to raise the price on people's shelter costs. It's going to raise the price on the people's ability to clothe themselves. It's going to raise, of course, the price on people's ability to feed themselves. We know that when the input costs go up, that's going to raise the prices all the way from farm to table. And I know that some members might be surprised to learn that food doesn't originate in the stockroom at the grocery store. It comes from Canadian farms. And we need to get serious about tackling this inflationary crisis, get serious about bringing down the food costs that Canadians are dealing with. And the best way that we can do that in an immediate way is for this government to commit to Canadians that they are not going to triple the taxes on Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As it is 5:26, it's my duty to interrupt deliberations and to
follows. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Bulris, moved that given that big grocery stores have made massive profits in the past year, not long after several were investigated for bread price fixing. 2, workers' wages and the prices paid to producers in the agricultural sector are not keeping up with those corporate profits or with inflation. Shall I dispense? No? 3, Triple-E, Canadian families are struggling with the rising cost of essential purchases. The House call on the government to recognize that corporate greed is a significant driver of inflation and to take further action to support families during this cost of living crisis, including
forcing CEOs and big corporations to pay what they owe by closing the loopholes that have allowed them to avoid $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone, resulting in a corporate tax rate that is effectively lower now than when this government was elected. B, launching an affordable and fair food strategy which tackles corporate greed in the grocery sector, including by asking the Competition Bureau to launch an investigation of grocery chain profits, increasing penalties for price fixing, and strengthening competition laws to prohibit companies from abusing their dominant positions in a market to exploit purchasers or agricultural producers, and C, supporting the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in investigating high food prices and the role of greedflation, including inviting grocery CEOs before the committee.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise to indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is an important issue. Canadians need to know how MPs stand, and that vote would be taken after the Thanksgiving break. So I would ask for a recorded vote.
Division. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't getting into debate.
So pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 22, the division stands until Monday, October 16th, at the end of the time provided for all questions.
The Honourable Government House Leader, Deputy House Leader, has rising on the point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure if you canvass the House, you will find consent to see the clock at the beginning of private members' business.
Do I have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? 5:41. Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:41, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-294, an act to amend the Copyright Act interoperability, standing in the name of Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that Bill C-294, an act to amend the Copyright Act, interoperability, I got it now, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. A little bit of my French coming out there. Debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be able to rise in the House today and speak to my first ever private members bill, as you said, C-294, an act to amend the Copyright Act as it relates to interoperability. It is a mouthful, but we'll get there. It's also been unofficially called the Unlocking Innovation Act. The pathway for putting together this bill began in the winter of 2019-2020 as the federal government was finalizing the new NAFTA deal, which is now officially known as CUSMA. For my part, it started with working on the industry committee. We were studying the legislation that would implement the new trade deal. Some of my own constituents from back home in Cypress Hills grasslands appeared as witnesses to give their feedback on it. They are representing honeybee manufacturing, and I'll say more about them in a moment here. During that meeting, while expressing their support for having a free trade agreement in place, they pointed out a threat to their industry, and this is what they laid out in their opening statement, and I'll quote, "The challenge we face is interoperability. Recently, with technical protection measures and so on, companies have started to use digital locks and keys to prevent us from allowing our equipment to interoperate with these major OEM brands. It's a form of protectionism that allows them to own and operate the entire value chain at the exclusion of independent manufacturers. In Canada, we have 1,400 manufacturers of implements that are attached to agriculture, mining, forestry, or construction equipment. Of those manufacturers, 500 are for agricultural equipment. That agricultural equipment is primarily manufactured adjacent to small communities in Canada, rural communities, where the majority of that type of manufacturing takes place. It's a challenge for us to achieve the ability to continue to legally manufacture our product and sell it onto these platforms. The Copyright Act in the United States has provision for circumventing for the purpose of interoperation. The Canadian Copyright Act does not have the same term in the agreement. We would like to see that ratified prior to the signing of the trade agreement so that we're not on that uneven footing that prevents us from competing legally in the marketplace here and abroad." End quote. So that is the main problem in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, and it is a type of challenging situation that this bill would correct. The requested change didn't end up happening around the timing of CUSMA or in the time since then, but it is what has brought us here today as we debate this bill. Bill C-294 seeks to move ahead with the change to the Copyright Act that will help to put interoperability back in its rightful place in the Canadian marketplace. This is the right thing to do on a number of fronts, because interoperability means support for innovation, consumer choice and protection, competitive markets, small business, and job creation. Before explaining in a little more detail what it is, I'm going to tell a story about interoperability and why it is important. Two farmers from southwest Saskatchewan in my riding, Glenn and Greg Honey, out of a desire to have a product that worked better and more efficiently on their farm, took the initiative to engineer and build a 425 horsepower tractor. They then went on to make a self-propelled swather and as well a grain belt header, which has now become the standard in the marketplace for how headers are built. As farm implements and attachments, it was easy to use them with something else such as a tractor or a combine, which they would have already had. Because you see, Madam Speaker, at that time, interoperability was generally open and achievable because of the simplified nature of the equipment. All you really need at that time was a common hydraulic hose connection and a PTO shaft, and you're basically ready to go. But it didn't stop there. As local farmers around the area began to see the equipment that the honeys were using on their farm, they began to want the same kind of swather. They began to want that header as well. And over the course of a decade, they eventually moved their new manufacturing outfit from their farm into the town of Frontier. There they were able to set up in the shop space that was vacated by Flexicoil when they bought out Frigstead Manufacturing, which was another family-owned and operated farm equipment manufacturer in Frontier. Frigstead had a similar operation, which had built a superior product of its own. However, it was a victim of rapid inflation and market instability in the 1980s, and unfortunately was put into receivership, and was eventually bought out by the bigger competition. The sale of Frigstead Manufacturing to Flexicoil was devastating to the community because they moved the operation up to Saskatoon, cutting the population of the town almost in half, from over 500 down to 300. But the move into town in 1987 by the Honey Brothers became a new opportunity for the community, and soon honeybee manufacturing became the largest source of employment for the region. They created a future for the community once again. And it really shows how crucial and how much of a difference these short-line manufacturers can make to a rural community when they are in business and allowed to succeed. You see, Madam Speaker, the success story of honeybee isn't unique just to Frontier. There are hundreds of companies across the prairies in this country that share a similar success story of innovation that was born out of a need to create either a better product or a new one altogether. Whether it's a company like Schulte in Engelfeld, or Bourgault in St. Bru, or Vaderstad north of Langbank, these are companies in Saskatchewan who are driving innovation in their industry. And while doing it, they're making an absolutely essential contribution to the livelihood and to the social fabric of our small communities and our rural area. Sadly, Honeybee's level of success after starting 40 years ago would likely not be possible right now. This innovative industry has long been losing ground to large companies who are pushing them out of the market. And it might sound hard to believe, but our copyright law seems to be helping them and providing them the tools to do just that, which is actually the opposite of what the Copyright Act was originally intended to do. I'll offer some support for this common sense principle from a book on Canadian copyright law by David Vaver, who published it while serving as an Oxford professor of intellectual property and a director for the Oxford Intellectual Property Research Centre. It reads as follows, and I'll quote Madam Speaker, that patents and copyrights are supposed to encourage work to be disclosed to the public and increase society's pool of ideas and knowledge. Keeping a broad public domain itself encourages experimentation, innovation, and competition, and ultimately, the expectation of lower prices, better service, and broader public choice, end quote. So those are the known benefits of an open and competitive market against a monopoly. And interoperability has been a key part in that for the ag sector as long as anyone can remember. And that is what it is still doing in other areas of our lives. At a basic level, interoperability is something that is actually quite broad. It happens whenever different devices, machines, or pieces of equipment can connect and work together. There are many examples of this, including how people use simple tools or digital technology, which we simply take for granted in our daily lives. It's something that we don't usually notice, and there's a good reason for that. That's because most of the time we don't actually have a problem with interoperability, and there's usually not a barrier to prevent it from happening. But today I'm talking about where a barrier does exist, and how a simple update to the Copyright Act will get us back on track for supporting innovation and consumer choice. A new barrier comes from technological protection measure, or TPMs for short. They are a legitimate tool designed to protect intellectual property, including things like movies, music, or software, and they have been enforced by Canadian copyright law for over 10 years. The bill introducing legal recognition for TPMs into the Copyright Act had this to say in its preamble. Whereas the Government of Canada is committed to enhancing the protection of copyright works or other subject matter, including through the recognition of technological protection measures, in a manner that promotes culture and innovation, competition and investment in the Canadian economy, unquote. And that's exactly how they should be used in line with the principles of copyright. At that time, copyright law in different parts of the world was catching up to significant changes in technology and industry. We have reached a point again where there is a critical need to do the same thing in our own time. Technology has advanced into new areas. Everything is increasingly digital. This enables new features in places like our homes and in our vehicles and in our machinery. But in some ways, this has also created a catch when it comes to the Copyright Act. The digital aspect of machinery means it is operating with a software to communicate as needed with the user interface or with other devices or attachments. Copyright applies to the software contained inside these products, and this has given the original manufacturers a new mechanism to control access to the entire product after it has been purchased. This is what is happening with digital locks. If a user of the equipment wants to attach a piece of equipment to a tractor, but it wasn't made by the same major brand, if we keep down the path we are, it will be locked out and cannot be used. And good luck keeping your customers for your innovative SMEs. The digital lock also prevents a short-line manufacturer from reverse engineering to make their products compatible in the first place, since the OEMs own the software in the machine as per the terms and conditions that must be accepted every single time that machine is started after purchase. Clearly, there is movement towards a monopoly, and it's partly done in the name of copyright. Although the current version of the Act explicitly mentions interoperability of two computer programs as a non-violation of TPMs, the language in place does not capture what is happening right now. As it is, there is enough ambiguity to allow for some OEMs to take advantage of it and hold it over their customers and their competitors. And there's more reason to be uneasy than having a vague fear in the face of an unknown. Back in 2017, the Nintendo versus King decision came out from the federal court. It is one of the first decisions to apply to Canada's TPM provisions, and since then has been cited in several other cases. For the larger issue of interoperability, the main point is not really about how Nintendo games were used in the particulars of this case. But what happened is the case set a precedent which considered a piece of physical hardware as copyrighted material. Excuse me. That is how the current law has been interpreted, and it means there is one more way to stop reverse engineering for legitimate reasons. Left unchecked, it is easy to see this becoming a bad trend across various industries, but right now the battle lines seem to be agriculture. There is still some time to clarify the law in line with its spirit and intent, but there are already some signs of damage. A 2021 report released by what was then still called the Western Economic Diversification outlines industry data for the egg manufacturing sector in Canada and organizes it for us to get an idea of the economic impact. It starts out by presenting a financial picture. Nationally, this sector accounts for total revenues over $4 billion, with Western Canada accounting for a dominant share, 65.9% of Canadian agricultural equipment manufacturing. In 2018, agricultural equipment manufacturing in Western Canada contributed to an estimated $2.6 billion in revenue, with total salaries and wages accounting for $488 million. For the breakdown of employment, it found that 87% of the businesses are micro, which would have 1 to 4 employees, or small, which would be 5 to 99 employees. Regardless of their size, they are productive in their own right. And I'll continue to quote, based on 2018 data for small and medium-sized enterprises, industry averages for revenue was $996,900, with 72% of establishments being profitable. Financial performance data was reported for 311 businesses with an annual revenue range of $30,000 to $5 million. Besides showing these numbers, the report says this near the end, Madam Speaker. Impacts of interoperability will be affecting the industry in 2020 as one OEM starts restricting access to short-line manufacturers' equipment. A survey of implement dealers has indicated a significant drop in orders of short-line manufacturer combine headers for the coming year and into the future. Dealers of agricultural equipment have indicated a reduction in intentions to purchase headers from short-line manufacturers based on the past 5-year average. The current sales, specifically in OEM 1 mainline dealers, could see sales numbers decreasing by as much as 60% this year over the 5-year average. A further reduction in future sales is predicted moving forward. Again, so many are SMEs independent from major brands. They tend to make their own innovative pieces of equipment which are meant to connect with others produced by different companies, which are often the bigger players. If restrictions tighten or equipment users and engineers with expanding use of digital locks, these small competitors and innovators will die out as time goes on. Everybody will lose. What has to be understood here is the nature of a rural economy and how it all works. Rural areas have small populations that are spread further apart. They can't afford to lose the people or the jobs that they have. It is nothing less than their survival, which is at stake. Section 92 of the Copyright Act mandates that it be reviewed every 5 years, and we have reached that designated time for reviewing it. Both Parliament and the government have been taking steps toward updating our copyright laws, and this bill is exactly in line with what needs to be done to improve it. The work has been done, and the change is ready to be made. Bill C-294 will provide a clear, limited exemption for consumers and innovators who simply wish to enable their devices or machinery to interoperate with other equipment, as they were always able to do in the past. My conversations with other members across party lines has been encouraging, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to discussing it with more of my colleagues. This is a simple update to make sure that our Copyright Act is fair for everyone, while also making sure that it is in line with our international commitments, our international trade agreements that we have with other countries. Meanwhile, making sure that we're on the same level playing field as our other signatories in the CUSMA deal. And Madam Speaker, I believe as a Parliament that we can work together and we can see that this bill gets it done. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Our member for is it Richmond Centre?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill C-294.
Comments, eh? This is for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say we're fully in favor of this bill. We support it. And one of the reasons we support it is that it also would be a way of combating planned obsolescence, which is a system whereby things are made to break down after a relatively short period of time. And we should be avoiding things being made deliberately perishable. And somewhere in the world, in a firefighter's station, there's some equipment that has been lasting for over 100 years. So obviously we know things can last longer than they currently do. So we are in favor of banning planned obsolescence. And so this bill doesn't get in the way of that. So we're happy about that. So my question is, why didn't my colleague want to tackle that problem head on of planned obsolescence? The honourable member.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, this bill is tackling a very specific problem which is brought forward to me by some valuable members of the manufacturing community. This is an issue that impacts all of Canada, and it's something that's going to bring about more opportunities for people to innovate. As I alluded to the title of it, it's an act to innovate. So we want to see that innovation go forward, and I suppose it would address the issue that the member has brought up, Madam Speaker, making more products, better products that will last longer, so that consumers have high-quality products that don't just break down all too easily, so that they're forced to buy other things or something that they maybe don't necessarily want because what they had was working so well. So I do think it would address it in the long run, maybe not quite directly head-on as the member would alluded to, but I do think this is a very positive bill, and it's one that I think we should all support.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for bringing forward this bill. I know we worked together on Indu last Parliament, so I'm really interested to hear more about his bill. I just wanted to know if you could elaborate a little bit what the difference between his bill is as compared to C-244, which just passed in the House in terms of right to repair. It wasn't as clear to me as the difference between these two pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. And she was a great chair of the committee, so I really enjoyed working with her. What I will say is, they both, in principle, address the Copyright Act in a very similar way, but in a very different way. I have a different section of the Act that's being amended, and there's another exemption that's being included. The reason for it is down in the United States, for example, they have a very clear exemption for interoperability. Here in Canada, we don't. So what this bill is trying to do is make sure that we have the same operating field as the Americans do. It's in line with our other trade deals with the European Union. We're seeing moves by other countries around the world, Australia, in particular France as well, as being very, they're leading the conversation on this issue. So this is something that we have an opportunity to match what other people are doing, and this bill does that with the amendment to the section of the Copyright Act.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, very brief, Madam Speaker. If this bill is able to make it to committee, what does my colleague anticipate will be some of the big issues that come up from witness testimony? Does he foresee any possible improvements coming that way? Just anything that he can anticipate from that stage of the bill.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I think there's always the question around, proprietary software. I think that'll be where some of the pushback might be. But what this act clearly does is say that the exemption that we're going to allow for only allows for making a product interoperate. And so it leaves the protection in there for the developer of proprietary software, because the usage of the act is only for that very specific point. And we made sure to make sure that it was focused clearly on interoperability and no further than that, because we do want that certainty there for innovators, but at the same breath, we've got to make sure we have the ability for people to build the short line or the secondary pieces onto mainline platforms. So.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the member of Cypress Hills and Grassland bringing forward this bill. Bill C-294 tackles a public policy challenge of importance to Canadians. I believe that what we need to do more is to facilitate the interoperability of products. An interoperability-friendly environment means empowering Canadians to adapt the products they own to their needs. For example, it means giving the ability to farmers to install different add-ons to their tractor so that they can do a number of different tasks within the same piece of machinery. It also means giving Canadians the ability to render compatible on their old electronic device with new technological standards to address the accumulation of electronic waste to our planet. Many of the current obstacles to interoperability have arisen as a result of new market dynamics created by digital technologies and the increase of embedded software in products such as smartphones, televisions, and vehicles. Removing these obstacles will require a variety of measures both in federal and provincial areas of responsibility. At the federal level, there is one particular marketplace framework that comes into play when discussing interoperability, and that is the Copyright Act, which is the subject of amendment proposed in Bill C-294. Madam Speaker, the Copyright Act, as it currently reads, represents an obstacle to the ability of Canadians to extend the life cycle of their software-embedded product, protected by digital locks. The Copyright Act prohibits Canadians to circumvent digital lock protecting copyrighted content like software. An exception to this prohibition already allowed the circumvention of digital locks for the purpose of interoperability, but it is limited to the making of two computers' programs interoperable. Bill C-294 seeks to expand this exception to allow Canadians to also circumvent digital locks to make their software-enabled product inoperable with other device or component. And this bill works in conjunction with my private member's Bill C-244, which was just voted on to allow Canadians an increased autonomy over their purchased goods. Because of the complexity of copyright policies and the issues related to interoperability, it remains that an expanded interoperability exception, such as the one proposed in Bill C-294, should be carefully considered so as to prevent any unintended consequences. Without prejudging the outcome of Bill C-294, I look forward to working with my colleagues to constructively scrutinize this bill. Last year, the government conducted a number of consultations on copyright, one of which discussed the interoperability issues. The government's consultation on a modern copyright framework for artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things highlighted some of the challenges for Canadians to render their products protected by digital locks interoperable with other products. The comments provided by stakeholders in response to this consultation are publicly available, and they will greatly assist in our work. First, some stakeholders point out to the importance of ensuring that exceptions allowing the circumventions of digital lock respect Canada's treaty obligations. Canada must provide legal protection for digital locks that notably respect terms of the World Intellectual Property Organization Internet Treaties. Canada also needs to comply with the additional requirements to protect digital locks that have been integrated into CUSMA, the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, which limits its flexibility to enact new exceptions allowing for the circumventions of digital locks or expand the existing ones. It will thus be important to ensure that the measure proposed in Bill C-294 and their effects in the Copyright Act comply with Canada's international obligations. Second, I urge us to consider the perspective of a broad range of stakeholders in studying Bill C-294. The diversity of views will enrich the policy debate and lead to a more effective balancing of the various interests at play. The stakeholders' submission received in response to the government's consultation attests to this diversity of views. Particularly, manufacturers have expressed concerns that expand the scope of exception, allowing the circumvention of digital law could introduce personal safety and security risks for consumer. They have also noted potential cybersecurity and privacy risks, especially for products that connect to the internet. Moreover, copyright holders argue expanding these exceptions would expose them to piracy of their content and potential economic losses. We need to ensure that the amendment sought in Bill C-294 does not negatively impact the ability of manufacturers and copyright holders to market their product and innovation. Despite these considerations that will need further exploitation, I will want to reiterate the importance issue Bill C-294 brings forward to us, which seeks to remove an important barrier to the interoperability of products. I look forward to the continued discussion on this important matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this bill that would amend the Copyright Act. And the sponsor of this bill, the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, will be pleased to know that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of this bill. If passed, with just 2 clauses, the Copyright Act will be amended to allow a person in certain circumstances to circumvent a technological protection measure in order to make a computer program and a device or component, or a computer program and a product that the person makes, interoperable. In other words, it ensures that the owner of a device operated by computer software can circumvent the lock to make it compatible with other applications, even if they're not developed by the original software developer. Fundamentally, the Copyright Act remains and is essentially about protecting literary and artistic property rights and encouraging fair value for the work done. So in conjunction with C-244, this would not allow a person to break digital locks in order to copy or alter an artist's work without the consent of the artist or copyright owner. Authors are protected by the Act and have been since 2012. This would allow a person to do so for the sole purpose of ensuring its use from one platform to another, or interoperability, and that's a good thing. This bill would be good news for consumers because it would free us from the limitations many companies try to impose on their customers, and in other words, making customers prisoners of the original software owner. I applaud those companies that don't use the Act and allow interoperability instead and don't try to prevent it. If this bill goes through and passes all stages, then it will become standard practice. There are many companies that come to mind that illustrate good practices and benefits to consumers. And if there's anything to remember, it's that interoperability opens up an infinite number of opportunities to do better with the technological tools we have. We need only think about the fun and the usability of tools that people want to work with. That's what this bill's all about. Let's take the example of a cell phone. It's much more than a phone. It's a handheld computer that can be used for a variety of things. And to make it more versatile, various applications are downloaded onto the phone's operating system, adding new features. And without interoperability, would there be such a great take-up of cell phones? The answer is obvious. In Quebec, there are many apps that have been created in record time and whose interoperability has allowed everyone to use them, regardless of what kind of smartphone they use. For example, there's the Vaxicode developed by the Quebec government for the vaccine passport at the height of the pandemic. Then there's Transit, an app that gives us real-time public transit schedules. There's a financial app that gives us access to our credit union accounts all in one click. The operating system developers didn't choose to invoke the Copyright Act to prevent us from downloading all these apps, but the Act would give them the power to do so. And then our devices would have become less versatile, they would have gotten out of date faster, and a new technology developer would be shut out of the market, which would limit competition and innovation. Fortunately, software developers have seen the benefits of this openness. Interoperability is considered very important, even critical in many fields, including computing, medical in the broadest sense, railway operations, electrical engineering, aerospace, military, and industry in general. The various systems, devices, and components must be able to interact seamlessly. While cell phone designers have chosen not to invoke their copyright to exclude any competitors, other companies have chosen to do so, and that's a shame. So the idea here is to encourage and clarify the option that legislators wanted to put forward in the Act, namely interoperability.
And if the member for La Prairie is listening, well, he would have got me to repeat that word over and over, and I would keep struggling with it. Now, even though Quebec hasn't necessarily enshrined the circular economy in law, it does apply its principles in many of its policies, including in many major industrial strategies. The principle is that we need to find a way to take proper advantage of the energy and the various equipment used to produce goods. We need to consider whether we really need a linear economic model and instead further the principle of interoperability. We need to dissuade companies from developing products separately in silos. Again, we need to embrace a new paradigm and stop just throwing money down the drain. Repairability and interoperability are principles that we need to enshrine in the Copyright Act. We need to do much more with fewer resources. And that increased awareness is now something that we can see in Quebec's new legislation and policies. Recently, the National Assembly unanimously adopted Bill 197, which forbids planned obsolescence and enforces labeling with a durability and repairability rating. And this modernization of the Consumer Protection Act will need to be ambitious in order to encourage companies to change their practices. Now, because of the elections, the government of Quebec has not yet decreed the implementation of the new legislation, but it will do so shortly. And instead of interfering in the work of the National Assembly, the adoption of C-294 would prevent producers from invoking federal copyright law in order to try to fight the Quebec legislation. A World Bank report called What a Waste lists various initiatives throughout the world to reduce the number of electronic goods that end up in landfills. You will easily understand why I'm so enthusiastic about this, knowing that a lot will soon be done to lay the groundwork for the circular economy. And I would invite everyone to look at what the Industry Committee is doing. In November, we're going to be studying the industry of electronic recycling. This is something I deeply care about. Our objectives are clear. We need to stop throwing away plastic. We need to better inform consumers, fight waste, fight planned obsolescence, and better produce goods. That's our future. Even though not all of the legislation that exists has been modernized, things are moving forward. More and more people care about this. All the different levels of government need to do something, because waste is not just a sanitary issue anymore, but a matter of the green transition. We don't have infinite resources. Given that techno-waste is an increasingly concerning environmental problem, we should take many new measures or review our existing measures. Today's debate is only a part of that, but we do need to consider how to increase interoperability. That could help everyone. It's just common sense to be able to repair what we own, and it is not a good idea to keep supporting a culture of throwing things away. We need to incentivize consumers to repair what they own instead of getting rid of it. Regulation is only advancing slowly, but I think that this bill will slowly move to the industry committee and that it will move forward well. And I continue to urge the industry minister to table the modernization of the Copyright Act as soon as possible, because we are at the 11th hour to improve our consumption habits.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to rise to join debate on Bill C-294, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands on bringing forward a bill for debate. We know the lottery system has its winners and losers, and to be able to have a spot where you actually bring forward a piece of legislation for debate is a pretty big honor. So, Madam Speaker, with C-294, this is an enactment which is going to target the already existing statute of the Copyright Act to essentially allow a person under certain circumstances to circumvent what is known as a technological protection measure, also referred to as a TPM. To make basically a computer program interoperable, and let's see how many times you can say that word quickly without stuttering over it, but basically make it interoperable with any device or component or with a product that they manufacture. And just so that we can understand the section of the Copyright Act that this bill is amending, the existing text of Section 41.1A basically specifies that no person shall circumvent a technological protection measure. So that's a pretty solid barrier to any kind of progress in this specific area. Now, before I go much further, I've been pleased to be the agriculture critic for my party now for 4.5 years. And Madam Speaker, I actually recall an important study that we did back in the 42nd Parliament on the pace of technology and innovation in agriculture in particular. And as a part of that study, our committee actually traveled right across Canada. We stopped in several different locations, and we got to meet with some of our leading agricultural producers, manufacturers, researchers, and scientists who are really pushing the envelope in so many different areas and really lending themselves to establishing Canada as the agricultural powerhouse that it is. So we got to see some of the amazing crop breeding technologies that are going on, but also in equipment. And one thing that became abundantly clear is that with the manufacturing of agricultural equipment, the pace of technological change, particularly in how advanced computer programs are operating this equipment, that is going ahead at a speed that leaves your head spinning. And it is still quite a competitive field, but it is also one that is dominated by several big players. And we've heard from in other speeches the fact that a lot of this equipment, because they want you to use their equipment with other pieces of their equipment, they're trying to basically corner consumers into sticking with their line of products. So they are increasingly resorting to what's known as digital locks. And those do not allow for different pieces of equipment to operate with one another. And it has long been identified as a frustration amongst farmers. But this also does go beyond the agricultural sector. There are increasingly, this can be applied to many different areas of business where they are increasingly having to use different computer programs that don't always mesh well with each other. And it can cost a lot of money to a business to have to switch gears to maybe dump one computer program and adopt a whole new system. And this is really, I think, an important change to basically allow a little bit more consumer choice, but also to allow some of those small and medium business enterprises who are really trying to get their foot into the door to be able to compete on a level playing field so that they can go out there in the marketplace in confidence, knowing that when they sell their product, it's not going to put any pressure on someone to maybe disregard their product because it's not compatible operating with maybe a larger manufacturer. So in that sense, I think this is a very noble intention in this bill. And when we're speaking of the word interoperability, I mean, that basically is what it is. It's going to allow those different systems, those devices, applications, or products, whatever you may have, to be able to essentially connect and communicate with one another in a coordinated way. That was something that the user of the product ultimately wants all of their stuff to do. And I heard one of my former colleagues talk about the problem of e-waste. That is a very real problem in this country and indeed around the world. We are generating so much e-waste and the toxic chemicals that can leach into our landfills as a result. If we want to try and stop that from happening, then we have to find ways in our policy and in our laws to encourage people to be able to use a product for as long as they possibly can. And interoperability, I think, is going to be a key component of that, so that people can feel confident that they don't need to throw something away just in order to keep on using it with another product. I do want to also reference the fact that we in this House have already voted on a bill that was dealing with the concept of right to repair. And now we're dealing with a bill that's also going to be amending the Copyright Act to allow for interoperability. So there is a slight difference between those two concepts. And I know the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands has taken some time to really delve into that from a previous question. But I think we can tackle both of them. On the right to repair, I know that at committee, I've certainly had some manufacturers raise some concerns with it, so I certainly hope that the committee stage dealing with the right to repair bill in particular, that they address some of those concerns, because they were concerned that some people might be able to tinker with their equipment to remove safety mechanisms. Like, for example, a lot of forklifts require that an operator has to be sitting down in the seat. The seat has to feel someone's weight in order for you to operate the machinery. And they were worried that someone could tinker with that safety system so that they could operate the forklift standing beside it and outside of the safety box, which of course is incredibly unsafe were the load to tip over or something like that. So there have been some concerns raised on it, and I know the committee will do its due diligence in addressing those. But back to the bill of C-294, we also have to set the context. This bill has been brought about after there was an important report that was issued by Western Economic Diversification Canada. That was in February of last year. And, they were essentially setting the context of, the fact that this is a pretty big issue within the agricultural field. And it is a big issue because of new market dynamics that have arisen, created essentially by those digital technologies. And that ongoing policy in this area, because of the rapid technological change, has to really address a number of items. And their first bullet point here was on copyright policy. Basically, are there exceptions in the law to permit that circumvention of technological protection measures, the TPMs, so that we can adapt to this new reality in the marketplace? So I don't want to spend too much more time speaking to the bill, Madam Speaker. I know my colleague, the member for Windsor West, who sits on the Industry Committee, may want to say some words on this bill during its second hour of debate. But I know he's looking forward to getting this bill to committee so that it can be studied in further detail. And I think, this bill deserves to continue on its journey to committee so that we can, let that deliberative body take a closer look at it and really get that airing from witnesses who are directly involved in the field, so they can come and say in their own words why this initiative is so important, and give the reasons why that parliamentarians should continue with its journey. So I think I'll end there, Madam Speaker, by just saying that I look forward to having the opportunity to vote for this bill, to send it to the Standing Committee on Industry, and I'd like to congratulate the member again on bringing forward this initiative for us to consider. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Bravo. Thank you. Bravo.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to contribute to the debate of C-294, and I want to thank my colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands who brought this forward. Interoperability, a lot more fun to say in English than it is in French. This bill seeks to amend the Copyright Act, specifically regarding technologically protection measures, more commonly known as digital locks, and the interoperability exemption to those locks. And new provisions will be in effect that, and this was brought from the Library of Parliament to be studied in committee, that if a person has lawfully acquired an agricultural machine, for instance, that if this machine contains a copy of a computer program, and if this copy monitors or controls the functioning of that machine, then the person deemed will have a license or use of that copy. So what does that mean? That means in the agriculture, I should say, when we have technological advances, when we have new software that is coming about to make farmers' lives easier, when we see the advancement of AI and a lot of other technological advances that need to use software, that when someone buys that equipment, they're going to be able to use that equipment and have others use other systems that work with it. And I can tell you it's a lot more complicated than a lot of us can understand, but long story short, it's going to help farmers save money in order to make more crops. And that's really important. And it does one thing, one important thing when we talk about industry and we talk about Canada. It creates competition. And when we create competition, we ensure that we're looking after not only farmers and entrepreneurs, but we allow people to have a choice. And when people have a choice, they can then make those decisions that save them money and that are best for their businesses. Of course, we're talking about a very rural part of this nation who are farmers. And we'll tell you, we've talked all week about farmers. Farmers are just so very important. Number one, in this nation, we plant 89 million acres of crops. Compare that to the U.S., we're about 10 times. This is about normal what we are in the U.S., but the U.S. plants about 890 million acres, but it's becoming more prevalent. As we have land that can be used by farming and we have technological advances that can make that a greater reality, 53% of all of our land in Canada is used for farming. And as we have developments in DNA sequencing and genomics, we're able to grow corn farther north almost every year. We're finding advancements in protein clusters. We're finding better ways to grow our food and to be more sustainable. And the world's going to need that. By 2030, the world needs 50% more food. 50%, which means we have to produce 1.5 of the amount of food that we grow now. So when we look at the importance of farming when it comes to Canada, it is just tremendously important. And this bill does help out. At the end of the day, what this bill does is allow farmers to be more competitive, to find more technological advances, and to make sure that when we develop the future of farming, that we have all the tools in place that farmers can make the best choices and save money, which is really important. You know, farmers are so important. They grow the best food in the world here in Canada. We have the breadbasket of the world here in Canada with a lot of our wheat and our protein clusters, but also our fisheries and our farms and our animals. And at the end of the day, we need farmers not just to survive, we need farmers to thrive. This bill, of course, handles only one part of that, and you know, there's going to be more advances in the future of what that's going to mean. I'm going to talk a few of them right now because I think it's important we talk about this. What are the advances right now? We have laser scarecrows that farmers are using. So when they look at ways to keep birds and pests away from their crops, they have laser scarecrows. We have bee vectory. This is a Canadian technology that actually uses bees to help keep pests away from plants. It's a new technology using software. We have harvest quality vision. So we're using drones in the air. We're using sensors in the soil to detect nitrogen, to see the best weather, and at what point we have to put certain nutrients in the soil. And farmers will be able to use technology so that they save on labor. They can't find labor anyhow right now. No. Trying to find someone to pick crops or to work in the field has been increasingly hard. It's going to be that we need technology to save some of our labor shortages. If we don't have labor, we can't grow crops. We can't pick our food. And we talk about an industry that's so important that we're going to need 1.5 times of it in the next 8 years, we need technology to solve some of those problems, and that's really important. Crop and soil monitoring and management. Right now we have, I know a colleague mentioned this earlier, we have zero tillage that's happening right now, which means that we can plant seeds and we can harvest crops without touching the soil, which saves that soil. We used to have to do fallowing, but this is a new technology that's just really amazing for our farmers. And a lot of other different things that are just being developed. I think this week, I know it's a dirty word in the House today, Loblaws, but they just launched their first automated vehicles. So they're driving places, but we have GPS-controlled and automated farm and farm equipment that's going to be able to literally go and manage thousands of acres for farmers and do the work that they need. I don't know if you've ever seen some of the movies, Interstellar is the one I'm thinking of, and at those times they're all operated by GPS. Let's hope we have a better future than they did in that movie for this. So, you know, we need to make sure that this is a good bill because I think it does the bare minimum, which is to ensure that we look at how technology is used in our farms and it looks to how we can support our farmers with control. You know, there's a lot of other help we can give our farmers, and we've talked about it this week. You know, they have a triple threat that's happening right now. So farmers have increased interest rates, which are really hurting them, right? We have, increased costs when it comes to fertilizer tariffs that no one else in the world has. Somehow Canada is the only one to have these tariffs on fertilizer, which are going to affect farmers up to 35% of their costs. And third, we have a triple increase to the carbon tax. I won't say it 3 times, it's been done enough today. But you know, these are real hardships for farmers. We talk about farmers in Canada. How many farms do we have? So I talked about 89 million acres, 189,000 farms in Canada. And when we look at the value of farms, and that's just farms, that's not including hobby farms. I have a lot of hobby farms in my riding. I had just opened a few weeks ago an ostrich farm in my riding. And what's pretty neat about ostriches is that besides they look kind of neat, and they're delicious. And they're great for the kids to, we were there and they fed them. But what's really neat from an environmental standpoint, ostriches use 1/50th of the land that cattle do. And they let off, I think it is 1/100th of the waste. And their tenderloins taste just like beef. It's unbelievable. I'm going to bring more people this week. And they're trying to scale and grow, but they're already using technology as well. They're using technology in terms of how they're feeding them, how they're breeding them. Quite a new industry. But those are the hobby farms outside of the other farm, right? Another great farm in my region is dairy. We have quite a few dairy farms. And one of them is Lee Nurse, and they're doing robotic milking. So all the milking is done by computers. So when we talk about this interoperability, also with dairy farms, it's how they are going to be able to service and upgrade and manage those systems as the technologies advance, which is really amazing. So the cows line up, and when it's time to milk, they all line up together. I guess that they go because there's a cookie that has protein that attracts them in, and the computer and the robot milks the cows, and away they go. It's unbelievable, right? Yeah. But they have about 180 head of Holstein, and at the end of the day, they're doing something that's really amazing. And of course, this bill will help them, which is really great, really great. Madam Speaker, you know, it's natural for other companies in the marketplace to try to innovate with new products, to develop new marketable items that are going to make life easier. And we want to make sure there's control and that we've given that copyright protection to those farmers so they can just better our life, grow the food we need, and make sure that we grow the farming community and economy here in Canada. More competition means more progress. Let's help our farmers, at least in this way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. I have to interrupt you at a certain point.
How much time do I have?
Roughly 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Cypress Hills Grasslands. And often when we have private members bill hour and we're debating, you know, you sometimes pay attention, you sometimes don't. And this has been a really interesting conversation, actually, and I actually want to thank the member for bringing this forward because while we've had a bill that was very similar with respect to right to repair, this one seems to narrow in on another aspect of the copyright. There's sort of like this loophole that's preventing farmers in this case to be able to use their equipment that they've rightfully purchased and leverage it and adapt and so on. So I want to thank the member for educating us on this issue, and I think that it is definitely an important concept that merits further study to understand it more. And as the member knows, often when members bring forward private members' business, they will then reach out to members across the aisle to meet with them, to explain the bill, to solicit support. So I do look forward to meeting with the member to learn more about this bill. So the intent of this bill, C-294, is to allow consumers to repair a product on their own without violating the Copyright Act. And I think that with consultations underway right now to inform the modernization of our copyright policy framework, including the facilitation of repair and interoperability, Bill C-294 actually presents a unique opportunity for us to build a strong foundation for the work ahead. And when I hear of interoperability, and I can say quickly, I always think defense, because I've worked in the defense field previously. So when I think of interoperability, I'm always thinking of the defense industry. So it's actually been quite interesting for me to hear tonight about the application in the farming industry. Now, the member opposite and the previous speakers talked about innovation in terms of farming and doing things, quicker, smarter, faster, cheaper. And I really am interested to hear more in terms of how this legislation, not only the change to this legislation, could benefit farmers, but also in other industries. So I actually think it would be quite interesting, once this goes through the process, if it does get to committee, to see how this can actually apply to other industries as well and benefit other industries that are looking to innovate.
As a member who has sat on the industry committee during the last parliament, I have learned a lot about industrial problems in terms of change.
A lot of industries are not ready to change, but I think that this bill actually brings a unique opportunity for us to do things differently. And as I said previously, Madam Speaker, I do look forward to hearing more about this bill. I think it's quite interesting, and I think that there is a good complementarity with the bill C-244, that right to repair, that has been sent to the Industry Committee. So with that, I will conclude. I am quite interested to hearing more. I'm not quite sure what my position is on supporting or not. I'd like to meet with the member and get their position on a couple of questions. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Resuming debate, no? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. A couple of minutes left.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Madam Speaker, it's a real pleasure to rise today in debate. And I wanted to pick up on an important point that the member for Bay of Quinte was talking about. And though he had said that it hadn't been said enough times in here today, I did want to emphasize the real burden that it's putting on Canadians. The government's plan to triple the tax on Canadians. And so we're going to keep listening to Canadians, because they're giving us these heartbreaking stories as we come up on this Thanksgiving weekend about the rising food prices that they're experiencing. The tax burden, the cost of living crisis, and frankly, Madam Speaker, it's a made-in-Canada liberal inflationary crisis that's driven up the cost of everything and driven Canadians to the food banks in record numbers. And I want to take a quick opportunity with my remaining time, Madam Speaker, to just remind any Canadian who is able to make a donation to their local food bank of goods or of cash, which our food banks are able to make go a little further, to make that donation, because they're really struggling to help Canadians out as we head into this Thanksgiving weekend. So Canada's Conservatives are going to continue fighting for Canadians on the matter of affordability. We know that rising taxes are a concern. That's what we're here to fight.
The honourable member wasn't quite speaking to the bill, but he will have 9 minutes left the next time that this bill is before the House. And I would just maybe ask him to speak to the bill and not on other issues, because it has to be relevant. And therefore, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes get a chance to speak again.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to talk about an issue that Canadians have been dealing with for some months now. And in the face of restrictions having been lifted all around the world and right across our country, the top doctors in the provinces and territories deemed that the risk to Canadians was such that they didn't need to have the restrictions that they had in place early on in 2020 and through 2021. But the government was determined to keep the ArriveCAN app in place. Now, over the course of summer months, throughout the spring and into this fall, we challenged the government to demonstrate to us what the rationale was. What were the epidemiological facts that they were using to continue use of this app? But every time we had officials at committee, they were unable to give us a scientific rationale. Was it that wastewater levels were too high? Was it that community transmission linked to cross-border traffic was too high? Madam Speaker, at every time we raised it, they were unable to tell us why they were keeping it in place. And all the while, family reunification was delayed. People were unable to experience the birth of a family member, unable to bury a loved one because of the ArriveCAN app and the unscientific border measures that were in place. And we've learned today that the government has been lowballing the amount of money that it cost for this ArriveCAN app, this unscientific ArriveCAN app. And so a lot of questions are being raised in the Globe and Mail today about the ballooning cost of this app that's shrouded in secrecy by the government. And while they were spending tens of millions of dollars on this app, they were also finding Canadians who were experiencing challenges using it at the border, people with a right of entry into Canada, Canadian citizens and permanent residents. And the government collected more than $1 million in fines from Canadians. And it seems very clear that an app that erroneously put people under house arrest, people who were not COVID positive and had followed all the rules, getting put under quarantine by a broken app, these people should not be made to pay for the failures of this government. So the government should refund the $1 million, cancel the collections and cancel the fines that they levied, and they should make it a commitment to Canadians that they're not going to use these types of measures, these coercive measures, as the health minister described them, they're not going to use them again because there was no scientific basis for them to do that. But they also need to undertake to be honest with Canadians, because the price that they told Canadians this cost, it's double that. And they refuse to be upfront about the details of all of those contracts. Canadians deserve their money back, Canadians deserve an apology, and they deserve a commitment that they're not going to be subjected to this again. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for over 2.5 years, we've been taking action at the border in an effort to protect the health and safety of Canadians. This is about saving lives. Our border measures have been effective in monitoring and reducing the risk of importation and transmission of COVID-19 and new variants of concern in Canada. In recent months, the pandemic situation has evolved. We've increased immunity against COVID-19 within the Canadian population, and we are seeing lower hospitalization and death rates. We have high vaccination rates. More than 82% of Canadians have been fully vaccinated. We also have increased availability of rapid tests, treatments, and vaccines, including the new bivalent formulation. That's why, effective October 1st, 2022, we removed all COVID-19 border measures for all travelers entering Canada. Travelers arriving in Canada no longer have to be vaccinated against COVID-19 to enter, and in addition, travelers are no longer required to meet COVID-19 testing, quarantine, or isolation requirements. Also, since October 1st, masks are no longer required on planes or trains. However, even though we've ended this requirement, we still strongly recommend that people continue to properly wear a mask that is well constructed and well-fitting while traveling. Additionally, travelers no longer have to submit their public health information through the ArriveCAN app. However, if they choose to, travelers can continue to use the optional advanced CBSA declaration feature in the app before arriving at Toronto Pearson, Montreal Trudeau, or Vancouver International airports. Travelers choosing to do this can either use the free ArriveCAN mobile app or the website. The government is maintaining capacity to reinstate some border measures, including testing for monitoring purposes in the event that they are needed to protect Canadians from new significant COVID-19 variants of concern or other emerging public health threats. Travelers are encouraged to review the travel health notices at travelgc.ca. That's travel.gc.ca, to help them make informed decisions when considering travel outside of Canada. When traveling within Canada, travelers should check with the province or territory as their destination to see what, if any, COVID-19 requirements may apply. The COVID-19 pandemic is not over. There is still the possibility of a resurgence in cases or of a new variant of concern in the future. That is why it is important for individuals to remain up to date with the recommended vaccinations, including booster doses when eligible. Individuals should not travel if they have symptoms of COVID-19. If travelers become sick while traveling and are still sick when they arrive in Canada, they should inform a flight attendant, cruise staff, or border services official upon arrival. They may be referred to a quarantine officer who will decide whether the traveler needs further medical assessment, as COVID-19 remains one of the most communicable or many communicable diseases listed in the Quarantine Act. Travelers are also reminded to make informed decisions when considering travel outside of Canada to protect their health and safety. They're encouraged to review the Public Health Agency of Canada's online travel health notices for more information on safe travel. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. We've heard the government's rationale for their implementation of the app before, but what we haven't heard is an admission that they continue to use the app solely for political considerations. We've even had members of the Liberal caucus say that last year, during the election that the Prime Minister called during the pandemic, that he used it as an opportunity to stigmatize and divide Canadians, and this is not what Canadians need from their government. And now we're at a time when, Canadians want to recover from the 2 years that we've had. They're experiencing very hard times financially when we have this made in Canada liberal inflationary crisis, and they want to hear from the government, frankly, that they're going to atone for what they've done, that they're going to cancel those fines, that they're going to commit to Canadians, that they're not going to take these kinds of coercive measures again, and they need to come clean with Canadians about why they've spent twice as much on this ArriveCAN app than they told Canadians, and be transparent about all the contracting around it. We're just looking for honesty, transparency, and integrity.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, both domestic and international epidemiological situations, as well as long-range modeling, continue to evolve. These, as well as hospital and ICU capacity and the effectiveness of other public health measures to keep Canadians safe, are taken into account when public health experts provide guidance. As I said earlier, the pandemic is not over, and staying up to date with vaccinations, including booster doses, is critical. Because immunity wanes over time, individuals in society are at potential risk of a further resurgence without significant booster uptake. Our government will continue to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders to examine vaccination strategies for both the short and long term. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member, Calgary Centre.
Well, pardon me, Madam Speaker, I'm just moving my lectern over this way, and I will address you directly. Madam Speaker, some months ago, back in the spring, I asked this government about carbon capture utilization and storage and their position on this. But 16 months ago, I introduced a bill into this House of Commons that was proposing a carbon capture utilization storage system for Canada that matched what happened in the US. Our trade partner in CUSMA that actually has a 45Q regime that incents carbon capture utilization and storage. Finally, after much consultation, this government decided to move forward on this incentive to decarbonize Canada's economy by including it in their annual federal budget last spring. Well, here we are 6 months later, and where are we on carbon capture utilization and storage in this country? In the same place, really. In July, the government proposed their latest words on moving these measures forward. I say words because the proposal includes new, novel, and undefined measures such as a knowledge sharing agreement requirement, undefined, and yet incurring penalties of up to $2 million per occurrence if not obeyed. It's a document written without seriousness. The government has repetitively shown their lack of gravitas in their approach to this technology and its development that the rest of the world has addressed more quickly, recognizing, as the International Energy Agency does, that the world's path to a decarbonized economy, a decarbonized future, is not possible without carbon capture, utilization, and storage. It's a shame. It's a Canadian shame. Canada was, until recently, the country where the technology had advanced most quickly. Industry had spent billions advancing the technology. Governments, provincial and federal, had contributed significant amounts to this advance. What changed that took away Canadian technology leadership in carbon capture utilization and storage development? Well, tax incentives by our two main environmental competitors, that's the United States and Norway, both of whom produce a significant amount of hydrocarbons. Since the U.S. instituted their 45Q regime to incent CCUS technology development, our Canadian corporate leaders have moved their developments to opportunities in the United States. Carbon Engineering, the world leader in direct air capture, now works primarily south of our border. The world does not stand still or even stall the way this government does. The 45Q regime in the U.S. has recently been updated in the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act so that tax incentives further encourage technological advances and decarbonization. That is the goal. This government is still ragging the puck. One key difference in structure between the design in the rest of the world and the approach this government is proposing is the inclusion of enhanced oil recovery. Here's what the government is missing in this ideological, wrong-headed, prejudicial approach to CCUS. Enhanced oil recovery produces hydrocarbons with a full life cycle carbon footprint lower than newly drilled wells. There is an internal mental block holding the government back from decarbonizing our energy in Canada. They cannot continue to pretend they are even concerned about decarbonization. I call on the government to stop sitting on their hands and move forward with a revised, effective, and accountable CCUS incentive mechanism. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians know that climate change is real. Canadians also know that climate action is hard. In Canada and around the world, climate action is no longer a matter of political debate or personal conviction. It's an existential challenge. That means it is also an economic necessity. Our climate plan is driven by our national price on pollution, the smartest, most effective incentive for climate action, and a new Canada Growth Fund, which will help attract billions of dollars in private capital we need to transform our economy at speed and at scale. Smart climate investments today, Madam Speaker, are good for Canadian workers, good for the Canadian economy, and good for the planet. With the largest mobilization of global capital since the Industrial Revolution already underway, Canada has a chance to become a leader in the clean energy of the future. Madam Speaker, climate change is the greatest long-term threat of our time. Taking action on climate change is the greatest opportunity of our economy, where we can create good-paying, sustainable jobs across our country. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage is about reducing emissions. CCUS also plays a critical role in Canada's economic and environmental future as we strive to meet our net zero by 2050 objective. But I want to be clear, it is not the only tool to be used. It is one of the tools in our toolbox. Budget 2021, our government proposed an investment tax credit for CCUS projects with a goal of reducing emissions by at least 15 megatons of CO2 annually. Then, after consulting with the public, stakeholders, and provinces on the design of the investment tax credit for CCUS, Budget 2022 proposed a refundable investment tax credit for businesses that incur eligible CCUS expenses starting in 2022 to contribute to our goal of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. The new investment tax credit is intended to be available for a broad range of CCUS applications across different industrial subsectors. For example, concrete, plastics, fuels, including blue hydrogen projects and direct air capture projects. It is not intended that the tax credit be available for enhanced oil recovery projects. A CCUS strategy for Canada will ensure Canada is well positioned to enable meaningful climate action, ensure we create good-paying, sustainable jobs for communities, people, and support a more circular economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, that I addressed anything I talked about in my point here today. We're talking about moving forward with a regime that matters to the world, that actually matters to our economy and, of course, to our environment more than anything else. And yet this government stalled on it and has been stalled for as long as I've been in Parliament here on moving forward with decarbonization mechanism. Yes, it's got all kinds of programs, none of which are being effective at decarbonizing our economy. But it's a pretense, and it's a pretense that they continue to hold. And I'll read you a pretense as well from a document that the Minister of the Environment put out this summer, Options to Cap and Cut Oil and Gas Sector Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And it's a discussion document. That discussion document is premised on effectively this government saying that they had these guiding principles that were brought forward by the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, of which I am a member. I assure you, Madam Speaker, it's a pretense. Our committee never brought that forward. This document is premised on a lie, and this government has to address that. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to making smart climate investments to reach net zero by 2050 and build a stronger, more vibrant economy for all. Canadians understand quite well that without a serious climate plan, Canada has no economic future. Our government will help Canada continue to lead in global efforts to fight climate change, to protect our nature, and to build a clean economy that will create the good-paying, middle-class, sustainable jobs of today and tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, I asked the government if they would commit to cancelling their planned payroll tax increases that will shrink paychecks starting on January 1st. In response, the government admitted that some Canadians may be struggling with the high cost of housing, but that they went on to do what they always do, and that is when asked about the affordability crisis in housing, they patted themselves on the back for their half-baked plans for a one-time payment equal to about 1 week's rent in major Canadian cities that they're proposing. We're in the throes of the worst inflation in 40 years, while an entire generation of Canadians give up on the dream of owning their own home. And my specific question rose from a conversation I had with a former business colleague in Calgary who told me about the price jump in a particular condo development. And it occurred to me that when you consider the price increase and also factor in the recent and predictable spike in interest rates resulting from this government's deficits facilitated by printed money, as well as the increase on property taxes, condominium fees, and heating costs, which are also rising, that the income necessary to qualify for this basic, bare, entry-level condominium had nearly doubled in 1 year, according to the formula for mortgage qualification used by lending institutions. So, Madam Speaker, this is heartbreaking for young people. Too many young people think that they will never be able to move out of their parents' homes. Too many people wonder if they will ever afford anything beyond a tiny apartment. Too many young people despair over whether they will be able to start their own families, and this government offers no solutions. They offer only a commitment to shrink Canadian paychecks by increasing payroll taxes, shrink the purchasing power of the money they have left after tax by tripling the carbon tax, and shrink the value of any savings that they might have by continuing to fuel inflation. So, Madam Speaker, the current cost of living crisis was a long time in the making. This government added $100 billion to the national debt before COVID. They squandered the balanced budget that they inherited from the previous government. They broke all of the 2015 election promises that, upon which they were elected during a time of a booming world economy. And they allowed structural deficits to creep back into Canadian public finances, undoing 20 years of fiscal prudence instilled by both the previous Conservative government and the Chrétien Martin government before it. Then COVID hit, Madam Speaker. They added hundreds of billions more in further debt, $200 billion in new non-COVID spending, funded with printed money, triggering a spiral of rising costs, rising interest rates, and rising debt level of service costs. If this government wants to give young Canadians hope for a future with a home that they can afford, they will have to stop making things worse, Madam Speaker. They have to get serious about dealing with the barriers that prevent housing construction from meeting housing demand. They have to get serious about economic growth resulting from real people building real things that supply real services to real consumers, not the crony capitalism that has crept into this government in everything from their infrastructure bank, their super cluster system, and corporate giveaways. They can stop the planned payroll tax increase. They can stop the planned tripling of the carbon tax, which increases the price of food, transportation, and home heating. And Madam Speaker, Canadians can't afford higher prices and higher taxes with smaller paychecks.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are seeing higher inflation rates and higher costs of living in Canada and, frankly, right around the world, as a large result of many factors, which include the war in Ukraine, global supply chain bottlenecks, in large part due to the pandemic, and global energy market uncertainty. This is something our government is concerned with, and I can reassure my colleagues that we are working on solutions to support Canadians day in and out. Canadians are facing the pressure when they reach for items at the grocery store and when they pull into a gas station. However, inflation is actually less severe here, 7% in August, than among many of our peers like the United States, 8.3%, the United Kingdom, 9.9%, and Germany, 7.9%. But we recognize the challenges. Now, the opposition would like us to drop the GST on gasoline and get rid of our pollution pricing system. Quite frankly, this would be a terrible idea. It makes much more sense to support Canadians who need it the most with targeted measures like those included in our $12.1 billion affordability plan. Gas taxes represent only a small portion of the total price that Canadians pay at the pump, so cutting them would be ineffective in protecting consumers from powerful global market forces. It's important to understand that these market forces are driving daily changes in gas prices that are often substantially greater than the proposed 5% tax cut. This means that any positive impact on the price of gas would be wiped out in a day. The government would also be in the uneasy, unfortunate position of having spent tens or hundreds of millions of dollars trying unsuccessfully to fight market forces over which it has little control. Putting a price on pollution is the most effective and least costly means of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's important to note that Canada's approach is flexible. Any province or territory can design its own pricing system that meets its needs, as long as it meets the federal benchmark. The federal backstop only applies in jurisdictions that don't have a pricing mechanism that meets the federal benchmark. The federal fuel charge is part of this, and one thing is clear: it does not make life less affordable for the large majority of people. In provinces that do not meet the federal benchmark and where the federal fuel charge has been implemented, approximately 90% of direct proceeds are being directly returned back to households. In 2022-2023, these climate action incentive payments mean a family of 4 will receive $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. In addition, families in rural and small communities are eligible to receive an extra 10%. So the reality is that as part of the climate action incentive payments, most households are getting back more in payments than they pay in increased costs from the federal carbon pollution pricing system. Also, dropping the federal fuel charge in these provinces would mean smaller climate action incentive payments back to the individuals in those backstop provinces. It would mean less money in the pockets of many people, including those living in the member opposite's own riding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess tonight we see continued doubling down on the same points we've heard from this government continuously. I didn't hear much about housing in that response, even though that is really what the question that we're debating tonight centered on. But we see the same old, Madam Speaker, splitting hairs over whether or not Canada's inflation crisis is really the worst among peer countries. Yes, other countries that engaged in destructive financial practices, running enormous deficits on printed money, are also suffering the same effects that we have here in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, tonight we've had, yet again, a defense of the carbon tax and the claim debunked by the Parliamentary Budget Officer that the majority of people are somehow better off with this tax.
Terry?
Madam Speaker, our government understands quite well that Canadians are feeling the effects of elevated inflation, particularly at the gas pump and when they reach for items at the grocery store. But dropping taxes on gasoline is simply not the right solution. We have developed an affordability plan that provides more money to Canadians who need it the most when they need it the most. Our plan is a suite of targeted measures in new support in 2022. In fact, some of our measures are already putting money back in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join it this year. Canadians can count on us to continue to support them through this inflation crisis while remaining prudent fiscal managers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.